Good morning, everyone. It's the final day here at the Vishwa Samudra Open 2024, and the big question on everybody's mind is, can Ajitesh Sandhu hang on to his slender lead? I've got two gentlemen over here, Rahul Bajaj and Shaurya Singh. So I'll take the first question. Rahul, the question in everybody's mind, can Ajitesh Sandhu hang on to his lead and take the title?
I absolutely think that Ajitesh can, although I do think that it's going to be a tough fight out there today because the wind is up here at the Delhi Golf Club. The green speeds are a little higher. So it's really going to be a bit of a test of ball striking also on the golf course, not only just closing in on the putting.
So yeah, I've got the sun hitting on our eyes right now, and it's pleasant to have the sun out in Delhi winters. You think that's going to make a difference here, and definitely for Ajitesh Sandhu, or for you think the other golfers are in with a chance?
Well, first off, I'd like to thank you for pointing that out. I thought I was the only one who was squinting. I'd like to second what Rahul said. The wind is up. It's a lot more different than what we had yesterday. You can see the leaves are bristling, and that's going to play a big factor. It's only 8:30 in the morning, and the wind is already up. So it's not going to be easy pickings for Ajitesh and Jamal. They need to play the first 5 holes well, not drop any shots, especially not more than one. I think that's going to be pivotal. A good start for both of them is imperative so that they can keep that separation that they have from the rest of the field. The final day does get difficult, as you know. The players do get a little wary. The greens are quicker. And we've often seen that, the tournament committee and Mr. Chari tend to put a little spicy pin positions on the final day. So that could be a factor as well.
The question, I have another question, and is this going to be a two-man horse race, or you think that other golfers can catch up because the lead is pretty high? If you leave the top two, the others there's quite a difference between the others.
Well, that's what I thought as we ended the third round yesterday. But seeing the conditions and how they're switching today, I think it might be a tournament which might be decided at single digit under par unless Ajitesh and Jamal can shoot a really good score, which is going to be difficult given the conditions. So you could see somebody shoot a 3, 4, 5 under par and put some pressure on the leading two golfers.
Rahul, if I'm Ajitesh Sandhu, what am I thinking now?
Well, I think the first thing that you want to do is to get off to a good start, kind of pace it out and hopefully catch a birdie or two in the front nine. So that should be able to give him some buffer. So, probably not go really all guns blazing, but keep it light and easy on that front nine. Get as many greens in regulation as possible and get through in a couple of red numbers so that going into the back nine, you have a bit of buffer. And, if you continue with that momentum, you should be able to get through till the end in good stead.
Sure, as Rahul said, will Ajitesh be conservative in the first nine and take all the risk in the back nine, or he would rather take all the risk in the front nine and just play safe towards the back nine?
I think Ajitesh, the sort of player that he is, he's very stoic and he sort of sticks to his plan. So I don't see him changing that. He's got that swing really tied down right now. He's hitting the ball well. So I don't see him tinkering with anything. Even if he drops a couple of shots, I've seen he's not too flustered and he goes on about his routine. So what's going to be key is that he stays in his element. He follows his routine, and I think that should be good enough for him to lift the title.
So we'll see how Ajitesh fares on the final day of here at the Vishwa Samudra Open. It's now time for the tee-off, and it's back to the combox to Nikhil.
Thank you, Vivek. What a fascinating day's play we have ahead of us here in round 4 of the Vishwa Samudra Open 2024 presented by Kapil Dev. We are bringing you live pictures from the Delhi Golf Club. And there's a look at the temperature. It's 10 degrees Celsius. We are expecting a minimum of 7 today and maximum of 22. Sunrise was at 7:05. And first on the tee, Olympian Udayan Mane, should I say, is on even par at the moment. A winner of 12 titles, he hails from the Pune Club Golf Course. He represented India at the Tokyo Olympics in 2021 along with Anirban Lahiri. 33 years of age, turned pro back in 2015. Our very own Big Easy. Have a look at his swing. A little to the left, I'm afraid, in the rough. We welcome all viewers to live coverage of round 4 of the Vishwa Samudra Open 2024 presented by Kapil Dev. There you have Rahil Gangji, an international winner, total 8 pro wins, turned pro in 2000. He originally hails from the Royal Calcutta Golf Club in Kolkata, has now moved base to Bengaluru, 45 years of age. He's won this year on the Asian Development Tour. Rahil using his rescue there. Rahil has played a couple of seasons on the Japan Golf Tour as well. And he's won a tournament in Japan on the fairway. Good start for Rahil. Next on the tee is Arjun Puri with a total of 1 under. He also hails from Kolkata but has played a lot of golf here at the Delhi Golf Club as well. Still looking for his first win. Turned pro as recently as 2022. 25 years of age. He's quite familiar with the Delhi Golf Club layout. And there you have it, our first featured group this morning, Udayan Mane, Rahil Gangji and Arjun Puri. Arjun is also just off the fairway on the left. So among the 3 players who just teed off, Rahil, the only one to hit the fairway. Gentle giant Udayan Mane stands tall at 6 feet 4 inches. And now I welcome my fellow commentator Rahul Bajaj in the Compox.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are out here at the Delhi Golf Club this morning with lots of breeze going on at the time of 8:30, which means that as the day moves on, we will have a lot more winds picking up. We are looking at Ajitesh Sandhu starting at the time given, and we're looking forward to a day of action. The sun is out, and hopefully all of the action on the golf course should keep it interesting for all of us going into the rest of the day.
There's a 2-shot lead for Ajitesh Sandhu at the moment. What are your thoughts going into the final round, Rahul? What do you think? Do you think he's going to hold on to his lead today?
We were just outside speaking about the same thing, and I do think that it is going to be a good ball strikers day today because of the wind already up out there. So that being said, any of the players who starts off in a pretty easy fashion because of the winds, anyone who goes out there and tries too hard at the Delhi Golf Club is going to have a bit of trouble, as we all know the nature of the course. So, if Ajitesh or Jamal or, can get off to a nice and easy start, getting through that front nine in mostly pars and maybe a birdie or 2, of course, ideal situation that we... I think that person will have that advantage going into the back nine, because you don't want to walk into that back nine at Delhi Golf Club with a lot riding on top of you.
Interestingly, Ajitesh mentioned something very pertinent to the Delhi Golf Club yesterday in his post-round interview. He said, there are very few days at the DGC that you'll have a spectacular round. So you just have to put your head down and keep grinding and try to make the most of your chances.
That's amazing. If he goes into today's round with that kind of a mindset, it's definitely going to be an advantage. And Delhi Golf Club is the kind of testing ground which is going to test your patience out there. So the more you can stay within the game without, getting yourself to go too far up or down, if you were to look at it as heartbeat or as a breath, if you were to let it go too far up or down, that's when you're really going to start having a bit of trouble. But if you can stay pretty equanimous through the round, I think you're going to be in the advantageous position.
Right.
It is nippy out there this morning, so of course the first few holes is what the players will take to get themselves completely warmed up. Although the sun is very sharp, so that's always a nice thing to see
And it
because in
takes
the winters.
it takes time to get started, especially when your hands are a little cold. What do you have to say about that? What would you do in such a situation?
Absolutely. In fact, so one of the things that, of course, each one of the players would be doing, and I did that as well, was to probably grind out a few more balls on the driving range before getting out. Compared to a summer round to a winter round, you'd probably be hitting about 30 more golf balls to get warmed up and probably to stay warmed up. More than that, one of the things that stands out over here is that first hole over here at DGC is a par 5, right? And most of the players would be wanting to take advantage of that hole. But because you start up on a cold day, it can be pretty difficult to get two onto that green, especially with that bunker right in the middle of the fairway. So that does play a part, I feel. The only chance you really have is with a wedge and a putter on this hole, just because of the cold start. On a summer day, that could look completely different.
So very valuable tips there from Rahul Bajaj for all golfers to remember. If it's a cold morning, hit those extra 30 balls at the range and then hit the golf course. Udyan Mane about to hit his approach shot now.
Although, looking at the wins today, Nikhil, I do think that if someone gets off to a hot start, which is very much possible, if someone gets up to a hot start, it can be a completely different day out there. And, wind or no wind, that can always play the part, especially going into those first 5 holes here at DGC. You can surely end up with a birdie streak and probably be a 3 under par through the first 5, and that could completely change the game.
Right. And there you see that great partnership, Rahil and his wife Ruhi caddying for him. She's been caddying for him regularly over the past couple of seasons. And he's seen success this year on the Asian Development Tour. A win after a long time. He came close to winning on the PGTI as well, lost out in a marathon playoff in Panchkula to Varun Parekh.
So if I remember correctly, Nikhil, Rashid had once shot a round over here, which was I think an 8 or a 10 under. What was that?
Yes.
And he he has the capability to do that, and also has that fire in the belly to be able to pull something like that out of himself. What do you think of what Rashid could potentially do as damage today if he gets on to that start that he wants?
I think he's definitely a contender. You can't count him out because he's grown up playing here at the Delhi Golf Club, and he has those, he has the ability to put up a good number, a really low number on the last day. He's done it before, and he's won at the Delhi Golf Club earlier. So he has that experience of closing it out a number of times. And with Rashid lurking, the leaders are always conscious of the pressures once he gets close. And we were talking about his, being very wiry, his body structure, me and Shaurya yesterday, and how he generates swing speed. Tell us a little bit about that.
So there are a bunch of things that work in Rashid's advantage. One being the structure that he has. Secondly, of course, being that he keeps up with his fitness and his routines. I know that for a fact because some time back I did have a conversation on the same lines with him. Also, something that we've learnt over time is that one of the reasons that Rashid generates a lot of speed is not only because of his wiry body, but because his wrists are very strong. And he has a lot of flexibility in his wrists as well as the rest of his arm structure, and that helps him to generate that speed. And the testament to that is also that when he can use those wrists that well, the ability to have that short game feel also is so enhanced in him that he can be aggressive.
Right.
So
let's have a
we
look.
can just have a look now at him swinging at 3 wood, and he's definitely not the guy who's going to hold back.
Hani Besoya just teed off before him, his close friend who's also played a lot of golf here at DGC. And now it's Rashid. Let's have a look where he lands his tee shot.
That looks like it's a bit towards the left. Generally, players on this first hole would prefer to be on the center right of this fairway. Going up all the way into the first cut, also not a bad idea, but you really do not want to be left of center because contending with those big eucalyptus trees on the left side, trying to get the ball up going about 240 yards to get a 2-on almost goes out of play for the player.
And now we have Yuvraj Singh Sandhu.
He's another player who's been sitting sedate for
long time.
couple of years now, and in fact, this week also has got on to a 71, 71, 71, a triplet of 71s over here at Delhi Golf Club, and he also possesses that ability to come out and shoot the 8-9 under pars. So any of these guys, if they're really looking looking at gunning for victory this week, they're probably going to be trying to get off to that hot start.
And for all our viewers, my fellow commentator Rahul Bajaj was on the Indian team at the Asian Games, and also his team partner was Rashid Khan. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, Rashid, of course, I've played a lot of golf with him. Me and Rashid pretty much during the amateur days were doing first position and second position on the order of merit. We kept on doing that for quite some time. So Rashid and I have shared a pretty decent relationship over the years. In fact, of late, he's also been, I run a golfing workshop as well. And, he comes in to our workshop every now and then now to get his driver shafts done or any other clubs done. And so, I share a pretty friendly relationship with him. And overall, the way that Rashid has sort of matured and grown since he was an amateur, is quite phenomenal, owing to all of the international playing, be it on the Asian tour. So all of those experiences really have shaped him to be an all-round athlete over time.
Right. And we just saw Rahil's third shot. How far do you think that is from the pin?
Actually, pretty nice shots. I was about to say all approach shots have been pretty nice from this group. All of them sitting well within about 15 feet. I think the furthest away is Rahil at about 15, 16 feet away from the flag. But all of them in a good location. The flag is perched up about 26 and onto the right on this green today. And that's a pretty flat region for the players to reach up to. All of the back flags, anything center back on this green, can get pretty difficult. This right side pin is pretty approachable for most guys. So we take a look at this group now. Green speeds today here at the Delhi Golf Club are up to 10.5. Mind you, that's the green reading speed for this morning. And as the day progresses, I think the greens will pick up a bit of speed, and owing to two reasons. One being that there are lots of players walking on it. There's dew at this moment on the greens, a bit of it, and that will start to dry up as the day moves on. And plus, with all the players walking on top of the greens and the sunlight getting sharper and sharper as the day moves on, wind keeps picking up. The greens are going to get drier and drier and a tad faster than that 10.5 number as we claimed this morning. The pin, my apologies, on this on this first hole is 17 inside and 7 yards to the right. So, beyond the 20 mark over here on this green is when it kind of becomes difficult to, get the depth perception going correctly. But here, all of these three players in this group are sitting pretty for birdie. In fact, Udayan Mane and Rahil Gangji have also played a lot of international golf together. Arjun Puri joining them. So, nice group here to follow. Udayan, of course, has been an Olympian, has played the Olympics. He's been trying to find some form himself over the past couple of years since the Olympics, and that's been kind of tough, but he's trying to string together 4 rounds here this week at the Vishwa Samudra. Udayan Mane for birdie. That's probably about 20 feet, left it just a touch short. And that's the thing with that dew in the morning. You're not quite sure, how much that ball's going to really take off. And as the players will move towards greens, which are towards the fifth hole, or maybe getting into that back nine, the greens will tend to get a touch faster, a touch firmer. Let's take a look at Rahil Ganji. Rahil Ganji coming in from pin high on this flag location for birdie. Rahil should have got a fair idea from Udayan's putt that there's a bit of a stop off there near the hole. Nicely done there, with just grazing the lip of the hole and moving by.
Hi guys, I am Sachin Basoya. Welcome to Delhi Golf Club, my home course. फर्स्ट हॉल के बारे में आपको आज थोड़ा दिखाते हैं. मेरी टी शॉट यहाँ पे आई थी, मैंने ड्राइवर मारा था टी से, तो अब मैं यहाँ से सेकंड शॉट मार दूँगा. अब मेरे को ग्रीन फ्लैग आ रही है 230, तो मैं अपना रेस्क्यू फ्लैग की लाइन में, मतलब थोड़ा राइट साइड बेटर है. तो अब मेरी थर्ड शॉट है, थोड़ा राइट हो गई थी ग्रीन से, तो मे बी 30 यार्ड की चिप है. थर्ड शॉट मारते हैं. मैंने थर्ड शॉट चिप जो की थी वो मे बी 7-6 फीट में, लेफ़्ट टू राइट ग्रेन, लेफ़्ट टू राइट लाइन एंड देन पट. मैं इस हॉल को एवरी टाइम ड्राइवर से ही खेलता हूँ, टी शॉट ड्राइवर ही मारता हूँ. आज पार हुआ, कल परसों अभी टूर्नामेंट में आई होप कि बड़ी से ही फिनिश करने की कोशिश करूँगा इसे. Thank you everyone. Thank you, play well all player.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the action here. Unfortunately, we had a bit of a technical glitch here in our commentary box. But nonetheless, we are back here. Now, Hani Besoya, Rashid Khan stepping up onto that first green.
I think nothing great was achieved without a struggle, and both of us are testament to that. To bring our voices to you, we've had to go through hoops, and now here we are, early in the morning, having a look at this marquee group, Rashid Khan. They're waiting on his co-player, Sachin Besoya.
Arjun Puri has started the first hole with a 5. Alap IL seems to have got off to a pretty good start. Currently with a birdie on the second. Varun Parekh with a birdie on the first hole. Shamim Khan starting with par birdie to begin that final round.
Yeah, Shamim has played a lot of golf here and has tasted a lot of success at this particular venue, so he'll feel quite at home, and so will that squirrel, I must say.
A squirrel must be feeling at home already. Look at it.
Limbering up.
Itself away, having a nice day out there in
Sachin now.
sunny Delhi.
This putt should break a little from his right.
This is my apologies. That's Hani Besoya. Has he got that right? Has he got? Oh my goodness gracious!
I thought that would have, if anything, aided the putt.
That certainly looked like a stroke of luck.
Yeah, but not quite fortuitous for him. But that's a decent putt, nevertheless, by Hani. Tends to favor black on the final day. I've always noticed that about Hani, and
He seems like he's got a red shirt inside, kind of being like tiger-like, isn't he?
It's supposedly the color of power.
Rashid is being rather sublime.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's as much calmness inside as is in the clothing color that he's chosen.
He's very relaxed. I just met him in the morning, and he's always very nonchalant.
Yeah, but in his mind, inside of him, I'm pretty sure he's thinking of, starting up and getting that ball into the hole, but he did not. Left that bit short.
Out of character for Rashid to leave the putt in the mouth.
But amazing, the way he's just come out of the rough and given himself still a super opportunity there for birdie. And that's an incredible start to begin with on the first here. And of course, I think that, a steady start is a bit more important than a hot start. Because, just to get the ball rolling and understanding how the day is going. So, you also tend to sort of understand whether you want to be aggressive through the day or not, and how the day is shaping up. Are you getting the green reads right? Are you getting the green speeds right? And then you sort of go all guns blazing as you move on. Of course, that hot start also is important at a course like Delhi Golf Club because of that par 5 on the first hole. Most guys can reach there in 2. The only thing that would deter them is probably the cold in the morning.
I think today, if you look at the weather, it seems a little more benign as compared to yesterday, and that might be one of the factors why we also see the wind is a little up. The wind would be more of a factor than the chill, so as to speak, today.
With the wind will come the chill. So that being said, as the players will move on because of the sunlight, I don't think that chill should really affect them. Yeah. But the thing that's really going to be on question today is going to be the ball striking.
Yeah, it's going to be a ball striker's day for sure today. You can't really hide on Delhi Golf Course, especially with the way the wind picks up and some of those tee placements and how narrow some of the fairways look visually now, especially with the addition of the new bunkers and so on and so forth. So the players would really need to be on song.
Another guy who's really been in there in the game for all this while, and he manages to get in those good scorecards and a couple of good finishes every year, is Maniram Sharma, from Karnal. He's been on the tour, if I'm not wrong, for about 20 or 25 years, and goes about his business pretty nonchalantly. He's probably the shortest hitter on the tour, but some of the times he can really baffle you, even in a course like yes, and at the Delhi Golf Club maybe that length doesn't matter, but I've seen Maniram Sharma, in fact, even at the ITC shooting numbers like 5 or 6 under par as we take a look at India's national bird.
What a sight. What a thing of beauty. Coming back to Maniram, as they say, it's...
Look at that kickoff.
When I think of him, I think of the saying. It's not the size of the dog; it's the fight in the dog. And he has a lot of fight in him. Does Money Ram, very tenacious. I think that would have been helped by the fact that he plays out of a police academy. So obviously, he's got a lot of gusto about himself. Doesn't hit the ball too far, but really has a quick, good tempo about him. And when he gets on a roll, has the ability of holding long putts and hits the long irons close as well. So, and it's heartening to see him do well.
But he's another happy-go-lucky kind of guy. You'll find him always smiling. If he has a good round or a bad round, he's pretty much, the same way every time. He's 25th on the order of merit this year, which is and has had
an absolute watershed moment for him. 25th,
and has had 3 top 10 finishes and playing well this week as well. So. You never know where this is going to go. He could finish top 20 this year on the order of merit.
And he would be playing all the big events next year, the Indian Open and so on and so forth. So
absolutely.
And I think that's, we really love it when somebody gets his due. It's
as they say that you've got to sit around at the barber shop long enough if you want a haircut.
Well, that's food for thought. Sit around at the barber shop. All right, we're going to go with that one. Let's have a look at Jamal now.
Jamal, luckily, we won't have much trouble finding Jamal today on our screens. We'll be able to spot him pretty easily.
Right in the center of the fairway as well, so easy to spot.
Mohammad Jamal Hossain Maula, one of the finest players from Bangladesh, has also played for the country in the past.
He's taken the baton from Siddiqur Rahman, who is a regular here in India, but we haven't really had the opportunity of seeing him for quite a while here. He does play on the Asian Tour, but haven't quite seen him playing on the PGTI or even the co-sanction events.
Yeah, Siddiqur Rahman, keeps his schedule busy with his Asian Tour events. And Jamal Hossain, is currently 17th on the order of merit on the PGT of India and has played 19 events so far with 3 top 10s. So we take a look at Ajitesh Sandhu off the fairway on the first. Ajitesh seems to be going with an iron here. Take a look on the right side of our screens. Seems to be hole number 2. So, Rahil Gangji and Ajitesh Sandhu both hitting off separately on the 2 holes. Rahil Gangji and Ajitesh, both of them sticking those approach shots to the flags. You've got Ajitesh at about 8 feet for birdie here on the first, and Rahil Gangji gets it to about 5 feet here on the second hole. Amazing shots there. And mind you, ladies and gentlemen, you must be fairly lucky because even the PGA Tour is able to only show one good shot at a time.
Absolutely. Double the trouble. It's a rarity to see this live feed, and I must tell you, it takes a lot of technical prowess to get this done. We have to really go through hoops and figure things out to bring you twice the amount of action in the same place. So
you've been really going through hoops of late, haven't you?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you've gone through the hoops twice since this morning.
Yeah.
And we've only been here a couple of minutes now.
I'll have to come up with something new, my friend.
That'd be pretty wise.
Now we look at these bunkers which are flanking the green. This one on the front left really does come into play.
Ajitesh keeping his hands in the pockets, keeping them warm.
You have to see the way that the green is designed. Front right bunker is also in play. This one is also in play. So you can't really evade them.
Well, yep, it's tough to evade these bunkers, and most importantly, depends also on how many shots you're in there for. So, if you're in that green side bunker in 2 shots, I wouldn't really mind it. But that front bunker, which is about 20 yards short of the green, I certainly mind being in that one.
But with the relaying of these bunkers, as you discussed yesterday, up and down has become a lot more difficult. You're not getting that sort of spin. Obviously, you said with the type of sand they have, and also the bunkers are a lot more shallow.
It's really the sloping of the bunkers that they've done, and the way the ball rolls inside the bunker when it goes to settle, that. And then on top of it, sometimes during tournament play, there's the bunkers also made much tighter, like in terms of the way it's packed. The sand is packed. So it's sort of like beaten down to make it a little tighter, and that makes it difficult for the club to get under and get that spin going.
Now let's see if M. Dharma can get some spin on here. This is an ideal yardage to be attacking this flag. The flag is behind, a lot of space for him to sort of roll it up if he wants to. And he
Dharma
seems-
must have hit that shot from about 45 odd yards away. Seems to be a very decent shot until the camera pans away so we can judge the distance. And yes, I mean, that's a pretty decent shot there by Dharma, but he'll still have about 10 feet for birdie. Luckily, that's an uphill look at the birdie putt, so hopefully he can judge that speed right. We've seen a couple of players come up short there up until now, but hopefully Dharma is going to break that jinx as we take a look at Jamal Hossain Molla. The right side, we've got Udayan Mane.
Within Mane just chipping out of the rough here.
Then Mane on the second. And did he get that slope right? That misjudged that slope completely.
And
that's going to be a really difficult putt coming up onto that top left flag location.
You also see Jamal simultaneously on hole number 1 with a fairly decent chip shot.
Jamal, I think, is there in 3 shots, so that would be his birdie putt from about 6 feet away. Udayan Mane, of course, completely misjudging that chip shot. Didn't get that ball up onto up atop that slope, which is basically the second tier of the second hole's green, and now leaving himself a tough putt for par.
The characteristic on the whole of the second green remains similar, but the degree of difficulty has been accentuated somewhat. If you see, the shoulder at the back left has been sort of reduced, so there's not that much space for the players to pitch it, especially if the pin is where it is today. So it's a very difficult pin position. In years past, I remember if you're in the rough, you could pitch it in the center half of the green and roll it up, but that doesn't quite happen now.
Yep, absolutely. In fact, because of the nature of the greens now, they are much more like a championship style slick. Pretty much, the grass is chopped down at the finest level. You've got to be very fine with your shots. Like you could tell there, Arjun Puri's ball, as it started drifting off to the right, it just kept going that way. And that's what really happens when the greens are really good, unless and until you've got tremendous amount of control on that wedge as well as the putter. Ajitesh Sandhu probably overreading that putt. I think we saw
Honey as well.
Honey Besoya exactly also, but there was no coin here, which probably could have helped that golf ball. So that was the only difference that was between the two putts. As we take a look at M Dharma, Udayan also on the right side, putting for par here. M Dharma putting for birdie on the first. Dharma, of course, if he wants to stamp his authority on this group, will have to start up and get that one firmly at the bottom of the cup. There's a bit of a twitcher there, I think, on that putter. He didn't really quite catch that very well, I think.
Yeah, it seems to be a little bit of a miscue by him. Still early days here at the Delhi golf course.
Although Yuvraj Singh Sandhu has gone on the first hole, making birdie and getting up to 4 under par to tie Dharma at a tied third position. So Yuvraj Sandhu definitely has got his eyes set on the prize.
Yeah, I had a conversation with him on the putting green yesterday. He's very confident with the way that he is hitting the ball. And I think when you're hitting the ball that well, it's only a matter of time that everything's going to come together. And he's incidentally only one of the 2 players who've secured their card on the Asian Tour this year. I think him and Gaganjit Bhullar, by virtue of being in the top 60. So he's obviously on song as far as his game is concerned.
Rahil Gangji putting for birdie on the second after that scintillating second shot. No problems there for Rahil Gangji. Gangji would move up to 1 under par for the tournament after that birdie. And Jamal Hossain Molla also finding the bottom of the cup on the first hole here. Jamal now will move up to 10 under par, but give me a moment before I confirm that. Just to confirm what my co-commentator Shaurya Singh just mentioned about the two players who have kept their Asian Tour card, and he was spot on with Yuvraj Singh Sandhu finishing up 57th on the order of merit, Gaganjeet Bhullar at 49th. Unfortunately, Rashid Khan stayed away from that and would have to probably go to the final stage of qualifying. He's at 68th on the order of merit for the Asian Tour. Ajitesh Sandhu also at 82nd position. Ajitesh has been battling a few injuries of late and is finally coming back into shape of his golf game, back into his competitive standards.
Well, that's why they have the old age adage, beware of the injured golfer. Udyan now. Udyan has been creating some very interesting social media content along with his good friend Samarth Dwivedi.
Yes, I saw that. They are trying to make some cool stuff out there.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. As we have this is a really good angle to see those approach shots coming in as we have a look at the players move on to hole number 2.
You have to really flight up that second shot of yours and get a dead drop on the ball if you want to put it close to the
Let's
hole.
see if Rashid can follow suit.
That would be a tough position where Rashid has put himself on that front part of the green with, as you can tell, literally no way to come towards the hole.
That's a really underwhelming shot by Rashid from the fairway. It's not a mistake that he would want to make. From that bunker up and down is now really difficult, especially given the way the bunkers are now. Expect this to be close as well for Honey. He was able to flight that ball really well and has a stock shot as well as a lower 3/4 sort of shot that he hits from about 120 odd yards. I think that's the shot that he would be going with now. Look for an abbreviated finish here. Also getting a lot of spin here, Honey, and that's a decent shot by him, about 10 feet, right? So 2 really good shots there. 1 exemplary, rather.
M. Dharma on that tee box. Dharma, all of 38 years from KGA Golf Club.
You saw him teeing it up towards the left-hand side, so favoring a draw.
Well, this hole mostly does favor guys to start the ball on those right side trees. And yes, Dharma does play a draw, so definitely that would be his choicest of places, as is also for Jamal Hossain.
Jamal also seems to be going with a rescue, or is that a 3-wood? It looks like the club has a lot of surface area. Could well be a 3-wood from the looks of it.
3 or a 5 wood, perhaps.
That does look like a wood. Doesn't quite look like a rescue to me. You know, this entire week I've seen that his swing, his finish is not as aggressive as it normally is. it's a little more curtailed. I think that could be owing to the injury that he's struggling with.
Well, a bit of it could be that, but also, a couple of controlled swings. So holes like the second and the first, sometimes people want to play more controlled swings, and I think that's what Jamal is doing.
Does Ajitesh carry a 5-wood in his bag? 'Cause
I think Ajitesh does carry a 5-wood in his bag, and I think that's exactly what he's using over here.
these are some perfect lines, and for all that, all the Indian players, if you want to emulate someone as far as the swing is concerned, look no further. Now, there doesn't seem to be any stress when he's hitting the ball. So self-assured of the entire movement. It's a real joy to watch.
Absolutely. In fact, the rhythm and the tempo that he brings to the golf course really showcases the amount of faith and the trust that he has on his golf swing, and to be able to repeat that. And that's what Delhi Golf Club really wants, right? That's what it demands of you. How patient can you be, and how much can you repeat that pattern over and over again through the course of the 5 hours that you're going to be out there, and the course of 72 holes, of course. Yuvraj Sandhu moving up to 5 under par. Ladies and gentlemen, watch out for Yuvraj as he gets off to this hot start. Yashash Chandra also getting off to a birdie start this morning, but he's currently at 1 under par for the tournament.
Honey, now after that good shot into the green, this will be comfortable distance. These are the putts that professional golfers tend to make a lot of, because the burden of expectation has been removed. You're outside that must-make sort of territory, and you can freewheel and hit a good stroke. He's reminiscent of Gary Player today, all black. Oh,
That'll be a bit of work left to do.
Yeah.
Cleaning up that will be about 5 feet till the bottom of the cup.
Yeah, there's a little food left on that plate.
See how that goes. Rashid Khan battling himself on this hole over here. That would be a terrific par by Rashid if he was to drain that one.
This is a must-make for Rashid. Doesn't want to be dropping a shot this early on.
Definitely not. And he
That's
does.
very well done by Rashid.
Absolutely, and you're spot on. Guys do not want to be dropping shots at this moment. If they, keep making some pars and then keep waiting for the birdies to come in. I think that's probably the way to go. Although in situations like Rashid's and Yuvraj's and M Dharma's situation, waiting for those birdies to fall in isn't the opportunity one has.
Unfortunately, you can't quite force the issue here at Delhi Golf Course as well. So it's a little bit of wait and watch for these players who are trailing the leaders.
Jamal Hossain made that putt on the first hole for a par, ladies and gentlemen. So he remains at 9 under par, 2 shots away from Sandhu. As the players walk up to the middle of the fairways, Jamal Hossain in the middle there, checking out his yardage. And we have Ajitesh Sandhu also there in the middle of the 2 players. And we've got M Dharma perched up on the left side of the fairway. Perhaps what it looks like to be in the first cut, but maybe not. Arjun Puri on the right side of our screens right now. Arjun Puri is on the 3rd hole. It seems like he's a long way away though. He's about maybe 180 odd yards from the green right now. Well, we couldn't quite catch that ball, but we'll take a look at what's happening with that leader group. That's where all the action is this morning, ladies and gentlemen. For all of you who are just joining us, we are here at the final day of the Vishwa Samudra Open at the Delhi Golf Club. That, my friends, is the leader, Ajitesh Sandhu from Chandigarh, leading the way at 11 under par. With a par on the first hole, coming up on the second for this tucked-in left side flag location, Ajitesh Sandhu. Will he get this up close and personal on that top tier for a birdie opportunity.
I think he's going to be playing about 7-8 feet right of the flag.
And,
he's very
past the flag, perhaps.
Yeah, he's very prudent with the way that he approaches these shots. Might be going for maybe a 2-yard draw from there. So,
well, I think in his situation anyway, you want to just keep putting yourself on the green in regulation and
just
keep moving by, right?
Give yourself an opportunity for making that putt. So I feel that he would be aligning maybe about 2 or 3 yards right of that flag and let it draw in. If it draws a little more, then it can be right on the stick. But I feel that it's going to be 15 feet right and past the flag.
Let's see if Nostradamus got it right.
It's about 35 feet right. So
Well,
a little bit of a miscue maybe there.
Well, pretty much on the lines of what you said, but
Maybe half
still on the
club too
top
much.
tier. Still on the top tier, so I think it's still a pretty decent look. You don't want to be coming on the second hole from the bottom part of the shelf. That's not a fun place to be at.
Dharma is coming out of the rough now. This will be a very testing shot early in the day. There's a little bit of dew as well, and that's going to impede any spin that you would have created otherwise. And it's very difficult to stop this on the correct tier from here.
It seems like he got enough club on that ball.
Yeah, he's that's
Very
gone
high launch.
vertically up.
A pretty stellar golf shot from there.
I think that's a 10-on-10 golf shot by Dharma from there to be able to stop it.
Absolutely, that's not a bad look at birdie. Actually, it's pretty flat out. Should move a little bit from his left to the right.
And can go to
it's a super
school.
place to be at.
Can also go to school and look at Ajitesh's putt as well.
100%. That can be an advantage. Let's see if Jamal can get this very close.
The flag is fluttering.
Very few players would be able to get the ball really close to this hole, and as you can tell, like Yuvraj and Rahil were able to get that ball to jam up on their second bounce, but
They are able
players
to
coming
paddle
off.
almost spin.
Yep. And if you don't hit the right kind of shot, and with that downwind, as you can tell with the flag fluttering, it's going to be tough to stop that ball close to the hole.
Given the wind, that shows you that the shot by Jamal, my apologies, by Yuvraj and Rahil
Yeah.
was so much more impressive than what we would have thought in normal conditions because the wind is also at the back. So
Absolutely. Arjun Puri coming off from the right side on this third hole. Up, stop, go.
Arjun Puri now. What appears to be coming out of the bunker. Not quite certain.
It seemed like a bit of an iffy swing, but he's got that
he's done well
fairly
there.
decent.
But
That'll be
I
hard
think
work to save that par.
We spoke too soon.
Well, that'll be hard work to save that par. That ball kept going away from him.
Yeah, that ball really did snake away. Surprising. Udayan Mane now on hole number 3 from the left hand side. This is a very tricky shot. And he's done really well. Very good control being exhibited by Udayan Mane there. We have an update. Sachin Besoya has reeled off 3 birdies. The Delhi Golf Course player has made 3 birdies in the first 6 holes of his round. Going great guns early on. And from the players who teed off on the back 9, we have Kapil Kumar, 1 under par through 6 holes. We have Shamim Khan getting off to a hot start. And Manish Thakran, unfortunately, they have a look at Rahil. Leaving that a little short. He's going to have his work cut out for par. Manish Thakran, unfortunately, picking up from where he left off. Those last few holes have sort of maybe played on his mind, and he's 4 over today through 6 holes. So he'll have to steady the ship sooner rather than later. Sandeep Singh, even par. Still early days here at the Delhi Golf Club. Mukesh Kumar, 1 under par, 1 under for the tournament. So as long as you're in red numbers, you're still contending. So well done by Mukesh. As you have a look at Ajitesh there, getting ready to hit his putt. Should break a little from his left. That's really well done by Ajitesh. Really dialed in on all the facets of the game, especially on the putting green. Speed control is imperative when putting on greens such as the Delhi Golf Club. You have different complexes on each green, ledges and troughs, so it's very important that you get the correct speed on each putt, and that can only happen when you strike the ball from the center of the club face. Often we think that the speed control is more about understanding the speed of the green or the length of the backswing, but it only boils down to one factor which is paramount, is the quality of strike. So how often does the ball hit the center of your putter? That is something that ensures that you're able to get the correct speed. As we have a look at Arjun playing hole number 3, trying to make par after his chip, and he's done well. Brilliant putt there by Arjun. As we have a look at Jamal, from the center of the fairway, he hit that shot that went over the green. Would have gotten a good read from Ajitesh, and he has hit a good putt as well. Really good control being displayed by Jamal as well. Now we saw that chip by Rahil that came about good 10-12 feet short, and he wasn't able to convert his par, so would drop a shot there. As the years roll on, you see a little bit more grey in the beard. Back to the action on hole number 2, which is visible on live feed 2. M. Dharma. We saw her out of the rough and get it up till here, and rather unfortunate to have missed that putt. Brilliant effort there by M. Dharma, who would remain at 4 under par, but the third position now belongs to Yuvraj Sandhu. Kind courtesy his 2 birdies. A quick hot start by him. Now Udyan Mane with what appears to be a mere formality. Easily scraping up his par there. The Olympian would remain at even par. It's important to note that with this prize fund being
Delhi
so
Golf Club
substantial,
at the Vishwa Samudra Open 2024, presented by Kapil Dev. Now I'm going to introduce you to the officials of PGTI, Team PGTI, the ones who are responsible for the successful running of all the events. PGTI के पदाधिकारियों से आपका परिचय कराता हूं. सबसे पहले हैं प्रभाष ठाकुर. प्रभाष, आपसे जानना चाहेंगे कि आपका क्या योगदान रहता है इन टूर्नामेंट्स में और क्या तैयारियां करते हैं आप.
थैंक यू निखिल. ये मेरा ऑलमोस्ट 17वां साल है पीजीटीआई में, और हम लोग पिछले 17 साल से हमने नंबर ऑफ़ इवेंट्स किए हैं. हर इवेंट में हम लोग कुछ न कुछ चैलेंजेस देखते हैं, जबकि हम लोग इतने इवेंट्स कर चुके हैं, लेकिन फिर भी हमारे को हर वीक कोई ना कोई एक नया चैलेंज मिल ही जाता है. और हमारा मेन जो काम है इसमें ये कि प्लेयरों के लिए पहले तो गोल्फ कोर्स, टूर्नामेंट के लिए पहले तो गोल्फ कोर्स बुक किया जाए, प्लेयरों के लिए प्रैक्टिस राउंड और उनके जो दूसरे मेन राउंड्स हैं, प्लस उनके लिए उनकी दूसरी फैसिलिटीज़ लाइक एफएनबी हो गया या चेंजिंग रूम या दूसरी और भी जो भी फैसिलिटीज़ हैं, ड्राइविंग रेंज फैसिलिटीज़ है, उन सब सारी चीज़ों को एक्टिवेट कराना, गोल्फ कोर्स प्रोवाइड करना, गोल्फ कार्ट्स के लिए अरेंजमेंट करना. सो वी हैव सो मेनी चैलेंजेस. आपका जो लाइव हम दिखाते हैं एबीपी के द्वारा जो हम दिखाते हैं, उनके लिए पूरा लाइव का सेटअप करना. सबसे बड़ा जो चैलेंज है हमारे पास किसी भी गोल्फ कोर्स में वो है इंटरनेट. कि कहीं पे अगर यदि कहीं पे एक स्टेबल इंटरनेट मिल जाए हमारी सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो जाती है. सो ये दीज आर द फ्यू चैलेंजेस वी फेस एवरी वीक ऑलमोस्ट.
थैंक यू प्रभाष. अब बात करेंगे जेपी शर्मा जी से. ये भी बहुत पुराने सदस्य हैं टीम पीजीटीआई के और स्कोरिंग में इन्वॉल्व रहते हैं, टी ऑफ कराते हैं, टूर्नामेंट एंट्रीज में इनकी मेजर इन्वॉल्वमेंट है. जेपी, अपने रोल के बारे में थोड़ा बताइए.
थैंक यू निखिल. ये मेरा 20th ईयर, आई जस्ट कंप्लीटेड 20th ईयर इन गोल्फ. So there are few challenges we face. First of all, as soon as our team announce the event, I make sure we don't miss any player. We inform them well in time, well in advance, and me and my colleague Gagan, we look after the entries and everything. So basically we do players licensing, and we try to not make any mistake. And it looks like very easy job starting and scoring, but it is very, very challenging part. You have to be top of everything.
गगन चड्डा है हमारे तीसरे सदस्य टीम पीजीटीआई से यहाँ पर. गगन, आप अपने योगदान के बारे में बताइए. टी ऑफ कराना बहुत ज़रूरी काम है और इंश्योर करना कि टाइम पे सारे प्लेयर पहुँच जाएं.
थैंक यू निखिल. सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट जो मेरा काम है वो ये है कि जो प्लेयर्स की रिक्वायरमेंट है उसको पूरा करना, रिलेटेड टू स्कोरिंग हो, एंट्रीज हो, ऑन कोर्स हो, ड्यूरिंग द इवेंट हो या ऑफ द इवेंट हो. वो सबसे ज़्यादा इम्पॉर्टेंट है कि प्लेयर्स की जो रिक्वायरमेंट है वो पूरी हो जाए. तो टी ऑफ जो है वो सबसे ज़्यादा इम्पॉर्टेंट इसलिए है क्योंकि उनका दिन यहाँ से शुरू होता है. जो उनका पूरा इवेंट का काम है वो यहीं से शुरू होता है और इसके लिए थोड़ा रिस्पॉन्सिबल रहना पड़ता है. नथिंग मेजर बट बहुत चैलेंजिंग होता है.
So as they say, God is in the details, and that is what our team does here. The backbone of the PGTI, the engine room of the PGTI. You met the three members, Prabhash Thakur, JP Sharma and Gagan Chadda. It's back to the commentator's box.
There we had an opportunity to hear from the integral members of the Professional Golf Tour of India team, Mr. Gagan, JP and Prabhash. Must also have a word of appreciation for what these people do. And me and Prabhash really do go a long way back. He was there for maybe almost 2 decades ago at the Army golf course. So he's always had a love of the game. And I think plays a pivotal part in organizing a lot of the things that get the live feed done. And JP, obviously, he's entrenched as far as players, their logistics, the tournament, everything else is concerned. And Mr. Gagan as well. So thank you to these gentlemen and also to Nikhil who facilitated that conversation. As we have a look at Yuvraj, who finds himself for the first time in a spot of bother, so we'll need the shorter club to come to the rescue now.
In fact, we must go out.
Look,
what a golf shot there by Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. A triplet of birdies on the first 3 holes to go to 6 under par for the tournament.
I said he'll have to rely on the short club to rescue him, but cometh the hour, cometh the man. Look at that golf shot.
What a lovely golf shot there by Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, moving himself to a solo third position at 6 under par. Ladies and gentlemen, take a look back again at that scintillating golf shot coming out from that right side bunker on the 3rd hole and releasing that perfectly
Look at the spin.
into the hole.
Like a butterfly with sore legs.
Absolutely. What a lovely shot there on the 3rd hole by Yuvraj Singh Sandhu.
He's made his intentions clear. There's no guessing what he's here to do, my friend. He's here for the big time, and he's here for the tournament. Ajitesh and Jamal would be feeling the reverberations of these 3 birdies.
Absolutely. That goes without saying. Going back to, the gentlemen that were in question a little earlier, the team that looks after all the operations of the tournaments here at the PGTI, the entire tour, the circuit of professional golf in the country is, without them, putting these tournaments together is a mammoth task. And kudos to them who bring all of these together for the players, for the spectators, and for golf in general in the country. Hani Besoya coming from a far way away, trying to make a birdie here on the 3rd hole, but just coming on the left side and stopping by there. Wouldn't find the bottom of the cup, but a good par nonetheless for Hani Besoya.
Do you think it's sort of portends something that what's happening? It's a sign of things to come when you have these breaks go your way early in the round, a bunker shot going in the hole, making 2 birdies early on, that shows you that the rub of the green is going for you.
Well, that's one thing. He started off with a bang here at the grounds at Delhi Golf Club this morning, but there's still 15 holes more to go, and let's see how the game progresses from here on.
I would say
Khan.
I would say a 5-shot lead now with 16 holes to go sounds substantial, but not to be for Rashid Khan.
Rashid doesn't seem to be steering them the right way this morning.
No lead is secure on this golf course.
Absolutely not. Having said that, Ajitesh also makes par on the second, and so does Jamal. So they will stay up at 11 under and 9 under respectively.
I think that's really important for Ajitesh to do, not make any unnecessary bogeys. As long as he keeps making his pars, I think that itself is might be good enough at 11 under par.
I think Ajitesh, for him to just stay up there, keep putting himself on a green in regulation, and just wait for those birdies to drop in, and that patience definitely pays off on a course like this. As we take a look at Rahil Gangji coming up on the 4th hole from bang in the middle of the fairway for a front side flag location today. Flag only 7 or 8 yards in from the front edge today. Rahil manages to find the putting surface.
That should stay up, and that's a good shot. 15 feet under the hole. That's
Absolutely.
a very good opportunity for birdie for Rahil.
Mind you, on hole number 4, players don't really have very short clubs into the greens. They usually have anywhere between a 5 and a 7 iron on their second shot. So making that shot look even better.
Yeah, because they are conservative off the tee. You don't really see anyone going with a 3-wood on this hole. At most, you see players maybe going with a rescue, and the longer hitters probably going with a 3-iron or maybe even a 4-iron off the tee, and then hitting like an 8-iron in or 7-iron in, depending on the length that you can hit.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something fantastic. Like Pravesh doors that never age, that save our forests, or customizable artiphone wardrobes that match your personality and are redefining modern homes. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Who supports you on your golf bag. But I think that takes out one element. Why maybe I would never opt for that approach. It's very difficult to blame the caddy then. Otherwise, if you have a caddy, your bad shots can be squarely blamed on the caddy. I don't know what you do in this scenario. If I ever do make that mistake, I think the round will never end for me.
Why don't you try that at the qualifying school this year?
I don't think so. I'm very happy being a happy man.
Or you might just be home after the front nine.
A lot earlier than that.
What we just saw there with Arjun Puri was him. He was trying to feel the release of that club head. Go a little bit past his hand. Seems like he needs a little soft bunker shot here on this hole number 5.
Let's see if he can...
hole number 4, my apologies. From the right side bunker, he needs a little soft drop of that golf ball.
Something similar to what Yuvraj was able to do, but he's opted for a different approach, and that's turned out pretty well.
Yep, he's done phenomenally well. Seems like his club got a bit stuck in that bunker while taking that shot. Maybe that ball didn't have the best of lies in there.
I've played a few times, and each time I've visited that bunker here on hole number 4 at the Delhi Golf Course, and it's a very difficult shot to that front pin. The green really does slope away, and it's very slick. You need the kind of shot that Yuvraj hit, something which is a lot more aerial and has more spin on it.
Very idealistic of you.
Coming back to having your significant other on the back, the only time I remember was on my honeymoon. We were in Australia, in fact, Royal Melbourne, and she was walking with me, and I had a wager on with the members there. I remember giving them 14 shots. I think they definitely had a plan. They took 14 shots from me, and I realized they're single-digit handicappers.
So you were
And we were
on your
playing-
honeymoon. You were playing golf.
So she was kind enough to allow it, and for one round, as you have a look at Udian's part, I'll tell you the interesting story.
It seems like you're trying to get away from the topic now.
Once you make a mistake, you just backtrack.
Udayan Mane for birdie here on the 4th. Udayan should have a good look at birdie from here because this line from here is pretty makeable.
Yeah, that's the good thing about downhill putts on these greens. You don't really need to worry about speed. Gravity does its part.
Has gravity done the part here and seems like a bit of a knee knocker. Really make that one in. Knee knocker, wipe that face off. Go tap that ball in.
So, yes, so we were talking about the wager with the members. 14 shots, and I think we were through halfway, and I realized they're actually single-digit handicappers. And as you have a look at Ajitesh here, and that is iffy territory. 8-footer coming back for par, needs to make that. He can see his lead being halved over Yuvraj. When he started the round, he was 8 shots ahead. Now it's 5. Could well be 4 if he doesn't make this putt.
Well, I'm guessing so far, probably Ajitesh and Jamal are probably just looking out for one another. During the round, I do not think they've even realized yet what Yuvraj is up to.
I think that would be really further away from their concern at this point in time. They're just focused on their game. They know that the ebbs and flows of round of golf, that it all averages out. As long as they can make pars and be solid throughout, that's good enough. And somebody who doesn't believe in making pars is Rahil Ganji.
Rahil
Birdie.
Ganji getting off another hot start this morning, although dropped off 1 shot on the 3rd hole. So that's a comeback birdie there for Rahil to remain, to get to 1 under par for the tournament. M. Dharma coming off from the left side of that green, didn't quite get the right shot in there. Arjun Puri, will he save that par on the 4th? What could be a really nice up and down, starting with a string of pars.
It's a fairly long putt, about good 10-11 feet. Oh,
Oops, probably walked behind.
a little bit
that
of a
too
false start
quick.
there.
Absolutely. We just moved that ball a bit too.
Jamal now. Pink Panther.
Do you think he matches those putter grips every day with his pants or something?
Yeah, from the looks of it, it definitely seems like that.
So he really goes detailed about his rounds, doesn't he?
Yes, he's a perfectionist, and let's see if he's able to replicate that on this putt. Maybe all of 30-odd feet would break in the end to the left-hand side.
We saw Honey putting from a similar place just a few moments ago, and
It's a fairly decent putt, leaving it about 4 feet short. Should be able to make that for his par. Still early days here at the Vishwa Samudra Open 2024, presented by Mr. Kapil Dev, being played at the Delhi Golf Club. And this tournament offers a prize fund of rupees 2 crore. And we are your host, bringing to you this tournament. I'm Shaurya Singh, joined alongside my illustrious co-commentator, Mr. Rahul Bajaj. As we have a look at
quite an introduction.
M. Dharma.
M. Dharma putting for par here on the 3rd hole.
It's not quite on the putting surface, but opting to go with the putter.
M. Dharma not quite having the kind of time that he would like to have on this 3rd hole, making that bogey pretty tough, leaving himself another 4 feet to contend with. Ajitesh Sandhu himself set himself up for par here, another about 5 odd feet away now. Ajitesh is putting all the way downhill into that hole, so getting that ball line and speed right is going to be imperative for him.
As you have a look, first look at the hole-in-one hole. The Magnite awaits its new suitor. Who's going to drive away?
Let's see if Arjun Puri is going to be that person. Arjun Puri coming away short off that green on this hole. That's sorry, my apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Not short off the green, short of that bunker coming up pin high to the hole.
That's going to be
a tough shot.
Treacherous up and down from there.
That's a really slick speed. When the ball hits that shadow, it's going to just keep running. Sandhu for par to keep the lead to 2 shots, and he does.
I have a question for you. If you make the hole-in-one and you get the keys, do you get to drive the car for the rest of the round, or do you wait? And what would you do? Would you drive on the golf course with the just speed up proceedings? I think they'd allow that for me.
I think that there's this old saying that a wise man once said nothing.
Well, that definitely proves that there's only one among the two of us who's wise, and he's got the wise look as well with his spectacles as well. So, Mr. Professor, obviously that joke didn't pan out as intended. So, no driving the car on the golf course, but you see quite a few of those Instagram videos that people actually do that.
Some questions definitely should not have any answers. And the kind of question that you've just posed at me and thereby also at the viewers is blasphemous of you.
The viewers need a reprieve, my friend. It's 5 hours. The action's coming so thick and fast. You got to make something up.
Drive Magnite around the golf course.
As we have a look at Jamal, then we'll get into this meaningless banter thereon.
Well, after the leader group, which is 2 more groups now coming into that 5th hole for the Magnite, there will be the players who have teed off from the 10th tee as well, who will be coming in trying to get their hands on that Nissan Magnite. Jamal Hossain Mola cleaning up for a par here. That's daily business for Jamal. M. Dharma trying to save a bogey here after a bit of a hiccupy chip.
This is fairly straightforward for him, maybe just right inside the cup, and just need to keep the speed up. He's very good from this range. Well done there. M. Dharma also likes to wear black on the final day. As you have a look at Arjun here. Now this is going to be a very difficult chip shot. Let's see if he's able to stop this within about 10 feet.
Anytime now.
He's going to roll off.
I said, you can't get that ball past that shadow.
But I think he's done pretty well. He's stopped it at about 10 feet. I think
that's going to be a tough putt to save par here now on the 5th.
But from where he was, I think that's about the best that he could have done.
See now, Udayan Mane. Would Udayan Mane do anything better than that?
Surprise, Udayan's giving him company as well. Udayan with a slightly easier of the two.
Friendly kind of guy, you see.
Yeah.
So maybe that's the reason he gave him company there.
Slightly easier shot as compared to Arjun. Better lie uphill, and he's done well there.
Absolutely. Udayan Mane left with about 4 or 5 feet.
And Rahul Ganji there with another opportunity at birdie.
There we've got Twesa Malik, Ajitesh Sandhu's better half, keeping an eye on him this morning.
Ajitesh Sandhu finds himself at 11 under par. I'll look at some of the other players out on the golf course. Varun Parekh getting off to a good start, 1 under par through 6 holes. Sachin Basoya, 3 under par. Shamim Khan, 1 under par. 2 under, my apologies. And Shaurya Bhattacharya at 1 under par for the day.
Interesting. Shaurya Bhattacharya making birdie on hole number 13.
Rahul Ganji.
Unfortunately, that wouldn't find the bottom of the cup, but that'll be a tap in par for Rahul. Rahil is a superb ball striker. In fact, that's the reason he can take on some of these flags, even at which do not have much of room to play with, like the second, the fourth, and now the fifth. That ball flight, he can totally go on attacking flag locations, even in the corners of the greens.
Talking about attack, let's look at the man who's bringing on the heat early in the morning. 3 birdies on the trot, Mr. Yuvraj Sandhu.
Is he putting for par or for birdie here?
Well,
it's hard to tell
your guess
with his record.
Yeah, your guess is as good as mine. You'll be able to tell a little bit from the reaction.
Seems like the reaction says 4 in a row, but let's find out.
Not quite certain. That would be quite something if that's a birdie as well.
That would even have us rattled in here.
No doubt about that.
Honey Besoya, very upright putting stance there for him. Really stays tall on that ball, unlike most of the players that you would find, fairly crouched up on putting, get their eyes more over the ball. But Honey Besoya stands much more upright. And whatever works for whoever is able to stroke that putter the best in whichever posture they're okay with. Clearly, Honey Besoya has got a great track record in professional golf. So goes to show that textbook isn't always what works for everyone. We take a look at Udayan Mane. Mane currently at 1 over par for the day and the tournament after the bogey on the second hole. Trying to save this par here on the fifth. No more drop shots. Mane really knocking that one up hard into the hole, saying that no more drop shots here. Beautifully done there by Udayan Mane, the Olympian. Hails from Pune. The famous Gumbads of the Delhi Golf Club there in the background. As we take a look at the groups walking up now onto the 10th hole. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the look of the 10th hole at the DGC. A big hello to all our viewers here watching the live telecast of this final day of the Vishwa Samudra Open 2024 presented by Kapil Dev. On our screens is Yuvraj Singh Sandhu from Chandigarh. Yuvraj Sandhu with 4 birdies in the first 4 holes, bringing himself up to 7 under par for the tournament. Very much now in striking distance of the leader, Ajitesh Sandhu. Ajitesh also from Chandigarh, leading at 11 under par, starting with a string of pars on the first 3 holes, is now only 4 shots ahead of Yuvraj Sandhu and 2 shots ahead of Jamal Hossain. Clearly getting to be a very interesting day. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu now on the 5th hole, probably trying to get that Nissan Magnite as well while he's at it. Sandhu got the right one, and he has another birdie opportunity here for Yuvraj Singh Sandhu on the 5th hole, just about 10 or 12 feet away from that flagstick. Yuvraj Sandhu playing a superb golf shot here on the 5th, setting himself another birdie opportunity to go 5 in a row. Will Yuvraj Sandhu on the 5th itself get to 8 under par for the tournament? Yet to find out as we take a look at Honey Besoya. And he's still in a bit of discussion with his caddy about the win. Not so sure about the club. It seems like he's made up his mind. You don't want to be standing there thinking of that too long. Make up your mind and go for it. And that's kind of what happens when you're in two minds. It's difficult to put a good swing on that ball. So Hani Besoya will have to contend now from that right bunker to make an up and down here on the 5th hole. Or maybe he can do heroics like Yuvraj Singh Sandhu earlier on the 3rd. Rashid Khan needs to start cooking up something of his own. Rashid starting with 4 pars in the first 4 holes. And, a pretty good shot there by Rashid. He should be about 25 feet away for birdie. Back with our leader group here, Jamal Hossain Mola coming up from the center of the fairway here on the 4th hole. In the background there, ladies and gentlemen, is the Gumbad, which is on the 4th hole tee box. I'm not so sure what the exact details of it are, but as you can tell, it has been renovated in the past couple of months and looks completely revamped. Jamal Hossain Mola now coming up onto this 4th hole. Front flag location today, 8 inside from the front. And a beautiful shot there for Jamal, setting himself a birdie opportunity here on the 4th. He's about 15 feet past the hole. Should have a good look at birdie over here. The ball does not turn as much as the slope suggests, but let's see if Jamal finds out in time.
It's still a makeable putt, maybe all of 20 feet. Making short work of this golf course is Yuvraj. 4 birdies on the trot.
4 birdies on the trot and set himself.
In a spot of bother here in that right bunker. Now, what would be interesting to note is the kind of shot that he employs from this bunker. Does he try and flight that up and spin it, or does he want to hit a soft runner?
I think that'll very much depend on the lie in the bunker, because the flat lies in these new Delhi Golf Club bunkers are very minuscule. So for the ball to settle in there is tough. So what looks like is a slight uphill lie here for Honey.
It doesn't quite spin here from these bunkers, and that really does add to the degree of difficulty. I think it's been a master class, as I said, in green design and bunker design, because normally the professional players don't worry too much if they hit the green side trap. They're as good from the bunkers as they are chipping. But here, I think the degree of difficulty has been added once you hit the bunkers, because you can't quite spin it. They're flat, shallow bunkers. The deeper a bunker, you also see the uphill embankment, that you get that uphill gradient if the ball is closer to the green side. So that's not quite here. You have these bowl sort of bunkers where it's very flat and the sides are not that steep per se. So you always have a flat sort of lie. You don't get an uphill lie in the bunker here. While we were off air, we were actually discussing why the ball is not spinning as much from the bunkers.
Rashid Khan with a good attempt there for birdie, but would come up short, but good 2.5 or 3 feet away now for par here on the 5th hole. While we are waiting with bated breath to look at Yuvraj Singh Sandhu's 5th birdie in a row.
I think while we were discussing that, I'll be hard pressed to think of the exact reason why it doesn't spin so much, and I'll try to reiterate. So the bunker, the dimensions of the bunker might be similar to what they were, but the surface area that the sand now occupies is a lot lesser than what it was previously. So the depth of the sand and also the width of the sand is probably not as much as it were previously. You'd have these bunkers sloping up, which would allow the player to sort of get a good uphill lie and a lot of sand under the ball. That doesn't quite happen. And as you stated, compact sand.
I'm not wrong, that's Ajitesh eyeing a birdie here on the fourth hole now.
I think he needs to get that
Well, yeah, he
meter
needs
running.
to stamp his authority now on that leaderboard, to just make sure he lets them know that he's around.
I think Yuvraj Sandhu has made his intent clear. He says, I'm going to run everybody ragged.
Who's going to go first? Which Sandhu is going to go first? Yuvraj Sandhu on the left side of our screens on hole number 5 for 5th birdie in a row. And Ajitesh Sandhu has hit his putt off on the 4th hole, trying to make his own birdie here.
That's a good effort.
Absolutely, a super effort.
He's dialed in as far as the speed is concerned. And somebody who's dialed in is Yuvraj. Let's see if this finds the bottom of the cup. And unfortunate for him. So he
That's
is
away
human.
to the right.
He is human after all. He can make par.
Both the Sandhus would have to settle for pars here on 4th and 5th, respectively. Ajitesh on the right side of our screens playing the 4th. And we have the next group where Yuvraj Singh Sandhu is playing on the 5th. Hani Besoya putting for par. A great attempt there by Hani Besoya, but that'll be a 4 for him. Jamal Hossain Molla taking a look, taking a 360-degree view of the line.
Would you think this front pin position is one of the more difficult ones on hole number 4, especially with that false front? If you leave the ball short, sort of rolls off. And I was having a discussion with a few of the players. They said trying to make up and down on these greens now is really difficult because it's shaved off from the side. It's almost reminiscent to what Augusta is in a way that you miss the greens. You can't quite make up and down if you miss it in the wrong place.
Absolutely, missing it on the wrong place. We spoke about this yesterday as well. The new green design is such that unless you miss it in the right places, you're going to have a tough time in making up and downs. Jamal Hossain will also have to settle for par here on the 4th hole. Sandhu on the left side of our screens, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, mind you, is putting for par on the 5th. So with the new design, as we were speaking, the way the greens are designed now, we spoke about this a bunch yesterday, but for the viewers who might not have been with us, the new design really makes it a ball striker's golf course, and you have to be really prim and proper with your approach shots, your yardages, and trying to keep that ball pin high. If you miss the ball on the wrong sides of these greens, you're going to have tough lies coming from the sides of the greens, and most likely have to contend with big slopes to be able to stop the ball. And the greens over here, let me tell you, they're pretty firm for a chip shot. They're pretty soft for a full shot, but they're pretty firm for a chip shot.
Yeah, it's a golf course where precision pays, and lack of it can really hurt you in the blink of an eye. As we have a look at the updated leaderboard, it's a final day that is really living up to the hype and expectations. This tournament took a lot of preparation and years in the making. The Vishwa Samudra Open 2024.
As we take a look at 3 more tries for the Nissan Magnite. And for these gentlemen, it'll be the final try for this tournament.
M. Dharma teeing it up a little to the right hand side. Could it be that he's trying to hit a fade here on this flag? Center left flag. I don't think fade is the optimal shot, but he's done well. That's a brilliant shot by M. Dharma, leaving it about 20 feet.
That's a good position to put himself in. It's a good look at birdie from there.
Jamal Hossain. An ideal pin position for Jamal. He likes to work the ball from right to left. And that, I feel, is the shot that this hole demands. having a discussion with his caddy, maybe in between gloves. That can happen when a player is not certain about the yardage or what club to go with or what shot to employ. So it's important that you and your caddy have an honest discussion about the shot that you wish to employ. It's always good to be certain before you pull the trigger.
Hole 1 on this hole is sponsored by Nissan Magnite at the Vishwa Samudra Open 2024. While we look at Jamal Hossain Mola now trying to pull off a hole-in-one himself over here. Vishwa Samudra is a multilateral business conglomerate with over 15 companies headquartered in Hyderabad. What a brilliant shot there by Jamal Hossain. Incidentally, Vishwa Samudra also hosts one of the best events in the country, the Golden Eagles. And is associated with many infrastructure projects in the country. In fact, currently 4 highways under the NHAI in Jammu and Kerala are being built by Vishwa Samudra Engineering. As we go and have a look at the well-engineered swing of Ajitesh Sandhu, right in front of that well-engineered product of the Nissan Magnite.
Absolutely. I see Sandhu. Let's see if he's able to get this close.
And he does. That's a really nice shot there by Ajitesh Sandhu, setting himself up for birdie about 15 feet away here on the 5th hole.
He's also making all the right moves, Ajitesh. He's playing consistent golf, tee to green, getting it on the green, making pars. He's put. And that happens a lot here at the Delhi Golf Club. We can see Mr. Chari, Sampath Chari, the tournament director. He's been a consistent figure here at the Professional Golf Tour of India. Very affable Mr. Chari. Is a wealth of knowledge when it comes to the game of golf, not just the rules itself, about the history of the game, and a lot more than that. The players do look up to him, and he takes a keen interest in each tournament. Now we see Arjun. So what could have happened there is if Arjun found his ball but then intended not to play it, so he can declare it unplayable, and what would happen in that event, he would have to go back to where he hit his second shot from. Because that doesn't quite leave any room per se, because the outer bounds is at his back, and 2 club lengths, maybe he's not getting a clear shot, so he'll have to go back and reload. That's one of the perils of playing at the Delhi golf course. You really don't get an inch here at the Delhi golf course. It demands excellence, does Delhi golf course, and that's for the player who does emerge as a champion golfer is often a worthy one. As we have a look at Udyanmane hitting that putt a little to the right on hole number 6, but should be able to make that. As we have a look at Jamal after that stellar tee shot on hole number 5, pitching it right on the flag and rolling it about 15 by. The greens have really sped up today. On the final day, that does happen because you see a lot more players have gone through. They've seen a lot of traffic. So the greens on the final day are often at their quickest. And there we saw Arjun Puri hitting his 4th again. Surprising that from the center of fairway he was able to hit such an errant shot. He was not quite in a spot of bother after his tee shot. In fact, if anything, he couldn't have placed it better. M. Dharma now. We saw him also hit an absolute peach of a shot of this tee, as I'm joined by Mr. Nikhil Kalan in the commentary booth. Jamal here for birdie, 15 feet.
So it's 15 feet.
My apologies, M. Dharma there.
M. Dharma
would turn a little to his left. Fairly makeable putt for him. And that's threatening the hole.
Just
but
short. One roll short.
Nikhil, now that you've joined us, we can talk about the fact that what Yuvraj has definitely set the cat amongst the pigeons, so as to speak. He's given some of these players something to think of.
That's
With
right.
4 birdies on the trot, he tells them that I mean business, and it's definitely put some pressure on the leading 2 players. Now Ajitesh finds himself only 4 shots ahead.
That's right.
That lead has really dwindled, evaporated.
Yuvraj is on fire, and we spoke about this at the start of the day, that if one of them gets on a run, Yuvraj or Rashid, they could be dangerous on the final day. And those 4 birdies, what do you reckon? Has it been the ball striking or the putting for Yuvraj?
The ball striking. He's impeccable in terms of ball striking. Anyways, I've often, really praised his ball striking, and now today it's really come to the fore. In fact, I had a conversation with him after we ended our broadcast yesterday, and he's really confident. And that's why he's also top 60 on the Asian Tour. He's done well for himself. And he's going to be around. But Ajitesh has the pedigree.
That's right. Still maintaining his 2-shot lead over Jamal. He's going steady.
If Ajitesh can hold this one and get to 12 under par, that can sort of turn the momentum around.
And that's...
just about skimming the cup there.
Yes. Tad disappointed with that.
Yeah, that was a brilliant putt and a great shot by Ajitesh. But I think all in all, we'd give him full marks for how he started this final round. He's been really consistent, hit good shots, and you often don't want to give any freebies. You want to let the other players come to you. If they have to, win the tournament or at least try and contend, then they have to earn their keep,
Yes.
so to speak. And he's done really well in that regard as Ajitesh. And even Jamal with 5 straight pars. No, this is the putt for his par.
And Jamal did it in the last PGTI event. Can lightning strike twice? Can he do it in back-to-back events?
It's quite possible. You'd be a fool to count this man out. He's a really good player as well as Jamal. Arjun now really making a meal of hole number 6. Would have that for double bogey. Jamal Hossain cleans up for his par. So both Jamal and Ajitesh are pretty much where they started after 5 holes at 11 and 9 under par respectively. The only change is that Yuvraj Sandhu now finds himself in 3rd position, 4 shots behind. M. Dharma is also where he started, even par for the day, and so is Rashid Khan.
And that's our very own Big Easy.
Absolutely.
Gentle giant, 6 feet 4 inch tall, Udyanmane.
A lot of burly strength in that frame. He does bludgeon the ball, does Udyanmane, gives it a big whack. also started creating a lot of social media, which is really interesting to note.
That's right, along with his close friend Samarth Trivedi.
Yeah, well done.
He makes that action from the.
I think he's also
sixth.
been working a lot on his fitness. I believe he's looking a lot more trim.
He follows a very, strict diet plan, as far as I know. No, he's not been eating anything post sunset.
That's good. That's definitely paying dividends as well. He's looking better and feeling stronger, and you can see that does reflect in the game. And I think if you can get an inch here on tour, you must fight for it, because the competition is so fierce that to separate yourself, it's really the small things that you do.
Yes.
And repetition is imperative. As we have a look at Arjun, who should make this for double, otherwise it'll be 3 shots gone in 1 hole. So he ends the hole at least on a good note, makes that up and down for his double bogey, but that would see him move to 3 over par for the day and 2 over for the tournament. So not really contending for the title, but for all these players, there's a lot to play for in terms of prize money, their position on the order of merit, and it'll be interesting to note. I mean, I know that we're only looking at the winners, but there's another battle within this war. The players want to get inside the top 60. They want to play the season ender.
And that was Rahul Gangji. He's won on the Asian Development Tour twice this year, so he has tasted success and he is in good form. He's contended on the PGTI. He's been close to winning, lost out in a marathon playoff back in October to Varun Parekh in Panchkula.
Odyan Mane now. On hole number 7. This hole has been rather difficult. We saw golf balls not really stopping on the green yesterday. Let's see if today is a little different. The pin position today is just a minute. We have the pin 11 on and 7 from the right. So pretty similar to what we... Sorry, my apologies. It's an erroneous reading by me. That was yesterday's pin position. Today, we'll soon find out. Today the pin position is 14 on and 5 from left, so diametrically opposite from what we had today, and that gives the player a little bit more room in order to be able to stop that ball.
Right. Arjun Puri now on the tee.
Very important shot for Arjun. It's important how you bounce back from adversity, because golf, the bad shot can always catch you unawares. That's the way the game is, and it's pretty similar to life itself.
Remember, it's not just about winning, but also about making your way up the PGTI order of merit, as we call it, the Tata Steel PGTI ranking, and getting into the top 60 for next week's year-end championship, and thereafter making your way up to the top 20 so that you get invites for the top international events staged in India.
Another miscue by Arjun. You're seeing that it's unraveling here. You don't want to go from one mistake to another. You want to be able to steady the ship and just hit the green. Sometimes when you're trying too hard, you sort of miss-hit the other one if you're trying to get too close. I'm sure he learns, still a young man, and has a great... This green has become a lot more difficult after the redesign, and I was discussing that it's difficult to get the ball to stop on it anymore.
We now throw for an interview with Mr. Amandeep Chol, CEO designate PGTI, who's due to take over as CEO of PGTI from 1st of January 2025.
Good morning. Welcome from the fourth day of the Vishwa Samudra Open presented by Kapil Dev here at the iconic Delhi Golf Club. मैं हूं अमनदीप जौहल, सीईओ डेजिग्नेट पीजीटीआई, और मेरे साथ बैठे हैं मिस्टर वीरेंद्र कुमार जो हैं गोल्फ कोर्स सुपरिंटेंडेंट ऑफ दिल्ली गोल्फ क्लब. पिछले 3-4 दिन में जो प्रोफेशनल्स ने बताया है कि ये गोल्फ कोर्स हैज़ बिन प्लेइंग एब्सोल्युटली फैंटास्टिक. द ग्रीन्स आर रोलिंग एट अ अमेजिंग स्पीड ऑफ 11 ऑन द स्टेम्प मीटर दिस मॉर्निंग. तो वीरेंद्र जी, मुझे बताइए कि आपने ये कैसे अचीव किया है, कितना बैकग्राउंड में आपका काम चलता है, बिकॉज लोगों को ये बताना बहुत ज़रूरी है कि गोल्फ कोर्स को प्रिपेयर करना कितना मुश्किल है. मैंने सुना है कि आपका जो ग्रीन कीपिंग स्टाफ है रोज़ 3:30-4 बजे सुबह आता है और कोर्स की प्रिपरेशन करता है. तो कुछ बताइए ज़रा कैसे चलता है.
सो एक्चुअली हम स्टार्ट करते हैं सर अर्ली इन द मॉर्निंग 4 बजे के आसपास, और हम प्रिपरेशन कर रहे थे सर लगभग 1 हफ्ता पहले टूर्नामेंट के लिए. और हमारा फोकस था सर मेन ऑन ग्रीन्स कि द ग्रीन्स शुड बी रोल वेल एंड स्पीड वाइज. सो वी फोकस्ड ऑन द स्पीड्स एक्चुअली एंड सरफेस मैनेजमेंट सर. सो वी हैव a good team, sir. Mr. Mahesh, he has a good experience. He had worked in Oman 10 years, and second is Rajiv. So on behalf of my team, I had done this work, sir. And
इसको थोड़ा सा स्टेबल रखेंगे तो
ओके सर. या
कोई बात नहीं, बताइए.
ओके. सो हमने सर मेन जो अपना कंसंट्रेट किया है ऑन ग्रीन्स और टी.
मुझे ये बताइए कि जो जैसे प्रेपरेशन होती है, अगर इतना बड़ा टूर्नामेंट है तो कितना टाइम लगता है इसको गोल्फ कोर्स को प्रिपेयर करने के लिए. तो अगर अब मैं बताऊं कि आपको दिसंबर में टूर्नामेंट देना है तो आपकी शुरुआत होती है अक्टूबर-नवंबर में. आप कोरिंग शुरू करते हैं, उसकी वर्टी कटिंग शुरू करते हैं, मेकिंग श्योर कि फर्टिलाइजेशन एट द राइट टाइम. तो उसके बारे में कुछ बताइए कि कितना इसमें वो काम चलता है.
टूर्नामेंट, कोई भी टूर्नामेंट होता है सर, तो हम उसको कम से कम भी कोई 15 दिन पहले हम फोकस करते हैं सरफेस मैनेजमेंट के लिए. उससे पहले जो हमारा जो मेन रहता है सर कोरिंग वर्टी कटिंग, तो हम कोशिश करते हैं कि सरफेस जो है वो बिल्कुल स्मूथ रहे. तो वो काम हम करते हैं सर लगभग महीना पहले जी. उसके बाद 15 दिन जो हमारे होते हैं तो उसको हम प्रिपेयर करते हैं सर फॉर सरफेस स्मूथनेस के लिए. जी सर.
परफेक्ट. और जैसे आपको सपोर्ट मिल रही है दिल्ली गोल्फ क्लब की मैनेजमेंट से, नए कैप्टन आए हैं
सर, तो
उसके आपको कैसे फ़ायदा मिल रहा है.
सर मुझे बहुत ज़्यादा सपोर्ट मिल रही है सर. पूरी कमेटी की सपोर्ट है सर, और बिल्कुल ब्रांड सपोर्ट है सर. और मेरे काम में किसी का कोई इंटरफेयर नहीं है सर. जो कमेटी का एडवाइस होती है सर उसको मैं करता हूँ सर, और उसके हिसाब से भी काम चलता है सर. और बाकी जो भी एडवाइस होता है सर उसको परफेक्टली हम इम्प्लीमेंट करते हैं सर. और
तो बहुत मुबारक आपको वीरेंद्र कुमार, आपको दिल्ली गोल्फ क्लब को और मैनेजमेंट को कि उन्होंने इतना अच्छा गोल्फ कोर्स हमें दिया है ओवर द लास्ट 4 days. द प्रोफेशनल्स हैव रियली कॉम्प्लीमेंटेड द दिल्ली गोल्फ क्लब. एंड साइनिंग आउट फ्रॉम हियर एट द दिल्ली गोल्फ क्लब ग्रीन्स, दिस इज अमनदीप जौहल.
थैंक यू सर.
An insightful discussion there as we get back to the action. Udayan Mane. All the players making par on hole number 5. The standout score thus far has been Yuvraj Sandhu 4 under through 5. We have SSP Chaurasia, who's 1 under for the day, 1 under for the tournament. Yashas Chandra 1 under for the day.
And Ajitesh holding on to that lead after 5 holes, 2 shot lead. Big question whether he can hold on till the end.
And Mukesh Kumar, the great man, rolling back the years. He's almost 58, I believe, 57, 58 years old. And look at the golf that he's displaying, even par.
He's 59, in fact.
Imagine. He's the same age that when that British Open was almost won. by Tom Watson, 59. So shows you that it's all possible when you're fit and nimble. And seriously, I'm sure in years to come there will be a biopic made on Mukesh Kumar. He means so much to the game of golf.
Truly. King of the Indian greens.
Absolutely. And remembering also the legend Mr. Rohtas.
Yes, that's
who
right.
passed away recently. He was also somebody who shaped golf in our country. There have been so many of these giants that we've had the privilege of walking amongst.
One of the leading lights of Indian professional golf, Rohtas Singh, also popularly known as Guruji by most of the golfers who came a generation after him, especially Mukesh Kumar.
As we have a look at Arjun Puri, would like to get a page from Guruji's book and hold this one. Right in should do it. Firm putt. Can't leave it loose here. He's done well to make par after that errant hole.
Now the focus shifts to Rahul Gangji. He'll be looking to make that putt, say about 3 feet.
Veer Lavat also 1 under par, so our order of merit leader.
He's marching towards that order of merit title. Manu Gandas, I believe, has missed the cut, his nearest competitor. So Veer
you can crown him the
closer.
champion.
Yes, almost there. Ready to take an unassailable lead in the Tata Steel PGTI ranking. Jamal with his bright trousers getting ready for his approach.
Veer Lavat currently sitting in at 1 crore 8 lakh.
The record for the season is 1 crore 18 lakh by Om Prakash Chauhan set last year. Now the big question is, can Veer beat that record?
I think it's safe to say that he would, because you're looking at such a big stellar event coming up for him, the 3 crore tour championship. And this week itself, if he's already around the top 10, and if he can inch upwards, he'll be able to get, I think that record would definitely be shattered.
And he's confirmed prize money amount for this week, and next week anyway is confirmed prize purse for all the players.
As you have a look at Dharma M in prime position to attack this flag. You see the players are circumspect of that bunker, which is at about 245 yards, jutting out. A new addition, that bunker. Previously there was no bunker in the center of the fairway.
M. Dharma, a winner of 3 titles, a winner this year on the PGTI. He comes from a place called Dharmapuri in Tamil Nadu, very close to the Karnataka border. He's of Tamil origin, and but he's grown up in Bengaluru. He's played at the KGA golf course all his life and supported by some members over there.
The lead currently that Veer Lavat holds over Manu Gandas is 43 lakh, and that's going to balloon up a lot more this week. And I think even if Manu was to win the final event, he would not be able to catch Veer. So I think it's safe to say that he is the new numero uno, and it's praiseworthy the fight that Manu has given him.
It could be just a formality after this, crowning the Tata Steel PGTI ranking champion going into next week.
Angachima in third position at 62 lakh and 78,000. That's just about stays up.
Just off?
Just off on the right hand side.
What do you make of that chip from there?
That's not too difficult. Fairly straightforward chip, because there's not much rough or fringe to contend with. If anything, I think that's a makeable chip from there. Look at the design of this green. It's been changed into a kidney shape, almost a very narrow sliver right at the end. So what they've done here is really narrowed down the targets. So it's quite penal if you miss the ball. And previously, as pros believed, if you miss it on either side, if you flag high, that's good enough. But not quite here at Delhi Golf Course. Now you need to be flag high and also in the correct direction. As you see on something like this hole, if you miss it to the left, you're in the bunker, right, you're in the rough. So not much space. So it's just no wiggle room here at the Delhi Golf Course anymore.
When you say flag high, what do you mean? Shaurya, just for our spectators who don't really play golf?
As we have a look at the top 10 scores, what I mean by flag high, let's say if you have a shot of 150 yards, so you want to ensure that you've got a good enough hit that your ball has traveled a minimum of 150 yards, somewhere around the vicinity. So that's what we say flag high. That means your club, you got an exacting strike on the club, so you've sent it the yardage. So normally on all golf courses, if you are flag high and maybe 10-15 feet on either side, that's considered a very good shot.
I guess it's the same as saying pin high.
Yeah, pretty much. That's just a different way of saying the same thing.
Yes, that's what I've heard the professionals generally say. So 11 under for Ajitesh Sandhu after 5 holes. Jamal Hossain chasing him at 9 under.
Yuvraj finally hitting a little bit of a speed bump on hole number 6 and making a bogey, and that's why I said it's the importance of making pars for the top 2 golfers. It's you can't overstate it. Just keep making your pars, and that often on a golf course like this is good enough.
One final round charge that I can remember immediately is by Shubhankar Sharma when he probably won his. It was probably his first title or second title, maybe, I can't remember, at the international level. On the DP World Tour, he shot a 10 under and won that event in the final round. So anything can happen.
Here again, Yuvraj in a little bit of a spot of bother, and me and Rahul spoke about these bunkers, that you're not able to get much purchase out from these bunkers. The ball doesn't really spin. You really need to get under this one and get it to stop quick. But he's got the required technique.
Some players specialize in these shots. They are very good bunker players.
Yeah, he's definitely one of them. He's got a very rounded game, and because he has that speed that he's able to generate on these bunker shots. And you can see it's a downhill bunker to a green which is a little bit of a turtle back. And now you see this shot will be very difficult to get spin on this one.
Yuvraj Sandhu there with that bunker shot, and he's just missed. An excellent bunker shot, inches from the pin, just going past the pin. Coming up with a great recovery there, Yuvraj Sandhu is inches from the flag.
Yeah, he really does have that side of the game dialed down. Everything's working on cue today. A look again at that bunker shot. You can see the club face is slightly open, but not too flared open, almost square, opting to use the bounce a lot more. That's advanced technique, and look at that golf shot. Look at that. What a beauty. Would have been 2 on the trot, but believe you me, this is the most difficult technique that he's employing, because he's not really opened the club face. So the leading edge is not digging into the sand. He's actually utilizing the bounce, and that's a very high-end player specialized shot, because you're utilizing the bounce to create the spin. So shows you that he's worked a lot on his short game, not just the long game.
Sounds a bit like cricket, utilizing the bounce to create the spin.
Yeah, pretty much. If you get the correct pitch, talking about correct pitch, India is up for another challenge at Australia. That seesaw battle going on down under.
Truly. And that pin position, what do you make of that? When Yuvraj was playing the bunker shot, was it
difficult pin position? I would have said that that shot is probably one of the most difficult bunker shots that you can face, because there's not much space and you have to generate spin in a very short distance. You only have about 7 to 8 yards,
right,
which you can play with. So that's a very elite level shot.
Shot.
Even decent amateurs, for about the 25-30 yard bunker shot, they can take a good mighty old swipe at it and get the ball to generate some spin. But when you have that short bunker shot, you have to spin it while also catching it, having a very exact strike. Very difficult shot, mind you.
And now we see Jamal Hossain is in a spot of bother. And Rashid on the left of our screen, Rashid trying to sink that long putt to make a move up the leaderboard. Honey had left it short on the last putt.
That's a good putt by Rashid. Unfortunate for it not to go in the hole. Rashid Khan all pars right through.
Jamal has a tricky shot coming up now, as I can see.
Yeah, a lot would depend on the kind of lie that he has here. If he does have a backswing which is unimpeded, but the good thing here is that he can actually roll this up all the way somewhere near the flag. I think 10 feet, 10 or 12 feet is something that he would be aiming for. That would be a good shot from where he finds himself. It's a good putt by Honey there, dressed in all black.
Honey has also played a lot of his golf here at the Delhi Golf Club, so he knows the course well.
And let's see how Jamal does here. Pitch it and then roll it up. I think he's done really well.
Yes.
He's an absolute maestro from in and around the greens. And you saw the type of purchase that he was able to extract of the green.
That's right.
His lie wouldn't have been the best in the rough, but he was still able to spin that. So it shows you that he really does know those shots.
Would that be a 5 to 6 footer for him?
Yeah, that would be about 5 feet for par, and I expect him to make that. Now we see Ajitesh Sandhu short-sighting himself here. Now this is what I was talking about, the degree of difficulty. He's almost flag or pin high, so to speak, but he finds himself in the rough because he was maybe off his target by about a yard or two.
Ajitesh
has done well. Ball popped up nicely, and that should be a comfortable putt for him.
Yes.
In order to make his par.
One can expect him to sink that putt. And on the bag for Ajitesh is Surya Vijay Singh, another very experienced campaigner. He's caddied for the big wigs of Indian golf, from Jeev Milkha Singh to Jyoti Randhawa to Arjun Atwal, and now with Ajitesh Sandhu.
Does he travel internationally as well with Ajitesh?
He does.
Yeah, Surya has a lot of experience, very well traveled and wealth of knowledge, I think, that Ajitesh would greatly benefit from.
Absolutely.
Dharma M now.
Going with the putter from the fringe, would you do that?
Yeah, I think from here, especially, the faster the greens get, it makes a lot more sense to opt with the putter. Reduces some of the uncertainty, because it's a lot difficult to make up and down on greens like this. Your chip shots become almost an exercise in precision. With the putter, you still have a little bit of leeway. He's at a good putt. It looks like it's tracking, and just about the last moment turned the other way. But a brilliant putt, nevertheless, by M. Dharma.
That's right. One of the most consistent performers on the PGTI, always in the top 20 every season that I can think of. This is a crucial moment for Jamal Hossain.
So the players who've teed off on the back nine, we only have Sandeep Singh, who's 1 under par. The rest of the field is all over par, barring a few. I think Kapil Kumar, Shaurya Bhattacharya and Shamim Khan are 1 and 2 under par, respectively. It's been a trying day. Karandeep Kocher is 1 under par. But this golf course has been a true test of golf. Probably one of the highest scoring weeks that we've seen thus far this year.
Very interesting stat there. Very few underpars today.
This would be a valiant par by M with Jamal Hossain. Should break a little bit to his left. He's quite good at these right to left putts. It's a very good hit on the putt.
Oh!
It went the other way, and it surprised him as well. And
yes, and he knew it as soon as he hit that putt.
It had the both of us fooled. In fact, he saw that he pointed with his right hand. That it was rather surprising for it to have broken the other way.
He'll have to put this disappointment behind him.
It's a very different putting style as to what is employed by Rashid Khan. If you see Jamal, all his putts are very, hits them very gingerly.
Right.
They just about fall in the hole, whereas Rashid Khan is a lot more assertive.
And we had the referee checking something there for Ajitesh, Mr. Handa, one of our referees.
Not quite certain what that was. Ajitesh Sandhu now.
He's made that.
Good putt
Ajitesh
there.
slowly and steadily making his way towards that elusive title here at the DGC.
Delhi Golf Course, a hospitable venue for all our players this weekend. We must thank the members, the administration, and the organization in helping put together this fantastic event. The inaugural Vishwa Samudra Open 2024 presented by Mr. Kapil Dev. This golf course sees a lot of traffic, and given that fact, for the members to be so receptive to professional golf is heartening to see. The Delhi Golf Course has been the cradle of Indian golf for as long as one can remember, churning out one champion after.
रात में जो मजा है, मजा ये कुछ नया नया है कि मुझको आज क्या हुआ है, ये झूमता ही जा रहा है। हम कहाँ है, तुम कहाँ हो, दिल कहाँ पे होश।
Bisleri, drink it up.
झूम 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 झूम।
He's gone way beyond.
Trying to bump that and run it up, but just about missing his spot. And it shows you that this golf course is very penal.
That's right.
Doesn't give you too many opportunities. You have to be right on the money when it comes to the short game shots as well.
A sport of such fine margins.
Yeah, and finer so after the green changes. Now you'll see this putt, the case in point being this putt by Arjun. This will, I think, for all intents and purposes, I think this should be his eagle putt. He's a long hitter, can easily get here in two. Would require a deft touch here. It's very easy to overhit this and actually lose the ball over the green. He's done well. He's done really
Good
well.
job
as
there.
Arjun.
He set himself up for a tap in there. And a little bit about our sponsor this week, Vishwa Samudra Engineering Private Limited, a multilateral business conglomerate with over 15 companies headquartered in Hyderabad, India. With unwavering commitment to conduct business ethically beyond borders, has highlighted the ambitious vision of this dynamic group. The experience and credibility of the seasoned Vishwa Samudra team over the last decade has reflected their stellar work that has been transformative, with futuristic thinking and commitment towards a sustainable environment. The multidisciplinary services offered reflect the team's rich domain knowledge and agility. Vishwa Samudra Engineering doing a lot of infrastructure work across the country. It has specialized in heavy infrastructure works, including roads, tunnels, bridges, ropeways, irrigation, metros, electrical and dredging. So a big thank you to our title sponsors, Vishwa Samudra Group. And a big thank you to our presenting partner, Mr. Kapil Dev, too, the great Indian all-rounder who's done the nation proud with his exploits on the cricketing field, and now he's doing a great job promoting professional golf in the country. He is also the president of the PGTI.
As we have a look at Jamal there, teeing off with an iron here.
Another important factor that one has learned over the years covering golf, that players need to keep themselves hydrated and well fed through the 18 holes. There's you could share this with all your experience. Do you keep munching on something, some energy bars or something, to keep your hands going, to keep your energy going? Because sometimes there's a loss of energy towards the end of a round.
Yeah, of course. I think it's imperative that you have your energy levels up, and you see the players munching on. Normally, that get some sort of a complex carbohydrate. In years past, of course, we turn around on the 9 and have a cheeseburger, but I think those days are long gone. Cheeseburger and a Coke or fries or something. But obviously, these days the players are so cognizant of their health and everything that they do consume. So normally you'd see them have some sort of BCAA sort of make some sort of complex drink which helps them replenish their electrolytes and body salt. So they have that, and along with that you'd see some going with the old school banana or dry fruits or anything that keeps the energy up. You don't want a spike in energy, you want constant energy for the rest of the round. So
what did you carry in your bag, Shaurya?
Well, just bananas, to be honest. I was like a squirrel, to be honest. I would run through an entire half a dozen, I remember. Mind you, I was on the golf course for a lot longer than the rest. So, I needed more. As we have a look at Yuvraj, who's coming up with his approach on hole number 8. Not quite certain if that is his ball.
Shaurya being very honest there.
That's as they say. I met Mr. Chari yesterday. We have a light-hearted discussion, and I said the nicest players to the referees are the ones who are the slowest, because they need you on your side. He had a mighty laugh at that. Let's have a look at what appears to be Honey. I think he's taken off his wind cheater, and now he's exposing the red and black a la Tiger Woods. He's a really strong ball striker. He's a very strong man, and hits the 3-wood. I've seen his numbers. He carries the 3-wood about 280 off the tee.
And you saw that right hand come off as he hit it. Is that a sign that the player has not hit what he expected to?
Sometimes when the contact is not perfect, because of that you can't quite hold on to the club. So it's mostly the reverberations that are felt. So that's why one hand comes off when it's not pure contact. But sometimes even that, when it happens, you catch it a little thin, it'll come out a little lower and still maybe on line. So if that is the case, then it's not too bad, because here you don't really need to fly it all the way. And Dharma M finds himself in a rather adventurous spot here.
Just outside the bunker. For beginners, remember, no practice swings when you're in the bunker. Not that Dharma is in the bunker, but just a reminder, you cannot touch the surface of the bunker. You have to dig your feet in, position yourself, and hit your shot.
Dharma playing hole number 7 alongside Jamal. This is going to be a very difficult shot, and he really has his work cut out in order to get about 15 feet for his par from here. I think when you get out of position, it's important not to be too ambitious. So take your pill.
Sure, I wanted to ask you, do players practice all these things, these, difficult lies and, during the practice round?
To be honest with you, these kind of shots are not really practiced much by players, because that's a good shot. I mean, that's brilliant that he was able to get spin on that. Seriously, these players are doing something that I have not quite seen. They're able to get spin. Even Jamal, I saw from the rough, shows you that, with the correct technique and being able to accelerate, you can actually stop the ball. So kudos to him. And we see both these players short-siding themselves. This is not the error that you want to make on hole number 7. Now, Jamal has a lot more difficult shot. You can't even see the ball.
And he's 4 shots behind now. So opening up a big lead.
But that would be the furthest from his mind. Right now, he's just thinking about this hole, because he's put himself in a real spot of bother here with these slick greens, and you're in that sort of collection area, the ball sitting down. You have to ensure that you don't decelerate and keep the club face open and turning.
Yuvraj suddenly contending for the second spot now.
Oh, what an absolute thing of beauty. I mean, that is outstanding, magical. What a silken touch this man possesses. A brilliant shot.
He came up with a great chip on the last
I must say
hole as
they've put on an exhibition of short game right here. Both these players have been right on the money. As we have a look at Ajitesh surveying his putt. Professional golf has gone from strength to strength over the years. We've seen the prize purses go up. We've seen the associates and the sponsors. We've seen a lot more international flavor on the Professional Golf Tour of India. And if you fancy yourself as a player, I would tell you, please fill up the qualifying school form and land up to Tata Nagar for the PGTI qualifying school. There'll be multiple events leading up to the pre-qualifying 1, 2 and 3. We'll soon be going over to Rahul Bajaj, having a discussion with Mr. Kapil Dev.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Rahul Bajaj here on the 18th green right now with Mr. Kapil Dev. And ladies and gentlemen, need I tell you that this is the Vishwa Samudra Open 2024 presented by Kapil Dev. Kapil Dev, who is also now the president of the PGTI, and we'd like to hear from him how it is now to be heading another sport and helping out golf and taking his passion forward in the entire world of sports. Kapil sir.
I think it's wonderful, and I always maintain that it's not only one sports in our country. There are so many sports, and we have to encourage other sports. And I feel very happy and proud about being part of golf, and it's a beautiful game too.
So, coming from the world of cricket into the world of golf, one of the biggest differences that I find in the two sports is the fact that you play on very different grounds each day when you're playing golf. And in terms of cricket, the size doesn't change; it's the pitch that changes over the days. Could you shine some light on that, please?
I think it's green all around, and it's green there. Though it's all depend in cricket ground how the pitch is. Here also, it's all depend how the greens are. If the greens playing true, it can be very challenging. But I think every sports has its own charm. And I played both the games. I haven't played golf up to that level, but I think knowing and playing with the professional and staying with the professional, you come to know how much hard work they put into the game.
Compared to cricket or any other sport, you see golfers today, at the end of the day today, do you think that a lot more opportunities for sports has come up in the country, and as people like you keep getting associated, you think, would you say that opening up more and more opportunities for the kids to come into sports is what you would like to see?
I think for sure, 40 years back or 30 years back, there used to be only Doordarshan 1 hour sports in a week. Today you have 4-5 channel, 24 hours showing the sports. So that makes a lot of difference. Youngsters get opportunity to see different sports and they can try their hand. And look at that. Even Kabaddi becomes so famous. We never ever realize that sometime. So all these things are important when you show the game on television. And if the television comes in, the promotion of sports become very easy.
And, as the president of the PGTI, what do you think are going to be your plans going into 2025? And how do you see the game of golf and professional golf really progressing out there?
I think very important is the corporate world have to come forward. A lot of corporate tournament take place, but that's for the corporate for their own in-house. But when you're talking about the professional, the corporate responsibility should be there to look after the top golfers and top sports people. And I think that's what we are looking for. My outlook to the game is, can we give them 30 or 40 weeks of sports or tournament? That's very, very important. In our country, anyway, 4-5 months, hardly any sports can be played. It's so hot. But rest of the, 6 months, can we give every week a new tournament in different cities? That's what I hope for. And I want to. I always talk to my team, all the board members, give the young boys, they want to play. And if they can play for money and make their life out of that, why not?
So as you say, basically what you're getting at is that we want more of corporate involvement in the sports. We want more and more kids to come up and play the game, and overall you want to present more and more opportunities for these kids to go out and be able to compete, so that they can hone their skills further and grow, and go into better tours and so on and so forth.
I think that's the most important. You have to give opportunities for education also. You have a better college, better university. They become a better student here also. You have to give opportunity to youngster to come out and play and express themselves. If they can do that, the sky is the limit in golf, because look at how much money they have in sports internationally, not in India, but Europe and America. Unbelievable.
Amazing. Thank you, sir. It was an absolute pleasure speaking with you. And as Mr. Dev suggests, giving the players more and more opportunities is what he suggests to do as the president of the PGTI of India. Signing off there from the 18th green is Rahul Bajaj.
Thank you.
Thank you there to Rahul Bajaj and Mr. Kapil Dev for that insightful discussion.
And there's an update on the leaderboard. Ajitesh Sandhu making par on the 7th.
Yeah, so Ajitesh with that par would remain at 11 under par. He's made 7 on the trot. And Jamal Hossain, we've just gotten an update, and actually made a double bogey on 6. I'm not quite sure what transpired, but the eventual outcome was a double bogey for him. And so he would see himself fall back 4 shots behind Ajitesh. Ajitesh now with a lot more elbow room, so to speak. So he's in a comfortable position heading into this back 9 with 2 more holes to go, and pretty certain that he can make birdie on hole number 8. He has the length and the consistency to make birdie on hole number 8. Yuvraj Sandhu as well, with a bogey on 6, now is 3 under for his round after that red hot start.
Sure, yeah, I think Jamal was in trouble on the right side on the 6th. He could have lost his ball and taken a penalty drop there.
Yeah, not quite certain what really happened there, but anyways, we'd soon know what transpired. And while we do that, let's also take a minute to mention our tour partners: Tata Steel, Nissan, Bisleri, Electroplus, Rolex, Golf Design India, Athletic Drive, and Golf Plus.
Monthly.
Yes.
Amrutanjan Electroplus, that is, and Golf Plus Monthly. A big thank you to all of PGTI's tour partners for their support through the year.
Yeah, they make the magic possible. Getting the tour together is no mean feat. We have stellar tournaments, and which will be capped the week after next in the Tata Steel Tour Championship. And this tournament as well is definitely a shot in the arm for the tour, a feather in its cap. The Vishwa Samudra inaugural Vishwa Samudra Open 2024.
And as one says, you can never take the DGC for granted, and that has been proved once again with Jamal's dropped shots and the others rising behind him. Yuvraj Sandhu suddenly tied second.
Now have a look at Arjun Puri here at number 9. What I'm saying, the change in layout, you can barely see the lower half of his body.
Right.
So it shows you the change in elevation, and these greens really do drop away on all sides. So they're very difficult targets, I must say. And this is a masterclass in golf course design, and gives the players a lot to think about. They can't quite run it up, roll it up here anymore. Unfortunately, they have to hit those high, difficult shots. Like you see, he's having to utilize the bounce of the club and get some spin. And even then, nothing is guaranteed. This chip might end up missing the green.
That's right.
Look at
He's got a really tough putt for himself. And we see Udayan Mane there. Udayan with his experienced caddy Rupesh Pardesi in those smart red and white check trousers. He's been on the bag for Udayan for a long, long time now. Accompanied him to the Olympics in Tokyo in 2021. And Udayan has left himself a long putt there. This is the ninth hole. We're following the group with Udayan Mane, Rahil Gangji and Arjun Puri. You can see Udayan's card there. Arjun Puri ready to make his putt now. Not an easy one. And he's made that. Rahil Gangji will be next. And he's just gone past the pin. That was not an easy putt, about a 10-footer for Rahil. He'll tap in now.
Organizers of this tournament. It's a scintillating day out here. It's sunny, it's windy, and all of you who are joining us now at Eurosport and also on ABP Live, Ajitesh Sandhu stays up at 11 under par, followed now by Jamal Hossain, who is now 4 shots away at 7 under par, tied alongside Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. With all of that action going on the golf course, I would like to get a quick word in from Shaurya Singh, who has been spending all his time in the commentary box, getting an idea as to what he thinks is going on out on the course.
Thanks, Rahul. I think you've wonderfully encapsulated what has transpired thus far. We've seen that the action has come thick and fast here at Delhi Golf Course. Yuvraj Singh getting off to a blistering start with birdie on hole number 1, 2, 3 and 4. And then a solitary bogey on hole number 6. So he's pretty much in there, 4 shots behind Ajitesh. But as we spoke yesterday, it was so important what we pointed out, that Ajitesh really stick to his guns. It's important that he keeps making pars, and that's what he's done all throughout. He's made pars for the first 7, and he sees himself 4 ahead of Jamal as well as Yuvraj. So I think a lot to play for. You see the wind is picking up, as we spoke early in the morning as well. And it's going to be a test of nerves and ball striking as well, especially on that treacherous back 9. And especially with both these players having to play hole number 9, that could also change complexion of things to come.
A quick question from you, Shaurya, is that, you think with that four-shot buffer that we have between Ajitesh and the rest of the 2 players, Yuvraj as well as Jamal, do you think that going into that back 9 in just another moment is going to change things, and you think they could catch up with 4 shots?
Yeah, I think, Yuvraj has already signaled his intent that he's going to be making birdies. He's really on song and he's firing on all cylinders. The only thing that Ajitesh probably needs to watch out for, I think he would need to make a birdie sooner rather than later, because the bogeys are going to come as they do on this golf course. And then, maybe just a 1 or 2 shot lead can be a little too close for comfort. So I would think that he needs to make a birdie maybe in the next 3-4 holes. And Jamal, knowing him, is really tenacious, and I'm pretty certain that he'll make a birdie as well. And Yuvraj, obviously, he's going to shoot lower than a 5 under par. So it's all to play for. But he couldn't have asked for a more comfortable position. 4 shots with the back 9, I think it's a really good position.
Absolutely, but the winds are really picking up out here at the Delhi Golf Club, and that could really mean a very interesting back 9. Going in to have a word with Ishan D'Souza right now. Ishan, what has it been like for you to be organizing this event, the Vishwa Samudra Open, the very inaugural tournament presented by none other than Mr. Kapil Dev?
It's been an honor for us. I do work with the Vishwa Samudra group as well. We've been running their corporate event for the last 8 years now. We've, they finished the 8th edition this year, and this is our first foray into professional golf. We've actually been really, really happy with the kind of turnout we've had. Not only from the professionals that have actually showed up, all the top professionals from the PGTI are here. A lot of them who ply their trade in Europe and Asia have also come and playing this event. But also the supporters, the DEC members that have actually come out here and been a part of this event through the entire week. We also have an exciting 9 holes left today. And, I'm sure that it's going to go down to the wire with Jamal, Ajitesh and Yuvraj fighting it out for the inaugural edition of this tournament.
And absolutely, for all of us, it is great to be seeing a lot of good action going on into that back 9, and I'm sure that's an honor and a proud feeling for all of you as well. But, in the larger scheme of things, what is it that, you and Vishwa Samudra have in their mind for golf in general and professional golf, to be specific?
So I think as part of the Vishwa Samudra group, we've always promoted sport. Golf has been something very close and we're all passionate about it from the senior management at the Vishwa Samudra group. Like I said before, we've hosted multiple corporate events. We also support a lot of young talent. And I think this being our first foray into professional sport, I think this is just going to be the start of a lot of things bigger coming up, apart from, of course, hosting this event on an annual basis, but also supporting and actually being there for a lot of the other players in whatever capacity we can going forward.
There, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it from the man himself. So Vishwa Samudra definitely has a larger and grander plans going into the future for golf in India. And here we are from the 18th green, signing off now, back into the commentary box.
Thank you so much.
Well, those were our 2 commentators, Rahul Bajaj and Shaurya Singh, having a chat with Ishan D'Souza. Ishan representing Vishwa Samudra Group, the title sponsor for this event. That's action from hole number 8, and we have the leader group there. Ajitesh Sandhu now enjoying a 4-shot lead, looking for his first win at the DGC. Ajitesh is an international winner, a winner on the Asian Tour. He's won a title on the Japan Challenge Tour and 4 more on the PGTI. So he's a winner of 6 titles. Now we have M. Dharma lining up his putt, the third member of the leader group. He's left it just short. He'll tap in from there. Jamal to putt next. Jamal not finding a birdie till now in the final round. He's had a double bogey on the 6th and 6 pars so far. So he's desperate to make a move up the leaderboard and challenge the leader, Ajitesh Sandhu. And he makes that putt. mic is off right now.
The Samudra Open, we had a slight amount of a hiccup once again here with our microphone, but we are back on now, and we have got Udayan Mane getting ready for his putt, while there's been a lot of action going on with Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, who has made 6 birdies on that front nine and just one tiny blemish on the 6th with 1 bogey to be at 5 under par through the turn, tying alongside Jamal Hossain Mola at 8 under par, who himself has made a birdie on the par 5 number 8 to be at 8 under par. Just 3 shots away from Ajitesh Sandhu. This game seems like it can be anyone who can take this show now.
Absolutely. As you have a look at Udayan Mane, of all the golf courses that you'd think, this is the last that you'd think you can make 6 birdies on the front nine. As you have a look at Udayan, just about missing that part on the lower side.
Especially in these windy conditions today, Shaurya. We've been out there now for the past couple of minutes on that 18th green, and you know the flags are really fluttering, the leaves are blowing away, and that only goes to show what must be happening with the golf ball up there. So the player must really be in control of their swings and the golf ball to be able to string together a good round today. And Yuvraj Sandhu defying all these factors and going on to finish that front nine in 5 under par really goes to show a ton of grit and determination in this young lad.
Yeah, absolutely. We also have the other players. Rashid Khan is 1 under through his first 9. SSP Chaurasia, 2 under par. Then you have Yashas Chandra, who's quietly crept up the leaderboard, who's 1 under for the tournament. He's 2 under for the day. Obviously, the standout player today is Yuvraj Sandhu. He's exemplifying the sort of form that has carried him to some really good finishes on the Asian Tour. as you have a look at this split screen view. Arjun Puri on hole number 10 and Ajitesh Sandhu on hole number 9. It's getting a relief from maybe a sprinkler head is Ajitesh.
The sprinkler heads are a free relief. We've got the tournament director, Mr. Sampachari, keeping a close eye on that, while Arjun Puri cleans up on the left side of our screens here at hole number 10.
I remember having this discussion with you about Yuvraj's ball striking ability and what sets him apart from the rest of the players.
I think it's the rate of compression that he exhibits on the ball, a lot of fast hands moving through that hitting zone, and that gets him to launch the ball up pretty high. And I think especially on like a hole number 9 where the pin is today tucked in to the top right with 29 from the front, there's hardly any room between that bunker lip and where that flag is located. The only way that you can really get close to that is if you can launch up your long irons high enough.
I often harken back to this. Is I have compared Yuvraj's game, the way the ball comes out, the swing, a lot of similarity to Sergio Garcia, but he actually might be a bigger, stronger version of Sergio Garcia. If anything, he hits the ball further, higher and stronger. Really, I think the sky is the limit for this player. He has all the ingredients that you require to be, almost, I think it'll be too much if I say once in a generation player. I think people will hold that against me. But, ever since I've seen his game, I've been mighty impressed. The only other player that come to mind, that's probably when we were playing golf with Gaganjeet Bhullar. We saw him, we thought that he had something that the rest of the players didn't. It's about having ingredients that the rest of the players just don't have.
Well, having the ingredients and also, having the wherewithal to be able to, use them when required. And Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, in the past couple of years, has showcased his prowess on the Indian tour to begin with. Ajitesh Sandhu is going to have a tough one coming back now for par here on the 9th hole.
That's a good putt, though, from that.
Well, yes, it is
fairway away from.
Fairway away, but that fairway away will actually lead him now to have a long attempt remaining for par.
Yeah, he would want to be missing that, because then he only takes a sliver of a lead of what he had. He goes in with a 2-shot lead on the back 9, and with both Jamal and Yuvraj at 8 under par. So the tournament is still wide open.
Pretty much open.
As I say,
we've got one more player now contending for it. Yesterday we thought there were 2 players who were going to battle it out, but seems like it's a trio.
It might be too early to count Rashid out as well. He has a proclivity to shoot deep under par rounds. Maybe if he shoots a 3-4 under par and gets to that 7-8, I thought the 9 under par would be a number where where the victory might be decided. So might be 9 or 10, depending on what Ajitesh does on this back 9. Everything will hinge upon his display on the back 9. As we have a look at M. Dharma.
Yuvraj Sandhu, has not won a tournament in, I think, if I'm not wrong, about 2 years. And he's been trying to ply his trade mostly on the Asian tour, for which he has secured his card going for the 2025 season. And, giving by all of that. And M. Dharma makes a birdie while listening to all of that. Hopefully not. But
that would take him to 3 under par and pretty much in the thick of things. I think if you're within about 8 or 9 while playing the back 9, anything's possible here at the Delhi golf course. And if the wind gods do decide to show up, this could be a lot more different. We've already seen the wind pick up a notch.
We've not really spoken much about the legendary SSP Chaurasia, but he is slowly creeping up that leaderboard as well. Currently at 2 under par and a tie for 5th position is SSP Chaurasia, tied alongside M. Dharma as we speak.
And what about the legend Mukesh Kumar? He's crept up on us unbeknownst. He's even par for the tournament with 9 holes to play, and still young at the young age of 59. It just shows you that he is the true Iron Man of Indian golf.
The only place that I feel like you could count Mukesh out is probably going to be a really, really long golf course. And a wide open one. But on a golf course like Delhi Golf Club, you cannot count out Mukesh Kumar at all. In fact, he won the Panasonic Open here a couple of years ago, and that I think was also at the age of 50 or 49, if I'm not wrong. And Mukesh Kumar, of course, with that amazing track record of his, Rashid Khan trying to flop that one up, but seems like it's become a flop shot.
That's Look at that flag now.
These kind of wins on this golf course is a pretty tough one to navigate. Kudos to the players who are being able to string the number of birdies as they are together right now on the course. And ladies and gentlemen, if you're around this region, you must come around and watch the show live in action here at the Delhi Golf Club. Mind you, 5 under par through that front nine in this win is no mean feat.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely the front nine of the tournament thus far. Maybe even the round of the tournament, the way he's going. It's been a stellar performance by Yuvraj. He's delivered when required, and that's what makes for a great showing on the Professional Golf Tour of India. The depth of talent and number of players that we have competing from all over the world is also heartening. This week, we've had Jamal Hossain making the cut from Bangladesh, K. Prabhakaran from Sri Lanka, Stepan Danek from Czechia, Digraj Singh Gill from the United States of America. Honey now on hole number 11, it appears to be.
Well, Honey seems to be fairly warmed up. He's given up that cardigan for the day.
Yeah, now doesn't need to brave the elements anymore. Very amenable weather.
Currently sitting pretty at 1 under par. Honey Besoya trying to make a birdie here on hole number 10. Will he get that one in? And that one just about tapers off short of the hole. Amazing attempt there by Honey Besoya. Just a quick little tap in there on that 10th hole. Left side top flag location today. A tough one to get close to. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, of course, has attempted to get close to it and has landed up on the fringe. Very much a makeable birdie attempt from where he sits.
Yeah, he's not really letting up his Yuvraj.
Yuvraj Singh Sandhu bringing together a lot of focus, grit and attention to his game. Trying to convert this into a victory if he can after almost what we can call a hiatus, because he's been busy trying to get himself onto the Asian tour and staying up there. Has he got enough pace on that one? Not.
As the wind picks up, pars are also not too bad, to be honest with you.
Well, actually, looking at the picture of the wind, definitely pars are not bad at all. But on this level of professional golf, ladies and gentlemen, pars unfortunately are not going to suffice. Definitely not between the three men up here, Ajitesh Sandhu, Yuvraj Sandhu and Jamal Hossain Mola. Pars are certainly not going to get the job done. Birdie galore is what we are looking for. And Yuvraj Singh Sandhu is the man who leads the way there in terms of the number of birdies made for the day between these three players. Ajitesh Sandhu cleaning up that front nine with all pars. 9 pars in a row for Ajitesh as he moves into the back nine, leading the way by 3 shots at 11 under par. The day's proceedings, just a few moments ago, I had a brilliant chat there with Mr. Kapil Dev, who is the presenter of this tournament and playing this week with 126 professionals who started the tournament. 51 players have made the cut, and Ajitesh Sandhu leads the way at 11 under par. And Mr. Kapil Dev, as he mentioned at that little chatter that we had back of the 18th green, he mentioned how he looked forward to having a lot more opportunities for the golfers in the country. So making sure that there are tournament after tournament that are played. His endeavor.
What a great shot! But he looks tired. And that's a drinks break.
But what's the plus sign for? अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस। जब लगे थकान वाली प्यास, जरूरी है सेल लेवल हाइड्रेशन। इसके इलेक्ट्रोलाइट्स आपके सेल्स को रिहाइड्रेट करें, एनर्जी लौटाएं, थकान वाली प्यास मिटाएं।
जब आपको भी लगे थकान वाली प्यास, अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस, थकान वाली प्यास के लिए।
Rashid Khan trying to make his way up the leaderboard, but faltering with a bogey on the 10th hole, has dropped off to 3 under par for the tournament after 10 holes, and that would pretty much derail his chances of winning this event. Race pretty much looks like it's between this man on our screens, Jamal Hossain Mola. We see his swing tracer there, lagging that club beautifully into the ball. Jamal Hossain Mola from Dhaka, Bangladesh, prolific golfer, a gentleman. As we take a look at this iron swing by Ajitesh Sandhu on hole number 5, lags it up beautifully. In fact, gets in that arc coming in a lot closer than what Jamal does, and shallows that club out way more than Jamal Hossain did coming into the ball. As we take a look at M. Dharma with that club tracer, going on to showcase same way, shallowing out, very similar to how Ajitesh shallowed out his golf club and brought that arc further forward as he got into the ball. Amazing display there, as well as a nice view of the golf swing. We take a look at legendary golfer Mukesh Kumar coming up on the 12th hole, the difficult par 3. On the 12th hole today, the pin is perched up 25 yards from the front edge and 7 yards from the right. So pretty much a very similar pin position to what yesterday's pin position was. Mukesh Kumar has missed that golf ball off about 10 yards left of the green, leaving himself a very difficult up and down to be made. The rest of the players in this group are one being on the front edge on the dance floor and one being on the back edge on the fringe. That's going to be a bit of a tough ride for these gentlemen. Playing alongside Mukesh Kumar is SSP Chaurasia and Shankar Das. SSP Chaurasia and Shankar Das, both golfers hail from Calcutta, from the Royal Calcutta Golf Club. They mostly have grown up learning their golf over there, and both of the gentlemen have had stellar golfing careers. Need I say, SSP Chaurasia has won 3 tournaments internationally, and Shankar Das has actually been the Order of Merit leader here on the PGTI in the past. Back on the 10th hole, looking at our leader group. Ajitesh Sandhu from the middle of the fairway, just before that mound, should have nearly about 150 to 160 yards out to that front edge. Pin today on this 10th hole is perched up 32 yards from the front edge and 8 yards to the left. There is a false front on the left side, so the player has to pretty much make the ball travel good 25 yards plus before it really hits the dance floor. Ajitesh Sandhu finding the putting surface here on the 10th hole, as I give a shout out here to my fellow commentator Shaurya Singh, who is at the back of the 18th green. Ladies and gentlemen, now with Shaurya Singh.
We are delighted to be here with Mr. Uttam Singh Mundi, the CEO of the Professional Golf Tour of India. So thank you for joining us first of all. I want to get your thoughts on this week thus far. We've seen some brilliant action. The golf course has proven to be quite a test for our players. Yuvraj, Jamal, and Ajitesh have been a cut above the rest. What are your thoughts on the week thus far?
Thanks, Shaurya. The week is fantastic. I mean, the scoring is a little tight and tough. I guess the wind has picked up the last few days, and that's made it tougher. I mean, that's one of the reasons why the cut was slightly higher this time. And but it's a true test. I mean, Delhi Golf Club is always a great venue for an event, and it's a testing golf course. I mean, I still do remember when we have these international tournaments come here. I mean, everyone is scared. I mean, the drivers stay home, and only the fairway clubs do come out. I mean, your rescues come out on the tees. So it's always though the fairways are pretty wide, but it just gives you a tunneling effect because of the tree line course. And I think, but our Indian boys they're well versed with this. But in spite of that, I think, it's the greens are playing fantastic. They're smooth and they're quick. And the wind not helping much with the scoring. So, but it's tough. And I think, we have seasoned golfers like Ajitesh and Jamal. Jamal just coming out of a win from Dick Boy from after the Indian Oil tournament. So, he's fresh and hunting for more. Ajitesh has always been a rock star. He's been a solid player. And, I think it's good to see both of them going neck to neck on this.
I think you're being a little modest as well, that this golf course has a scary tunneling effect. I know that I remember this hole. It's still stuck in my memory. I remember you making a 2 on this one. So for you, it's not just home, it's happy hunting grounds as well. And just hearkening back to your point about Ajitesh, he's been such a good, consistent player, and you had the opportunity of playing and playing alongside him in Chandigarh. You both hail from the same place. What are your thoughts on his game, and what are his chances on the back nine?
He's, I would say, very, very strong. I mean, he's strong in the head, very strong game all around. I wouldn't say just a particular department of a game that is strong. He is strong all around, and he's been one of the top players. I've played quite a bit of golf with him in Chandigarh, and seen him play. And if I had to pick up a flaw, if I had to pick up, I would say something which is slightly lower than average, I don't think I would have anything to pick on. He is rock solid.
That's a great testament and encouraging words about Ajitesh. And lastly, I want to ask you, we've seen Indian golf grow from strength to strength. We've seen our international performances really improve. We've seen the likes of Shubhankar, Jyoti Randhawa on the senior tour, and so many breakout stars. I'm certain that I'll miss out a bevy of names, but Indian golf is in great shape. And you think we're going to have a lot more champions in time to come?
Surely. I think, you've named out all these guys starting from Arjun Atwal, Jeev Milkha Singh, Jyoti, Shiv, Anirban, I mean, SSP, Rahel, Ajitesh. There are a whole battery of them. And we have a stable full of young breed now. And this young breed is raring to go. I mean, there are so many guys who give an exemption to or miss out a tournament like the Tour Championship to go and play outside because they're trying to get the cards onto other tours. So, I mean, that's a great sign. And our tournaments are increasing in size and stature as far as the prize money is concerned. So when you see that happening, I think it's a great sign that, our players are trying to make a mark outside.
Thank you, sir. It was a real privilege having this conversation with you, and look forward to seeing you more and more, and let's see how the rest of the day unfolds.
Thanks, Shaurya.
Thank you, sir.
As we come back to the live action, back from the commentary box, we have M. Dharma on our screen. This is Jamal Hossain Mola on the 10th hole, lipping that one out. All lip, no hole, as they say. Jamal Hossain Mola, who just won the Indian Oil Servo Masters 2024. We also have now M. Dharma on our screen. Dharma, who is currently at 3 under par for the tournament. Trying to see if he can do any damage whatsoever on that back nine to get close to what seems to be now a fight for fourth position, where we have Dharma rolling in that birdie putt here on the 10th hole, getting back to 4 under par for the tournament, and Solo for fourth position. In fact, what seems like to be an open-ended situation now is a new tournament in itself for the fourth position, because 1, 2, and 3 we've got Ajitesh Sandhu, Yuvraj Sandhu, and Jamal Hossain Mola vying for the proceedings. We've got Ajitesh tapping that one in for a par on the 10th. That would be his 10th par in a row. Jamal Hossain Mola cleaning that one up on that 10th hole. As we go back to Mukesh Kumar's group, Mukesh, who had a tough up and down coming in from the left side of the green here on the 12th hole, has put himself in a fairly good location to be able to make that putt for par. Well, make no mistake, he is one of the finest golfers who has ever played in this country, and Mukesh Kumar is definitely one of the greatest legends. Mukesh Kumar, what seems par, and that one does not take it to Mukesh Kumar. Indian Greens has won over 100 titles to his name on the Indian domestic circuit, as well as one international win, which is the Panasonic Open that he won just a couple of years ago. Mukesh delivered 9 top 10s on the PGTI in 2018 to garner 12th position on the PGTI Order of Merit in 2018. 2017, he won the PGTI Kochi Masters presented by Sial Golf Club. Mind you, ladies and gentlemen, the Kochi, the Sial Golf Club is a really long golf course and quite arduous. It's not only is it lengthy, it gets really windy, and moreover than that is that it gets really humid over there. So, surviving through 5 rounds of golf in conditions like this are in Kochi is quite difficult, I must say. Mukesh has won over 100 tournament titles domestically in India. We take a look at Shankar Das. Shankar Das rolling that one in for par on the 12th. SSP Chaurasia, the man who needs no introduction whatsoever. SSP Chaurasia has also been conferred the Arjuna Award in 2017. He's been a part of Team Asia at the 3rd edition of the Euro Asia Cup in 2018. Chaurasia has won the Hero Indian Open for the 2nd year running in 2017. So 2016 and 17, back-to-back wins at the Hero Indian Open for SSP Chaurasia. Finished tied 2nd at the Panasonic Open also in 2017. To finish 5th on the Asian Tour Order of Merit. Chaurasia, who has also played the Olympics alongside Anirban Lahiri in Rio in 2016. SSP has also represented India at the World Cup of Golf in 2016 and was part of Team Asia at the 2nd edition of the Eurasia Cup in 2016 as well. This is one of his favorite hunting grounds, the Delhi Golf Club. Incidentally, one of the lesser known facts must be that SSP was also a runner-up at the 1999 Indian Open, runner-up to Arjun Atwal, who won that year's Indian Open. Internationally, SSP has won the EMAR MGF Indian Masters 2008, Avanta Masters in 2011, which is a European Tour and Asian Tour co-sanctioned event, both of the above. We've got him as the winner of the Panasonic Open 2014, Indian Open 2016 and 17, and the Resorts World Manila Masters in 2016 as well. So that's a lot of wins under SSP Chaurasia's belt.
A stellar player with an absolutely fantastic career thus far, and far from over, showing you flashes of brilliance, what we were accustomed to in the previous decade. I think one of the things that players have to continuously evolve, especially if they want to have a competitive career as they get into their 40s. So have a look at Udyan on hole number 12.
Udyan Mane trying to get close to that flag location. The best off shot, I think, for this flag location would be to start the ball right in the middle of the green and cut that one up back towards that flag. Also would have enough compression to be able to stop. Taking that ball off from over the trees on the right side, drawing it in, is a bit of tougher shot for the ball to be stopping on that flag location, especially with the slope right next to it. Udyan Mane. Mane makes it to the dance floor, but he would have, but he's towards the front edge of the green, which would leave him nearly about 30 feet away from that flag.
That's not too bad. Udyan Mane maybe with 30-foot putt for his birdie. Arjun now. Arjun has had a difficult day. He's 5 over par today. A pair of double bogeys in hole number 6 and 8. Maybe the back nine can be more favorable to him. Making par on hole number 10 and 11. 10 not traditionally a birdie hole, so as to speak, always plays difficult. 11, I think 11 can go either ways. If you get a good tee shot, then it plays like a birdie hole. But if you're not in the fairway, then you'll have your work cut out, especially with the way the greens are done now.
Jamal Hossain Mola has actually not made a par on the 10th hole, has actually made a bogey and dropped a shot and gone down to 7 under par. Right now, I think the top of this leaderboard looks very interesting to me, Shaurya, with 11 under, Ajitesh Sandhu maintaining his way, making 10 pars in a row. Got Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, who is a man who is on heat, and we've got Jamal Hossain Mola, not so sure whether he's going up or down, but he's currently at 2 over par for the day. So, leaving us still with 3 shots away is Yuvraj and 4 shots away is Jamal Hossain Mola. So it's far from over.
Arjun, unfortunately, has hit a wayward shot, and he really seen him miscue a few of them, leaving it to the right. We saw that on hole number 6 as well. Maybe something that he's working on, or something that's not feeling comfortable. But this golf course can catch you unawares.
This is pretty much what I was getting at. You go onto that right side, and if you catch a weak one, if you go and get the wind correct, if you don't get enough fly yardage on that ball, you could be, grabbing the top parts of the branches on those trees, and one could have a really tough time out there.
Yeah, here it can really compound. Your mistakes really do compound here at the Delhi Golf Club. So it's very important. If you're taking on the aggressive lines, then you best be sure, because otherwise you just hit and hope against hoping.
The jungles of Delhi Golf Club have always got more plans than you would know.
Ajitesh Sandhu, the leader, the forerunner, at 11 under par. Yuvraj Sandhu making a par on hole number 10. Now 3-shot lead with 8 holes to go. The battle is definitely on. Jamal Hossain still pretty much in it, 4 shots behind. I would think that SSP Chaurasia and M. Dharma and Rashid Khan really have to do something stellar on their last 6, 7, 8 holes to try and usurp the leader.
Rahil Gangji seems to be also going towards the right rough. Unfortunately, we did not quite catch his tee shot, but has he also found some trouble off the tee over here? Wait to find out.
I don't know if you remember this, current playing at about 200 yards. One time they pulled it back all the way, and it used 230 yards. Did you ever play?
I did. I wish I didn't remember that. We ride from in fact, from 200 yards or 180 to 200 yards, it's quite a tough shot in any case. And on top of it, if you push that tee further back about 30 yards, that's a really tough shot on this hole.
I remember playing the match play from that tee. From the front tee, a back flag used to be a 6 or a 5 iron, depending on the wind. But from the back tees, I remember playing 5 wood there. But it's quite the whole.
Yes. Good afternoon, viewers. We are bringing you live pictures from the Delhi Golf Club, and I'm joined by Mr. Sampachari, Tournament Director, PGTI. Sir, I would like to ask you, about the vital role you play in the successful conduct of all PGTI events. Tell us a little bit about the work that is done leading up to an event and the work that you do during an event. What are your major functions?
The success of a tournament depends on what really I do along with people involved at the club level. I'm more involved with people, on the golf course. Off the golf course, we have a lot of, administrative staff who does most of the work. So my total work involves play. The playing conditions, green speeds, condition of bunkers, fairways, penalty areas, the course marking. That takes a lot of time and effort, and it varies from club to club. Some clubs have all the parameters, so it's very easy for us to get work done. Some clubs you have to tell them in advance is what we want. So we normally make a small little recce to each club before the main event, have a look at the condition of the fairways, the golf course, and tell them what improvements can be made. And we just keep following it up from there and ensure that things are done the way we want them. And I must say that we get a lot of help from all the clubs. And in the end, we do get what we want.
And sir, most importantly, they say the referees, the players should not be scared of the referees because the referees are there to help the players. Tell us a little bit about that concept.
We are absolutely there to help the players. We are not, the concept is that the players get scared. They think that the referee is a policeman. We are not that. We are there to help them, but we are there to make sure that the players follow the rules. Ultimately what happens that, when you have money involved, like the RNA, the flip page, the back page of RNA very, very clearly says, play the course as you find it, play the ball as it lies, and if you cannot do either, then do what is fair. And to do what is fair, you must know the rules. A lot of people know the rules, they try and take advantage, which is absolutely fine, but it's only when they try and take undue advantage that we step in and tell them this is not done, that's not done. Most players are aware now, with all the rules changes that have been taking place in the recent past. And on a golf club like this, at the Delhi Golf Club, the only really major issue that we have is the unplayable, because the forest and the trees surrounding each and every fairway. We've got to make sure that the guy is doing the right thing. There are plenty of loose impediments, on this golf course. You'll be fine. If you get into the trees, you realize the amount of trees that have been cut. Cut means, they've just been fallen down over a period of time. So if you move that and the ball moves, you incur a stroke penalty. The referee is there to ensure that, no undue advantage is taken and that players play fair.
So you heard it from the man in the hot seat, the man enforcing all the rules of golf, probably the most important facet of any tournament. And it's now, after this interview with Mr. Sampachari, it's now back to the commentator's box with Rahul Bajaj and Shaurya Singh.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikhil, for that little tete-a-tete that he just had with Mr. Sampachari, the tournament director and the head of rules here at the PGTI of India. A little jumping jacks by our friend Arjun Puri, who's coming in from the bunker here on the front part of the hole number 12.
I'm assuming he would have chipped into that bunker from the foliage that he would have found himself, and so he's maybe 2 there.
That's one of those softy shots that one requires over here now. Only if he can pull that one off will he be able to get this close to the hole and have a good look at making bogey.
Still not the most difficult shot because he has ample green to work with.
Well, lovely golf shot there
shot.
by Arjun Puri.
One of the few times that we've seen a bunker shot that we can actually say is fairly straightforward. But nevertheless, that was executed to perfection. It was still a long bunker shot, maybe all of 26, 27 yards, and he's done really well.
SSP Chaurasia has now moved into a tie for 4th position alongside M. Dharma from Bengaluru, both tied at 4 under par. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu with a drop shot on number 11th.
A look again at that beautiful execution by Arjun, giving that ball a lot of airtime and ample spin as well. Great shot. Let's have a look at some of the other players and how they're playing. We have Sandeep Singh, who's just made a birdie eagle on the back nine. On the 18th, he's eagled and birdied the first. He's 4 under for his round. Playing really well is Sandeep. Karandeep Kocha, 2 under par for his round. Shameem Khan, 1 under. Karthik Sharma, 2 under. Left-hand golfer. 1 under, my apologies. Shaurya Bhattacharya, 2 under par. Varun Parekh creeping up is 3 under for the day. And blemish free, mind you, not a single bogey on that card. And further atop, we have both Yuvraj as well as SSP Chaurasia at 4 under par today. Coming along really well. Udian Mane. That's a brilliant putt by Udian. Almost made it. Now we'll have that 2.5 footer for his par. We also have Yashas Chandra M. S at 3 under par. 2 under par for the day, 1 under for the tournament. Rahul Ganji, who also found himself in a spot of bother here. Now, this should be for his par. Rahul currently at 1 over for the day and 1 over for the tournament as well. This putt should break a little to his right in the end, and well, that's a little bit underwhelming from Rahul. Not the best effort, but the bright side is that he should have a fairly straightforward putt to secure his bogey. Rahul, hailing from Kolkata, the city of joy, has been a thorough athlete throughout his life. Was a national swimmer at one point in time, early in his career. The affable Rahul Ganji. Great putt. This year has been really good for Rahul. It's been a sort of a second coming, victories on the ADT and some really solid performances on the professional golf tour of India as well by Rahul. I'm joined in the commentary booth by Mr. Nikhil Kalan, the man with a strong lineage in polo. I must your family and you're also sporting a similar tie as well.
Is it a two-horse race at the moment?
Yeah, that's. I think you could definitely portend the future, and that's why you're wearing this. Tell us a little bit about your cousins, who've yourself and your love for horses. Have you ever taken to riding as well?
Well, I like horses, but I tried to learn riding, but I gave up in about a week.
That's surprising.
It wasn't meant for me.
That's surprising. I would think that it would flow in your veins.
No, I prefer to play golf.
Well, that's a smart man, sticking to golf, and there the ball goes in the hole. In fact, my father as well was a polo player, but yeah, I'm pretty similar. I never really had the opportunity, apart from riding a few times. I think all of us 4G kids do that. We definitely had our riding lessons, but golf takes up so much time. People don't realize that golf takes a tremendous amount of time and doesn't leave you with much else. And somebody whose time has been invested wisely is Ajitesh Sandhu at 11 under par, and Yuvraj Sandhu not too far away. Also, the son of Defence Forces officer Yuvraj Sandhu.
And which are the holes to watch out for now going ahead, Shaurya?
I think every hole now, if you look at that flag fluttering, it's holding on for dear life. I think it's going to be a challenge all the way in. And I would think holes like 13, 13 is going to be very tricky. 15, 16, and 14 as well for the players who want to be aggressive. Look at that flag. Now it's it's money country, and golfing gods have unleashed the kraken, so as to speak. It's getting very difficult now with the wind. You see the player backing off.
Watch his putting grip. Shankar
That's
Das.
Shankar Das.
Unconventional.
Yeah, he's always been cack-handed with the lower hand down.
Same for chips and bunker shots.
Well done.
Shankar Das with that unconventional grip.
3 over par. Shankar Das also with that victory. Still looks really fit and fine, but I believe he's turned 50 this year, and when he won that tournament, he attributed it to happiness within the family. He says when there is happiness, it just flows into the other directions of life, and I really do echo the similar views. I think to be able to achieve anything in life, you require some sort of tranquility in other areas of life. Otherwise, you're just fighting one battle after another. So
True. He's much younger than that. He's in his early 40s, not 50 as yet. But someone who's nearing 60 is this man, the old war horse in the red t-shirt, Mukesh Kumar, 59 years old and still going strong. The most number of titles by Mukesh on the PGTI, 20. And now we have the master SSP Chaurasia lining up his partner.
yeah, my apologies. He's 41, not 50, 41. I don't know how I made such an erroneous statement. My apologies to you, Shankar. Sometimes when we commentate, we definitely tend to gloss over a few facts. But either way, it's a fantastic victory, which he did attribute to happiness and prosperity.
And of course, Shankar has a grown-up son who's also an aspiring golfer, I'm told. He's playing on the junior circuit.
Well, that definitely does help to have a father who's illustrious, who's been numero uno on the professional golf tour of India. But, for SSP, that is quite out of character, but that can happen on this golf course. Slippery greens.
Yes, the man who's mastered the greens at the DGC in the past number of times.
Shows you that Delhi golf course doesn't play any favorites. Everything is on the merit of the day. Unforgiving conditions. Look at that. They look pretty good all the way. Oh, that's what we call a lip out.
Truly. Look, very meticulous Mukesh Kumar on the greens, studying the line, the distance. He's known to practice for hours together daily.
Our first look at Mukesh, the Iron Man of Indian golf, with over 120 victories under his belt. That was a weird body English being displayed by Mukesh. I think he thought he didn't want to suffer a similar fate to SSP.
Yes, for a moment he just thought that it had missed the lip.
But he's I should get his age correct. He's 59.
Yes.
He doesn't look it. Looks 39. He's still really fit and strong. I think one thing that is really important, which youngsters must understand, I think strength is really important. Physical strength in any form is something that you need to keep on building if you want to have a good long career or even longevity in life. In fact, we read so much. I think I'm guilty as well. As you get inch closer to 40, you realize that the number one factor for good health and well-being is physical strength.
That's right.
So go visit the gym and lift weights and run a lot and play sports, and you will be fine, dandy, and have a brilliant life.
That's true. And one doesn't even need to visit the gym necessarily. You can do your free weights at home, but do some kind of exercise. Unless you want to be a professional golfer, then you need to have a rigorous fitness routine.
Especially now with the onslaught of the youth, it's not like days of yore where you could get by on style and substance.
That's true.
You need a lot more than just flamboyance to get through.
Just have a look at Mukesh. He keeps breaking his own record for being the oldest winner on the PGTI. He's done it multiple times. He's currently holds the record, having won a title at the age of 56, as far as I remember.
golfers flirt with that right-hand side and come up short, metaphorically and physically.
And we have our PGTI official Allah Razi Khan there guiding the players as to the point of entry.
He's been a consistent figure, has Allah Razi been. So this, I think this is a red stake hazard. So from the point of entry, you would be able to get a two club relief. So he would be hitting a third from there. It shows you that if you do take on a daring line, that you best execute it to perfection. Otherwise, you could drop 2 shots here. The thing about Delhi golf course, it's quite penal. On any other golf course, maybe a shot like this, you could still make up and down for par. But here, the margins are so fine, especially if you're being aggressive. So on a golf course like this, you really have to pick your spots, so as to speak. If you're trying to make birdie off the tee, it's not the best idea. I think here you're going to have to make birdie on the green. It's a golf course where your putter really has to come to the party.
True.
You can't quite try and attack each flag, especially not a flag like this. We've seen 3 players, Rahil Ganji, we saw Arjun Puri as well, make the same mistake. It looks fairly straightforward, but if you just miscue it by a bit, then that overhang catches the ball. Oh, brilliant shot by Rashid Khan.
Great shot by Rashid Khan.
Rashid finds himself at even par for the day, 3 under for the tournament.
So is that what you call course management, Shaurya? You know, knowing where to attack and where to play conservatively?
Yeah, these players obviously, and of course, course management also evolves as the round goes on and your aims change. Let's say if you are in top 5, you want to try and win, then you'll be a little more aggressive on certain holes. And if you're just trying to consolidate, then you would pick the smarter spot. But this is, this is what I call smart play by Yuvraj. He's in such brilliant form, but still he's played relatively the smart, safer line on the left of this flag, because he knows that if he misses on the right, 2 shots can slip by in the blink of an eye. That's right. Very prudent. It's a controlled aggression. And given the fact that he's already made 6 birdies, shows you that there's not a single facet of the day of the game which is not on song today. Everything is working. Still, he's been disciplined to play on the left-hand side of the flag. So I really like this play.
So golfers always have a game plan in place ahead of an important round, especially a final round, and it keeps evolving, is what you're saying as you go on.
Yes, evolving if you are in and around the lead. So that wouldn't be the case for maybe 90% of the golfers. They would stick to their plan, but sometimes you would have to improvise, especially if it's a situation which is fluid, as it is now at the top of the leaderboard for the top 3 golfers. Like, for example, if Jamal is 4 shots behind, and if he really wants to put the pedal to the metal, so as to speak, then he has to sort of make it up on the go. He'll have to be aggressive on 14. He'll have to be aggressive on 15, try and go for the flag and give himself looks at birdie. But if he decides that maybe it's it's a chasm that is too wide to sort of bridge, then he'll just maybe just stick to the original plan.
Yuvraj Sandhu also works very hard in the gym, focuses a lot on his fitness, and he's bearing the fruits for that.
Yeah, I saw his golf shot yesterday. He's the first time I've seen a few players fashion a 75X on a driver. That is 75 grams and an extra stiff shaft. So that's probably the heaviest, stiffest shaft that I've seen on a driver. So I do wax eloquent about his power, and that's his touch is also equally sublime. But now that has snaked away.
Yes,
that snaked away.
What do you think of that putt? Is it going to be a tough one for him, or should he be able to make it?
I mean, it's probably the best place to hit it 10 feet by. I mean, on any other side, it would be difficult. Here, at least, it's uphill right to left. But I think that really slipped away from, because he was using the putter from off the green, and that was the only choice. So that can happen as you have a look.
So is that the pro side or the amateur side? The high side or the low side?
But this is too long a putt to probably think like that, because you're also putting from off the green. Here, the motivation is just to get it between 3 or 4 feet.
Right.
You're not really, I mean, if it goes in, it's great. But this putt is the one where something like that comes into play. He'd want to miss this on the left side. Now over to Rahul Bajaj, who's on course, and let's follow him.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am back here at the back of the 18th green, this time with none other than Mr. Manav Jaini. Manav Jaini, who has had a pretty illustrious professional career himself and now is also a board member of the PGTI. I would like to hear from Manav. What are his thoughts on the Vishwa Samudra Open 2024 presented by Kapil Dev, a tournament worth a prize purse of 2 crore rupees? Manav, what are your thoughts on this tournament?
Rahul, thank you for having me here, and it's indeed a privilege for the PGTI to host the Vishwa Samudra Open. In Vishwa Samudra, we have found a very big sponsor that has the capacity to change the game in the country, and we look forward to a larger partnership with them in the future.
Manav, as a board member, what are your plans for the future of professional golf in the country going into the season of 2025? 2024, of course, has been a growth season for the PGT of India, and going into 2025, how do you see the game of professional golf really growing from here on?
I think we've got exciting times for the PGTI. The next few years, I think, will be great for the tour. We have great support by the DP World and the PGA Tour as our partners. Can't thank them enough. The same for Tata Steel, Rolex. I think they have been our partners for the better part of the last decade, and having their support going forward, I think only good things are in store for PGTI.
And in terms of, Manav, as your career goes, after playing professional golf and now moving on to other things as well in your life and being involved with other parts of the sport of golf, how has the journey been for you?
When I used to play professional golf, I thought it's probably the toughest thing to do. And now when I'm on the other side of the ropes, I probably would want to go back to playing professional golf. Unfortunately, I'm not playing as well. But it's a different set of challenges that you face on a daily basis. But hopefully I can be back playing professionally a little bit more soon.
So basically what you're saying, the grass always seems greener on the other side, but I think grass is always green on a golf course. So ladies and gentlemen, that was Manav Jaini from the PGTI here, the board member of the PGTI and a professional golfer, with a little chatter with me behind the 18 green at the Vishwa Samudra. Over and out, and back to Shaurya Singh in the commentary box.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Rahul, and nice to see Manav Jaini, a very proficient golfer and member here at the Delhi Golf Course. He's had some good finishes on Asian Tour events here. Has been a regular feature and a benefactor of the game of golf. As we have a look at Yuvraj, unfortunately to have dropped a shot after that good tee shot here in 12 would be remiss with himself. You can see that now he would drop back to 6 under par. And Yuvraj has made bogey on 11. We've just gotten an update, and that would be compounded with another on 12. So that would see him move to 6 under par, giving Ajitesh a wide berth now, a 5-shot lead with 7 holes to play. So now that's really comfortable for Ajitesh. It's going to be very difficult for anyone to snatch away that tournament now. We also have M. Dharma, who's made 2 birdies. In fact, 3 on hole number 9, 10, 11. He's also creeping up rather quickly. He's at 5 under par. And here he's on the tee at 12. Let's see if he can make a quartet. Yes, well done. Prudent play towards the center of the green, leaving himself about 25 feet. Shot becomes really difficult as the wind picks up. Ajitesh would have seen Yuvraj drop a shot there. Comfortable 5-shot lead here. He can really coast to victory. Has strung together 11 pars today, reminiscent of what Sir Nick Faldo did. That tee shot looks towards the front left of the green. And really nice tee shot. Well played by Jitesh Sandhu. Smart play. Good about 30 feet for his birdie. And flag high as well. So well done. No need for him to try and attack any of these precarious spin positions. Percentage golf will help him coast through. Jamal now, I think he needs to make something happen. He needs to put some pressure on Ajitesh, but this is not the ideal hole for him. He likes to favor a right to left draw. I don't see any way how he can get close to this flag unless he really starts the ball on the right hand side, which would be an unnecessary risk in my opinion. Yeah, rightly so. He's played to the front left, and that should be good enough. Give him a 30-footer for a birdie attempt. Look at SSP Chaurasia, who's having laid up on hole number 14. It's really strong from this yardage, maybe all of about 70 odd yards. Brilliant hands, able to put a lot of spin on it. And right on cue. And that just needs to stay up, shouldn't spin back all the way. I think that should stay, and that's a good shot by SSP. We see the rest of the players walking up. SSP playing alongside Mukesh and Shankar. It's a very experienced group. 3 proven winners. All 3 champions in their own right. None more so than Mukesh and SSP with that stellar international record. He's won 3 DP World, erstwhile European Tour tournaments here in India. He has a unique distinction of doing that. He's won 3 times at the Delhi Golf Course. And his swing is one that hasn't changed much over the years. Diminutive in physicality, but really does pack a punch. And precise irons as well. And of course, when he started his career, he was famous for his short game. He would often be referred as, lovingly referred by his friends as Chip Putt Chaurasia. Obviously, there's a lot more to his game than just chip and putt. He's made himself into a really good ball striker and maximized his potential. Played a lot of golf in Europe. Now plays mostly in Asia. And I think he's played about a decade on the European Tour, the DP World Tour. And I've had the honor of having a lot of conversations about him, of his experiences there. And he said that the game has improved. But he said one factor that he found very difficult was obviously the extreme cold. And that's understandable. Golf is such a game that you need to adapt. He said sometimes you're facing temperatures of 0 or maybe even negative, and the wind chill factor is so high that you can fairly, you can barely feel your hands. And I do really understand that, and that's why golf is such a difficult game if you're playing on different continents. Something that Ernie Els really did well, and that's why he's really adored by the fans world over. He's traveled and still does to all the continents to play, and in fact he was here as well at the Delhi Golf Course for that European Tour tournament, which happened almost I think 15 years to the day now. Jamal now. Lining up this putt. Good shot by Jamal. It shows you that course management is also an integral part of the game. He knows that he doesn't like to work the ball from left to right, especially with the longer irons. I think that's almost a telltale sign in all medium length hitters. It's very difficult to hit those controlled fades with the longer irons. That's a shot that comes a lot more naturally to a longer hitter. So you'll see a flag like this would be peppered more often than not by longer hitters as opposed to medium or short hitters who like to favor the right to left draw. Jamal, not his best effort as far as that putt is concerned now. Would have that 6.5 footer for his par to remain at 7 under par. And for those of you who are joining us on this wonderful Friday afternoon, first of all, I'd like to thank you. We are live at the Delhi Golf Course, and we bring to you Vishwa Samudra Open 2024, presented by Kapil Dev. And this tournament offers a prize fund of rupees 2 crore. This is the penultimate tournament on the Professional Golf Tour of India 2024 calendar before the players head off to the crown jewel the Tata Steel Tour Championship at Jamshedpur in 2 weeks' time. Ajitesh, our leader, is on your screens, putting on hole number 12, the par 3. The tumultuous par 3, measuring about 200 yards, and Ajitesh has done well. Should be able to clean that and will walk to the 13th tee with a sizable 4-shot lead over Jamal and 5 over Yuvraj, who is strung together quite a brilliant round. 3 under par with 6 birdies. Ajitesh bogey free and probably the only golfer who has that unique distinction thus far, who's not dropped a solitary shot. Shows you that he's really in control of the ball, and that is something that sets him apart from the rest of the field. Now we look at Dharma M. Dharma M, 5 under par, based out of Bengaluru. Has grown in stature as a player over the last decade. I remember that my last season, full-time season 2010, he was not a player who used to contend, but over the years he's consistently risen to the ranks. Also played a few years on the Asian Tour, and shows you that if you have grit, determination and potential, you can get anything done. Hopefully there's a lot more in store for this fine young man from Bengaluru, M. Dharma. Rashid Khan has made a double bogey on 12 that we saw. He's at that shot that he pushed to the right, and so he finds himself 2 over for the day, 1 under for the tournament. So safe to say that he would not be contending for the championship, but the top 5 positions are still up for grabs, and those world ranking points would be quite important for somebody like Rashid, who plays a lot of golf internationally as well. From the players out on the golf course, let's see some of the scores. We have Sachin Bisoya, who's 4 under for the day, and 1 over for the tournament. 4 under is the low round of the day thus far. As you have a look at Jamal trying to clean up for his par, makes that comfortably. That's his bread and butter for Jamal, inside 10 feet. Really good with the putter is Jamal Hossain. Karandeep Kochar, 3 under par. Then you have Sandeep Singh, 4 under par, kind courtesy that eagle on hole number 18. And after that, you see the players really struggling today on especially the back 9. Not really being easy to handle. The Delhi golf course, it's been a windy day. The weather's been kind, and the greens are rolling true. It's just an immaculate condition. I would implore anyone who does like to enjoy his golf, as we have a look at Ajitesh, who is making all the right moves. Cool as ice is this man from Chandigarh. With 6 holes to play, he has a commanding lead, 4-shot lead at the inaugural Vishwa Samudra Open 2024. Presented by Mr. Kapil Dev, as we have a look at Yuvraj. Yuvraj really did put a marker down today. First 4 holes were birdies. Signaled his intent, and let's see, his birdie putt on hole number 13 just comes shy. And that should be good enough for par. Would remain at 6 under par. I think it's imperative that he make a few more birdies. Hole number 14 is one that he would be licking his chops for, so as to speak. His power game would come in handy on 14, 18. Hole number 15 is an iron, is a 6 iron off the tee, and probably a pitching wedge or a 9 iron, depending on where the pin is situated. So that's also a legitimate birdie hole. 16th is very tricky. If you can get that tee shot executed to perfection, then it turns itself into a birdie hole. The 17th is probably an 8 or a 9 iron, but not a realistic birdie chance, because what they've done with their green is really made it quite difficult to access the pin, but he can definitely get within 10 feet. So if he can hit a good shot, that can be a birdie opportunity as well. Oh, Honey there, Honey Besoya. So for him, realistically, a minimum of 2 birdies from here on in and not dropping any shot, so that he can get to the clubhouse at 8 under par. And even then, that would be a long shot, because Ajitesh has 2 par 5s coming in. So it's getting predictable here, unless Jamal Hossain can come to the party. He's had a sedate round, 2 over par today. Needs to get a move on. Rashid Khan in white and beige, somber dressing style for the final day. Honey would clean up for his part. It'd be interesting to note how these players approach hole number 14. I'm pretty certain that Rashid would come out with a big stick. He doesn't quite like holding back. Even in tournaments where he's needed an eagle or a birdie to try and get into the playoff, he's done that successfully. That's how he's collected the victories here at Delhi Golf Course. As we have a look at Udyan on hole number 14, has laid up and now will be playing his third on this par 5. Not quite certain. He's flared that out a little bit to the right, 20 feet. Still outside shot for making birdie. Let's also have a look at the order of merit. The players are trying to get in to the season end or the race to the Tour Championship. And there's obviously another race which is on top of the order of merit, which Veer Alawat is comfortably winning. He's at 1,08,16,324 to be specific. And he's played really well this season with that breakout finish at the Indian Open at DLF Golf and Country Club, where he finished second. Let's have a look at Arjun now on hole number 14. This makes for some interesting viewing. You can see our national flag, proud and resplendent there in the background as Ajitesh tees off. This is the short tracer view, giving you a good idea of the ball flight that's been employed by the players. This is hole number 9, the treacherous hole number 9. It can give players sleepless nights. Probably one of the most difficult par 4s that you'd play anywhere in the world. It's not just length, it's a hole that you can't quite lay up to either. If you're hitting a 4 iron also, it's still intimidating, and maybe a very long hitter can get there with 2 4 irons. But for majority of the field, 3 wood is the club of choice. Just to give you an idea that this fairway is maybe just about 35 yards, a narrow neck, and then it opens. find yourself hitting those putts past, it's probably because you're hitting it off the center. So maybe try and hit it off the toe. That really helps to slow the initial velocity. As we have a look at Rashid, my apologies, at Rahil. Oh, that would have looked good. It's just about skimming by, but yeah, a little too much sauce on that one, and would leave him with a 10-footer. Now, we didn't quite have the opportunity of seeing the second shot by Arjun Puri. We saw him in the fairway, so not the best effort by him to be here in 2. Now, would have his work cut out. This is what they normally call the most difficult golf shot for professionals, the 50-yard bunker shot. Because you're not quite certain whether you hit the ball or behind it, and the margins are really fine. You have to know how to utilize the bounce of the club and still accelerate through it. And he surely does. That's a brilliant effort by Arjun. If that can just roll up to the correct ear, which it might not, but great effort nevertheless. These shots are really difficult. Good professionals do spend a long portion of their time practicing this bunker shot. Top 5 players on the order of merit are Veer Alawat, Manu Gandas, Angad Chima, Rahil Ganji and Sachin Besoya. And players on the inside top 60 would not want to miss out on the top 60, as that would make them ineligible to play the Tour Championship. Syed Saqib Ahmed, Yuvraj Singh in 57th, Om Prakash Chauhan, who obviously has not played much this year owing to the fact that he's played on the DP World Tour. He was the number 1 golfer last year. Udayan Mane. You can see the leaves flying there. That makes it rather difficult. You have to wait for the leaves to clear. The thing about putting is such an exact art that if your ball even trundles over a leaf or a stem, it can actually change path. So you have to ensure that there's no impediment between him and his intended line. Sanit Bishnoi is at 59th position. Sudhir Sharma, who's made the cut and played well the first 2 days, in the 60th position. Some of the golfers on the outside looking in. We'll soon be heading over to the 18th green to have a few riveting conversations.
I'm at the back of the 18th green here with Gaurav Ghai, a former champion on the Asian Tour, a player who needs no introduction, has also played the Open Championship and has been at the top 5 of the Asian Tour Order of Merit as well in 1995. Alongside Gaurav sir, we have also got Dhruv Shoran. Dhruv Shoran, a winner on tour this year, and has been on the tour for the last 7 years. Not his best showing here at the Vishwa Samudra, but Dhruv has himself had an illustrious career so far and will go on to have much more. As I go on now, firstly to Gaurav Ghai. Gaurav sir, how has it been for you transitioning from professional golf into coaching, over the past couple of years?
Well, it's been interesting. I tried to play the senior European tour a couple of times, and then COVID came and had a 3-year break there. So the natural progression for me as a player was to do something in golf, and I thought coaching was something which would excite me and interest me. It's been fun, very satisfying when some of your players do well. And again, I'm connected with the game, which I've played over 40 years, so competitively. So it's fun. It's a little different, but very satisfying.
You've also had the opportunity to play the British Open back in the day. You've also played the Dunhill Cup alongside Ali Sher and Jeev Milkha Singh. Could you share with us a little bit about your experiences from then?
Well, it was obviously at that time, Indian golf was at a very, very, infant stage in terms of international exposure. So, our first real taste of big time golf was the Dunhill Cup in '96, where, we were playing against guys like Norman, Faldo, Mickelson. And then, we played Scotland the first round and we beat them, and they were the defending champions. So, it was a surreal kind of experience at the home of golf at the old course. And then, the very next year I played in the Open. Those were things that I could have never foreseen playing golf or turning pro in India. But thanks to, our exposure to the Asian Tour, we kind of got our games to a stage where, playing internationally and competing with really good players didn't overwhelm us that much. A little bit of what I see today with the youngsters, in India. The PGTI has come a long way, and you see more and more of them knocking on the door in international events.
And that being said, Dhruv, you've just competed in this tournament. It's been 4 days of some wins, some fast greens, and turns and tribulations of the Delhi Golf Club. You were in a pretty good position up until yesterday. You've also had a win this year. So 2024 overall, if I would think of it, has been a pretty good season. How would you explain how 2024 has been for you? And what kind of plans would you have going into 25? I also am aware that you've gone through the first stage of qualifying of the Asian Tour, and I'm assuming that you're looking forward to spending most of your season over there. Why don't you apprise us of your plans hereafter?
Winning in Chennai was a huge morale booster. Finally, it was great to taste success on PGTI main tour. I've won 2 times on feeder tour, and it kind of gave me a lot of belief that I am on the right path. Whatever my process is, hitting the gym or technique, I'm going in the right direction. So it gave me a lot of confidence and self-belief that you keep doing the right things, success will come.
So if you were to give a piece of advice from what you just said, for the junior golfers who might be watching you right now on this 18th green, what is that one thing that you can tell them that they can take home from here?
I feel first we should, initially when we are young, we want to develop speed. Accuracy can come later. So don't be afraid to hit the gym and work on the speed part, and accuracy will come as you get better with technique.
You've worked on that the other way around, haven't you?
Luckily, being from a defense background, I got to play a lot of sports. So I had the easy way to gain speed because I was playing a lot of racket sports and soccer, cricket. So I developed speed, not technically, but through sports. So it was little natural to me, distance-wise.
Since we've dwelled into this whole realm of the golf swings and maximizing potential, if I was to ask Gaurav sir, in your experience of coaching so far, would you say that thumb rule sort of should be followed as a thumb rule, or is it everybody fits into a different sort of a category in this?
Well, I think no two players are the same, but I totally agree with Dhruv what he's saying, that we should, for a youngster, we should actually encourage them to go out and find their maximum speed and not worry so much about direction. That can always be fine-tuned a little later. And the other thing that Dhruv just said is something I totally believe in. Let the kids go out and play as many sports as they can, and I think that'll really help them in the later part when they're playing golf. I think I see too many kids getting, very one-dimensional with playing golf. And I think it actually is not helping them that much as, you see so many kids playing different sports. And later on, that helps them in golf. I mean, I'm of the belief that I don't really care if a 12-year-old is the best player in the country. I want that 12-year-old to be the best 18-year-old.
So, Dhruv, you are the only one out of the three of us who has been out there on the golf course today all day long playing through the 18 holes. We can feel the winds sitting over here close to the clubhouse now. We cannot feel them at all when we are in the commentary box. But you've been out there feeling them for the last 5 hours. How was that? Could you explain to us as a player, what is it that you've seen on the course today and how was it to play out there today?
Firstly, I would like to congratulate DGC. It's in pristine conditions, like true greens, fairways are in immaculate conditions. And like on challenge front, it posed a lot of challenges in terms of the weather. Early morning tee-offs, you're wearing 2 layers, and then the wind picks up later in the day, and every hole it's like different wind. It like if you're going parallel fairways, it doesn't mean that if you are facing headwind in this hole, the next one will be tailwind. It again swirls around. So it's like always you're trying to figure out the distance and like gauging where to miss. And because after the new layout, a lot of pin positions are tight, so you have to play very smart.
So overall, a challenging golf course, and plus with the winds along with it, makes it even more challenging. And that brings me to the point that Yuvraj Singh Sandhu today actually started off that front nine with a 5 under par. And I think that's quite commendable in these wind conditions on this particular track.
Kudos to Yuvraj. I was following his scores and I was seeing that he is 3 under in 5 holes or 4 under. And I saw the flags. They were not easy. And with the early weather, like early cold weather conditions and the wind, he's playing amazing golf.
And going into this back nine, Gaurav said, Ajitesh still at 11 under par. He's even par after the 11 holes of the day. What is it that you think, if you were to shine light on what is it that Ajitesh should keep doing out there? He's already got a 4-shot lead. What is it that you think he needs to do to close out through the last 7 holes?
Fairways and greens. At DGC, fairways and greens. Ajitesh is a experienced campaigner. He knows what to do. But, DGC also is just, there's danger lurking on every hole, every shot. So he just needs to, keep his head down. He has a 4-shot lead. If he keeps making pars in, it's going to be tough for, guys to make 4 birdies coming in these conditions. So, he should mentally have a target that, if I can par in from here, I'm going to be doing all right. But having said that, I see that leaderboard. It's got the cream of Indian golf right there on top of it. So, yes, these guys are all very explosive, and who knows, somebody can get a little hot over the back nine and give him a little, scare. But I feel if Ajitesh just pars in, he's good.
So you heard it there from Gaurav Ghai as well as Dhruv Shoran. Encouraging words for the junior golfers and a good understanding of what the course looks like out there today. Ladies and gentlemen, I will throw this back into the commentary box now and sign off here from hole number 18.
Thank you, Rahul, for that wonderful conversation between yourself, Dhruv Sharon, and the legend, Mr. Gaurav Ghai. What a stellar champion he's been, what a career he's had, and still doing so much for the game of golf. A local lad and a fan favorite at the DGC. Ajitesh Sandhu still leading the tournament, and we have an update for you. Jamal Hossain has dropped a shot on hole number 13, which would mean that now both Yuvraj and Jamal find themselves 5 shots behind Ajitesh Sandhu. Ajitesh Sandhu has 5 holes to play, so he can coast to victory, and he's really earned it. He's strung together around 13 pars, and mind you, that can only be done if you're really consistent off the tee and the putter as well. So he's dialed down the putting speed of each green, and he's been really good with his lag putts. And off the tee, he's been stellar, and from the fairways, he's been prudent, and that is what has resulted in a 5-shot lead for this man from Chandigarh. Now we have a look at Mukesh. Mukesh Kumar is 2 over for his round and 2 over for the tournament as well. He's on hole number 15. Hole number 15, the green has not changed too much here. It has always been a 3-tiered green. A blind shot, especially if you hit the left half of the fairway, Well done by Mukesh. I don't think that putter has changed. I think he's wielding a new putter. Finally, he had that ping putter for the longest of time. Shankar Das now. Fancy trousers. Shankar Das with maybe a 4.5 footer here. Fairly straightforward. Nothing much to it. Thanks for joining us back in the studio, Mr. Rahul Bajaj.
My pleasure, sir. So we see now this clearly looks like a one-man show now.
Absolutely.
And in fact seems like a completely different game going on for second position here at the Vishwa Samudra Open. Ajitesh Sandhu sitting pretty at 11 under, 13 pars in a row.
I think that's been the secret to his success, and we spoke about it yesterday. He doesn't really need to do too much. If he can avoid dropping a shot, then the pressure would pile on to the chasing pack, and they'd make errors.
Well, there we have it. Nostradamus said it again. If you keep making pars, you should have a good chance to go on. And in fact, we were just speaking with Dhruv Shoran, and the way we feel the wind out here right now when we're sitting outside on that 18th green. When you're on the golf course trying to control that golf ball, pretty much to the inches and to the yards, that wind is really quite treacherous. Hitting a 7-iron shot or an 8-iron shot into a green with side winds going on with such a high breeze out there right now. In fact, the tougher part is that the players at the bottom in the fairways cannot really feel the winds. It always feels like the wind is swirling. So that makes it even more tougher for the players to judge the game.
And that's why ball striking becomes paramount on a day such as today. And as you see now, I think it's safe to say that the tournament's done and dusted.
Incidentally, the fun fact is that Ajitesh Sandhu has come close to winning several times at the Delhi Golf Club, but has had multiple runner-up finishes over here and never really gone on to win. So we wait to see what happens through the end of the day, but pretty much looks like it's the one-man race.
Yeah, and the only way Yuvraj can do something to maybe unsettle Ajitesh is maybe make an eagle on 14. At least you'll have to signal your intent. Yuvraj started really strong, but obviously this golf course does catch you unawares. And I think the 12th hole, the 3-putt really put a dent in his hopes.
At the stage of professional golf that these players play on, making 3 putts, especially in a leader group, is pretty close to being criminal. Jamal Hossain Mola, look up close and personal. Ajitesh Sandhu, man who's got his eyes set on the prize. Rahil Gangji, that superb rotational motion that he has through his golf swing, battling a bunch of injuries, but going on strong and solid. Rohan Dole Patil with a sigh. We have Adil Bedi. Karan Pratap Singh. Get back to the live action. There seems to be a golf ball there, right, sitting at dead side off the hole for a birdie putt. Another 2 balls lying, one on the bottom shelf and one on the top shelf of this green on the 15th hole. The 15th hole is all of 300 and something yards, less than 350, and poses the players a dogleg to the left. It's a tough hole at the Delhi Golf Club. If the tee shot lies perfect on this hole, that is pretty much the only way to be able to attack any flag location on this green. A tee shot which has gone to the left side of the center of the fairway can be pretty difficult to be able to approach any flag location on this green. The players must place their tee shots center right of this fairway. Otherwise, looking at the green is pretty tough, and then you have to navigate really tall trees right ahead of the golf ball. Udayan Mane, the Olympian, is the one who's landed up that golf ball right next to the hole. You can tell the winds are really picking up today here at the DGC. It's a tough day for the players to navigate, but nonetheless, we've got players such as Besoya finishing up today with a round of 5 under par to finish at even par for the tournament, and Solo at position number 8. SSP Chaurasia and Yashash Chandra also at 2 under par for the day, and 2 under and 1 under respectively to be at 5th and 6th positions. Other players who've done fabulously well today and still on the course is Karandeep Kochar with 3 under par, the total score of 4 over par. Rashid Khan struggling to string together a good round today, has made a birdie on number 8, bogey on number 10, and a double bogey on hole number 12 to be at 2 over par for the day and only 1 under par for the tournament. Udayan Mane for birdie here on the 15th. This will take Mane to a tie for 8th position alongside Honey and Sachin Besoya. Arjun Puri now on our screens having a bit of a strugglesome day with a lot of deep blues on that scorecard, currently at 7 over par for the day and 6 over par for the tournament, having a bit of a tough time at the course. It's a long putt for Arjun Puri for birdie. It's coming up from the front tier of the green onto that middle tier where the flag is perched up for the day. This ball is going to be pretty slow as it climbs up that slope and gets in pretty fast as it moves down that hill towards the hole later. This ball is going to break a lot from the right to the left as it moves up the hill.
Coming back to your point, what a brilliant round by Sachin, though.
Absolutely. Sachin Besoya is stringing together a 5 under round today to shoot even par for the week and finish in top 10 position. It's quite a feat, especially judging by the conditions of the course today.
And his bank balance would be happy as well. That's a move in the right direction.
Absolutely. It always is a move in the right direction. Any day that you can even save a shot, I think, in professional golf is a move in the right direction. And unfortunately, that ball is going to move in the wrong direction.
Oh, that is going to get worse with each passing second. This is what can happen. That's pretty much come back to his feet almost.
That's the thing. If you don't get this ball up that slope, the thing is that it's very difficult to navigate. This goes up and then sort of gets faster when it goes up. So you really can't even like ram it up the hill.
And the wind has compounded the degree of difficulty because the players have to factor in the wind as well on these slick surfaces. So this just shows you that it's so difficult even for the professionals to get it on the correct level.
Judgment becomes kind of difficult. Rahil Gangji, after 2 birdies on that front nine, 1 birdie on the back nine, has had a couple of double bogeys out there owing to a round of 2 over par for the day. My apologies, a triple bogey on hole number 3, which has him at a total of 2 over par for the day and 2 over par for the tournament. Rahil putting for birdie here on the 15th.
That is, obviously he gave that putt a lot of respect, and rightly so, because that can slip past the hole and it catches that slope. And I think it's a fairly measured approach by Rahil on hole 15.
Oh, it's very well measured by me as well, my friend.
Absolutely. You're a connoisseur of all things fine, my friend. And talking about all things fine, I think it behoves us to mention that we are really proud and happy to be here at the inaugural Vishwa Samudra Open 2024 presented by Mr. Kapil Dev. And the tournament is being led by Aditya Sandhu at 11 under par.
So if I remember correctly, Shaurya, it was you and me who did the Delhi Open here, which was the first live telecast of the PGTI tournaments right here at the Delhi Golf Club. Looking back since that time to now, you've done a lot more commentary than I have. How has that journey been for you?
Lonesome, as you left me many a times, my friend. It has been one where I've walked the path alone. But it's been fun. I think it's been thoroughly enriching and enjoyable. I've also gotten to see another side of professional golf. And, seeing these players, I think it's also rekindled a certain love of the game. And I see myself wanting to play more. You realize that this is probably the most noble and beautiful profession, especially if you can be a good golfer. I think there's nothing can quite compare to being out in the open, playing golf. It's great for your health, and it's really enjoyable. So yes, I think it's been a great ride. As we have a look at Arjun.
Arjun pretty much having a tough ride towards that bogey, and as we take a look also at Jamal Hossain who's coming up on the 14th hole from the right side bunker and should be...
Oh, look at what he's doing. This is just compounding of errors, and this is capitulation at its finest. So he's now having to putt for his fourth putt.
As much as I don't want to say it, seems like almost like a ping pong that has just happened between him and the hole here on the 15th.
That can happen on this golf course. These kind of pin positions, it's hard enough as it is. The difficulty...
When you're not having a tough day, it can all sort of have a snowball effect on you.
This needs to go in to alleviate his pain, and thankfully it has. So unfortunate for him, he would 4-putt here.
Rahil Gangji now putting for par here on the 15th. He's got all of about 3 feet remaining to find the bottom of the cup as he moves into the final 3 holes of the Vishwa Samudra Open.
The pin position here is precariously close to that ledge.
We've also got our leader group on the right sides of our screen who are on the hole number 14, the par 5.
I want to ask you a question. Are you better off being in that middle tier, or are you better off over the green with a chip?
Definitely being in the middle tier. I think anything which is an uphill is not a bad idea, number one. And number two, to have a putter in hand is always a good thing. Also, from the back of the green, the chips are pretty much downhill. So I would rather not be on that side. I think shorter and towards the right is acceptable on this green. Anything that is going left or over is a bit of a tough one to navigate after.
So I think Arjun did all the right things up until that putt. And putt also unfortunate, because if you don't hit it firm enough, it sort of comes back. And from there, 3-putt is quite possible. Let's hope that he can make a few birdies coming in. He would... in fact, he came off a double bogey on 14. So double there, a double 9. So... yeah, that can happen. It's all right. But let's see if he can right the ship in the last 3 holes. We've just gotten an update. Sandhu has made birdie on hole number 14. He's not done yet. He's breathing fire down Ajitesh's neck. Jamal.
Like they say, it's not over till it's over. Kapil Kumar made an eagle today.
Jamal Hossain
makes birdie on hole number 14. 2 eagles today, one on hole number 8 by Kapil Kumar and another on hole number 18 by Sandeep Singh. Quite commendable again. 2 long par 5s navigated brilliantly by these gentlemen.
Dharma M now.
Dharma also seems like he's putting for birdie. As it stay in, it doesn't.
Didn't quite.
Another one for Dharma where it's all lip and no hole. Unfortunately, Dharma not having quite the day that he would have hoped for today. Trying to pick the pieces on that back nine. Currently 2 under in the back nine, and to be 1 under par for the day. To be a total of 5 under par for the tournament. Ajitesh Sandhu trying to get clued into that putt. Increase the gap between him and Yuvraj Singh. Sandhu seems like a match of the Sandhus this week.
Yeah. Jamal Hossain as well. But the Sandhus have definitely come to the fore. This putt looked good up until here. Maybe on another day that would have fallen in. Ajitesh Sandhu now. with what appears to be a birdie putt for him as well.
Sandhu rolling that one into the bottom of the cup. We will apprise you shortly if there was a birdie or a par.
You can see from the adulation of the crowd that that would indeed be a birdie. So if that is the case, then he would move to 12 under par. It's pretty much a case of catch me if you can. Yuvraj is not giving up the chase, and that's what we like to see. He's already made 7 birdies in the first 14 holes. But apparently that's not enough as well.
Well, not enough, especially when you've already got a big lead in front of you. But kudos to Yuvraj Singh Sandhu for trying to string together what is a pretty hot round. But he still got 15, 16, 17 and 18 waiting for him to come in. And one could certainly end up making more birdies out there.
Now, what are the players doing here? Oh, this is the greenskeeping staff, is it?
And looking at the length of the putt that the player has made, it seems like a... I'm not so sure what they're trying to do. They're probably just trying to measure up how much of a putt that player made, probably trying to keep up statistics for the players. I don't know what they're up to, but certainly doesn't seem like very becoming of them.
Yeah, let's have a look at Yuvraj now. Honey, in a pretty similar spot to where Rahul Ganji just putted from.
Just coming off a birdie on the 14th. Honey Besoya has this long attempt here as well. This putt to go to 1 under par and tie Yashash Chandra at 7th position.
If you can get the speed right, it's a fairly makeable putt. Right, left, downhill putts are normally preferred as opposed to left to right ones.
Ajitesh Sandhu also made that birdie on the 14th to go to 12 under par, increasing that lead by 5 shots now over Yuvraj Singh Sandhu and Jamal Hossain, who is also at 7 under par. Honey Besoya, good speed control there, but seems like a bad read.
Veered away right at the end.
Yuvraj Singh Sandhu coming from the lower tier here up onto this whole location. Yuvraj will certainly be trying to make this birdie here. Yuvraj also has a very peculiar way of going about his business on the golf course. Having a pretty stellar professional career so far, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu.
He's done it all today, but not seen him hole a long putt. Maybe this is going to be the first of those.
Has he got enough pace on it? Yuvraj Singh Sandhu leaves that one shot. He will have these 3 feet remaining to save par here on the 15th.
Given the fact that you're having to navigate over a steep embankment, I think that's a good putt.
Well,
difficult to get the speed dialed down on these ones. I think he's done decently well. He'll make par here.
As Gaurav Ghai said, Ajitesh from here on would only need to hit fairways and greens, and he should be through.
I think he's been doing that with aplomb thus far. And with 4 holes to go, with a 5-shot lead.
But this is really what experience is, right? Like Yuvraj Singh Sandhu breathing down your neck after the first 5 holes, and a lot of people could be thinking of changing their strategy as they would move into the back nine. Ajitesh Sandhu sticking to his guns and playing simple golf through up till the 14th hole here, and really keeping that tempo up and keeping that game very simple, going through that entire front nine and now into that back nine. Just being patient enough.
Just had a look at SSP Chaurasia with that cross-country putt.
The patience that Ajitesh is showing here is quite tremendous, I must say.
As we have a look at Honey, we saw him hit that putt, which didn't quite stop, kept rolling on gingerly. Now this one is an uphill putt, maybe right center. Firm putt should do it. And yes, he does that, makes that putt. Good putt by Honey there. He would remain at 1 over for the day, even par for the championship.
SSP Chaurasia 2 under par for the day and 2 under par for the tournament. on the screen on the right side, and we've got Yuvraj Singh Sandhu on the left trying to complete his par here on the 15th.
You also see Yashash Chandra string together a good round of 2 under par, and he moves to 1 under par. If I'm not wrong, he won the national games at this golf course itself, so has an affinity for Delhi golf course. Yuvraj makes his par. Mukku, as he's called by his friends. Also, I had his brother who used to play golf. He's a good player in his own right.
Dinesh Raghuvanshi.
Yeah.
Absolutely, I think from Mau itself.
Yeah,
Would that be correct?
He was a good player and a great character indeed.
Mukesh Kumar, the living legend of Indian golf with over 100 titles to his name and one international victory, the Panasonic Open here at the Delhi Golf Club itself.
Mukesh Kumar's golf has he's been a very arm dominant sort of player. He's played a left-right flight throughout his life and has controlled the club head really well with his forearms and
probably just misread that speed a touch, but beautiful attempt nonetheless. A few more rolls and that could have surely found the bottom of the cup. SSP Chaurasia seems to be doing a bit of plumb bobbing there. Plumb bobbing is a method to check which way the slope is going.
Not a technique that's employed too much now. Players have
I find it quite scary, to be honest.
Players have moved on to new techniques such as aim point and then aim point express and so on and so forth. And
have you done any of these aim points or aim point expresses? Have you tried them?
What do you think I was doing on the golf course for 10 hours?
Oh, is that what made you slow?
A lot of things. Too many calculations.
Too many calculations. Good thing now you're in business. You can keep making all the calculations while you are on your desk.
Exactly. I don't want to be on getting the short end of the stick from my co-players that I'm holding anybody up.
Are you looking forward to the qualifying school? When is it that you start?
I'll give them a little bit of pain. The referees do need a little bit of that in their life as shifts. Shankar Prasad Chaurasia does not require a missed putt. SSP Chaurasia missing that putt there on hole number 16 would move off to 17.
So when do you start playing the qualifying school, Shaurya?
Somewhere in January towards
Would that be the PQ or the final stage?
The PQ.
The PQ. Which stage are you playing? PQ
I'm
1,
planning
2?
to go for the first. I do my calculations where are the chances. But whenever I do calculate this, they backfire. So this time I'm thinking maybe the first one or the second one. So it's a roll of the dice. But the last time I had a fantastic outing though, I'll tell you.
What's that?
I was 7 over with 10 holes to go and I made 6 birdies and missed it by 1 shot.
7 over with 10 holes to go.
But Golmuri
Then you made 6 birdies.
Yeah, and I missed it by 1. But Golmuri is a very kind golf course because you don't really need to hit it too long.
Well, at the same time, you still have to make those 6 birdies, right? So, no matter, this is something that I really do believe in. No matter how short or easy a golf course might seem, at the end of the day, to go out there and be able to string together that many birdies is no mean feat, right? So even if you might consider Golmuri to be not really a long hitter's course, but you've got to get those wedges and those putts in.
Yeah. So
unless and until you're hitting those wedges close enough, you're really not going to be making those birdies.
So that there's something about competition. It doesn't matter what you're doing, what you're playing, but I think it's so important, and especially for the youngsters who are watching it, for the parents. I feel that any sport, it's so important to put your kids in any sort of sport because competition does teach you a lot about yourself, self-discipline, pushing your limits, and I do believe that it can help you in education as well, because at the end it's all about sticking to your guns and putting the time in It's eventually, I feel somebody like you who's gotten so much success in professional and amateur golf, the one thing that you know is delayed gratification. You put in the work now and it pays off years later, and that's what you have to believe.
That's the one thing about golf, right? So unless and until you're patient with it, and any sport actually for that matter, it just teaches you all of that. Great shot there by the player.
Mane's shot getting better as we speak. But these pin positions are almost off the green. The one on 15th was challenging. The one on 16th is tucked away on the left-hand side with hardly any space between it and the bunker. So,
in fact, if you drop that ball pin high or just short of it on the left side, that ball's going to roll off towards the left and get off the green.
Yeah,
as we take a look at Rahul Gangji.
Really difficult pin positions, I must say, and especially on a difficult hole where it's hard to find the fairway. And then to try and get the ball within 20 feet is really quite the task. It would be interesting to note if there have been any birdies on 16. There have been 5 birdies rather on that hole today. So not too bad, but it's probably one of the most difficult holes here at Delhi Golf Club. Rahul's done really well there. Good shot by Rahul Ganji.
Rahul leaves that short of the hole by about 25 feet. That's the look that he will have for birdie. Arjun Puri coming in from the right first cut here on the 16th hole. My apologies, that's the fairway.
That's a big lusty blow right off the tee. Good hit by Arjun. Let's see if he can make amends here. For the last 2 holes, he's given away quite a few golf shots to this course. The advantage of being that far down there, that he can really flight this ball, giving a lot of spin.
Arjun Puri finding the putting surface.
Yeah, not too bad from there.
Should be able to show Rahul some line as well.
Yuvraj Sandhu having made par on 15 has the final 3 holes to go, and he's 7 under for the tournament.
It's pretty much a second position fight as of now. Second tournament within the tournament. M. Dharma and Yogender, his long-time caddy, trying to find
what are
the
the kind
best
of
way into the hole.
discussions that they would be engaging in at this point in time when the caddy and player both are deep in thought?
Well, mostly just confirming the line, getting that in so that the player's not confused before they stand on the ball. And most importantly, I think at this point in time, playing the leader group, you're coming into a close off the back nine, the final round of the tournament. I think one of the main things that a caddy wants to do at this point of time and a player requires is to just stay patient and stay calm, right? Because there's a lot going on through the player's mind. So the one thing that you certainly want in your caddy is that person be able to understand that and be able to keep things calm for them. M. Dharma on the 15th. Caught a beautiful line there, but that ball didn't find the bottom of the cup. So yeah, I mean the main job of a caddy at this point in time is to make sure that the player keeps seeing the positive side of things and keeps moving forward with their games, and that's what's really imperative at this stage. In fact, more often than not, the player requires lesser and not too much from their caddies, especially during these times. Jamal Hossain Mola coming up on a very similar line as did Yuvraj Singh Sandhu some time back. Be a good thing to note whether Hossain reads it better, be it in terms of line or in terms of speed, than Yuvraj did just a few moments ago.
Probably one of the best shots that we've seen on this hole thus far.
Surprising though, like Jamal Hossain, I really did think that when he starts off today, he wouldn't stop himself from making those birdies, but unfortunately, those plans didn't really work out very well for him. He's currently at 2 over par, trying to make this birdie to get to 8 under par for the tournament.
Just needs to ensure that it gets up there.
A little left.
Yeah. Also, the wind is not.
But how about the antics? How about the antics from Jamal? As soon as the putt leaves, Jamal moves a little left, a little bit to the right. Trying to steer it back into the hole.
Yeah, he's a very expressive sort of player. the way he's wearing reminds me a little bit of what's that Korean golfer's name who hits it and then sort of does a 180. I forget. That senior. Now he's a senior tour player. He's got a few exemptions in the PGA.
Choi Ho-sung, if I'm not wrong.
Let's have a look at that again. There you go. There you go. Now a little bit. Now let's do the tango.
Just look at him. Just look at him.
Yeah, just starting the salsa. No, sorry. It's good. We all do that. You often feel that you turn your body in one direction, the ball would sort of follow suit, but it doesn't quite happen.
Well, we've all done that. It's just that when we sit in the commentary box and look at it, we can find the comedy out of it. While we are there, we are steering everything ourselves.
When we're there, we never quite find anything funny. Especially if you're paired alongside yours truly. I'll give you a day to remember. Now let's see Aditesh Sandhu.
Sandhu following that routine, getting quick on the ball and really giving that one a good go. Sandhu would close in with a par on the 15th.
So the Iceman rolls on with another par. 3 holes to go. 5-shot lead. I think now they can bring out the red carpet.
Sandhu not very happy with that missed attempt from his expression, but he's in a good position.
Which is good to see because he's focused on his game.
Absolutely. He's in a good position right now. He's got 3 more holes to go, the 16th, 17th and the 18th. Sandhu right now remains as the only player in double-digit underpars for this week. M. Dharma coming up for par here on the 15th. He's got about 5 feet going uphill towards this hole. These are the tester putts for any professional.
Yeah, not the easiest, but the good thing is it's an uphill putt. We've seen quite a few players make it from there. His right, center and firm should do it.
M. Dharma to remain at 4th position.
Yeah.
Trains that one in, nice and proper.
Made that look pretty straightforward.
Well, not from his reaction.
Yeah, that's quite the reaction. Yeah, we should have a replay of that one. Did a double take on that one.
Lots of spectators out here at the Delhi Golf Club today, right in the middle of Lutyens, Delhi. One of the most historic spots for Indian golf. It's been host to many a European Tour and Asian Tour events. A lot of Indian Opens have been held here, won by a lot of players.
Mukesh Kumar playing hole number 17.
This is our first look here at hole number 17. Pin perched up today on 17, 31 in and 6 from the left, which leaves us on the top tier again like yesterday. But the players would have a lot more vision of this whole location from the tee box than they did to that right side flag yesterday. Shankar Das from about 15 feet away.
Shankar Das, this is a very makeable putt. Yeah, well done.
Well, Shankar Das
the end result sort of belied his reaction. I thought he sort of left it out to the right.
Well, Shankar is superb with the short game. In fact, fun fact for our viewers is that Shankar Das inside of about 80 yards starts to grip his wedges cack-handed. So he actually grips the left hand at the bottom when it comes to inside of a 100-yard shot. And he is phenomenal, one of the best short game players that has played on the PGTI.
And he's also been the number 1 on the order of merit and a winner this year.
So no rules are really needed. You don't have to keep gripping it one way. If things don't go your way, just grip it the other way around and give it a whack and find out.
It all works till the ball gets to the bottom of the cup. Now this putt for Mukesh.
The great Mukesh Kumar.
The way it's aligned seems that it's going to break from our right to left, the way we are seeing it, and from the player's left to right.
I must say that
it had him fooled, and same for us as well.
The grit and resilience of this man, now within his 50s, probably mid-50s is what his age. Late 50s. 59 is his age now. And going around the entire tour and playing the entire year on the PGTI, that's quite something, isn't it? To travel for the number of weeks that one needs to, living up in hotels. Mind you, for these players. That's the way of living, but it's also quite challenging. So for him to go on still till date at this age and give a good fight to the young guns, it's quite commendable. Hani Besoya from the fairway on 16th. Currently at even par for the tournament. Hani Besoya leaks that one out to the right side. He's going to have to chip that one up onto the green. He's pretty pin high to the flag, although the ball does get pretty quick as it'll get closer to the hole. There is a little swale that'll take it away down into that downhill, into a little funnel area on the left side of the green. So that chip shot will require a lot of control from his end. As we look at the windy day here, we've got on the 17th, Udayan Mane on the right sides of our screen. Mane making that little practice move of his. He's trying to feel some impact position, clearing off of the body.
I'm just looking at Mukesh Kumar's record, and it's absolutely stellar. It leaves you gobsmacked. He won the Panasonic Open 2016 at the age of 51. Still going strong.
Udayan Mane has come up on the bottom shelf of the 17th green. There are two shelves on the 17th, one on the left side, one with a big mound in the middle on the right side. And once you're on the bottom shelf, the putts to the top shelf, even though they are uphill, they are tough to control. The embankment on that slope is must be nearly about 60 to 70 degrees. So to judge that speed correctly is quite a difficult task, especially for today's flag location. As we take a look at Rahil Gangji, beautiful ball striker is Rahil.
Fairly accessible flag as far as this green is concerned. Probably a go-to flag for these players. They would all be attacking it.
Well, I guess coming up into the last few holes, one of the things is, unfortunately, Rahil seems to have left himself in the bunker.
Now we have a look at Rashid and Hani deep in conversation, looking up the 16th.
Rashid also seems to be going out to the right side. Seems like he's left his second shot on the front part of that green. He'll have that shelf to contend with. That little false front on the 16th.
Rashid Khan has just come off 2 birdies on 14 and 15, so he's even par for the day and 3 under for the tournament. The good thing about Rashid is that as far as bogeys and doubles are concerned in his round, he has the memory of a goldfish. He doesn't quite carry any excess baggage and just goes on about the shot. A great lesson for all the youngsters watching is stay in the present.
Easier said than done, though. I tell you that Ajitesh Sandhu is really showcasing that today very well, to be in the present. Rashid
Khan. We're having a chuckle between the two of us because we saw the
gusts.
That's a good shot. We saw the trees which are now almost at an angle. The wind is so prominent. It's going to make the last 3 holes quite difficult for the leader group. Let's see how they contend with it. Now we have a look at Yuvraj.
Yuvraj got a tough one over here. He's got to contend with that slope on the bank of the green and be able to stop that ball pretty quickly. He short-sighted himself, but if anyone in this field can manage that wedge from that position, Yuvraj surely is one of them.
Yeah, we've seen his magical hands come to the fore more than one time today. Maybe there's another chip in.
And let's see if Hani Besoya can make a chip in of his own.
Yeah, seem to have gotten stuck there. Maybe it's he's hitting it against the grain. Now Yuvraj, let's see if he's going the aerial route. I think he is.
Yeah, there's no other way from there.
This is what I'm saying. These are probably the most difficult short game shots. You don't have much green. You have to generate speed and spin, and also have to deaden the impact. It's not the easiest shot at all. It's so much easier if you just keep it on the back foot and roll it up. But unfortunately, that option doesn't always present itself. But,
100%. These cute little shots where you've got to fly the ball only like less than 5 yards, but still be able to create some spin on them. These are the tougher ones.
This is the last roll of the dice. He has to hold it.
Well, he has to hold it, but I think he's pretty much fighting for the second position now. So he could potentially hold this one, have another few on the next couple of holes, and
That came out hot. Yeah,
came out a bit hot, but still a makeable par putt there for you.
That's the difficulty here around the greens. The second shot wouldn't have been that bad. It's maybe just a yard off. Would have been a good shot, but now you have yourself facing a 12-footer for par. So.
That's exactly the reason we only have a handful of players here in under par numbers. Only 6 players in the field currently at under par, and 10 players at par or better. And that really just goes to show how difficult the conditions are. I just spoke with Dhruv Shoran out there behind the 18 green, and he mentioned that the course conditions were superb, but the weather conditions today were really tough out there. The short little shots like Yuvraj just played are the tougher ones to navigate, especially putting that club under the ball and making sure that the ball climbs up enough to get enough spin on it as well. So one of the tougher shots, especially in the situations that we are in right now. Udayan Mane coming up from that bottom shelf on hole number 17. Before him, we've got Hani Besoya on the left side of our screen, putting for par here. He's still left with about 15 feet for his par. Hani Besoya attempting for par. Unfortunately, good attempt there by Hani, but Hani would have to settle with a bogey on the 16th as we take a look at the Olympian Udayan Mane. Mane will have to hit that strong enough. And the ball needs to settle. That's the toughness of a putt coming up that slope and then be able to stop it. As you can tell from the slope now on your screens, that if you do not stop that ball within 2 feet of the hole, that ball is going to run away from you. Yuvraj Sandhu putting for par on the 16th to stay at 7 under par and a tie for second. This is an important putt for Yuvraj. Yuvraj will need to play this up from the right to the left. Stay up. Oh, that's definitely not the best of attempts by Yuvraj. Arjun Puri coming from a similar location as did Udayan Mane just a few moments ago on the 17th. Puri having a tough time on the golf course today. Rashid Khan on the 16th now putting for par. Unfortunately, Arjun Puri has also run that one by the hole quite a bit. Rashid Khan manages to save a par on the 16th to stay at position number 5 at 5 under par. Mane on the right side on 17th putts for par, and Yuvraj Sandhu on the left side of our screens is putting for bogey. Yuvraj manages to finish off the 16th with a 5 on the scorecard, would drop down to 6 under par for the tournament, leaving Jamal Hossain alone at 7 under par. Mane still remaining with another 6 feet to come back for bogey. Seems like it's all just coming undone for Mane on this 17th hole. Mane, who's kept things together so far at even par for the tournament and even par for the day, with 3 birdies on the scorecard today and 3 bogeys. Arjun Puri putting for par all the way uphill. Puri would have learned something from Udayan Mane's putt just a few moments earlier.
Yeah, but when it's not your day,
It's just not your day.
The harder you try it, it's sort of it's like the diminishing returns to scale. After a certain point, no matter what you do, it just goes downwards. So I think what you do take away from days like this is experience.
Absolutely, and you know, for a young player to put themselves into that position to be playing the leader group or the penultimate leader group is extremely important. The more and more one can put themselves in that situation, the more and more one learns how to deal with it and move on from there. Rahil Gangji putting for par after that bunker shot. Rahil with a solid par here on the 17 to stay at 2 over par for the tournament. Rahil would move on to the 18th at 2 over par and probably gunning to make a birdie there. A birdie on the last will get him to a tie for 10th position alongside Varun Parekh and Hani Besoya. Varun Parekh turning in a scorecard of 2 under par today to finish at 1 over. We have the leader group now showing up on the 16th green. M. Dharma coming up just about 20 feet short of the hole. We've also got another golf ball on the green.
You can see the wind is picking up, and it's been that sort of a day. Today it's been rather difficult for the players to navigate this golf course. If you look at the number of under par rounds, you'll see that 5, 6, 7, about 10 players who are under par today, and that's really out of character on PGTI. You see players normally on the final day, you almost find 40 rounds under par.
Back on that 16th fairway, our leader Ajitesh Sandhu moving in rhythm there on the fairway, having a bit of chitter-chatter with his caddy Surya Vijay Singh, also his close friend. Jamal Hossain Mola leading the way in his pink pants, coming up onto that green as M. Dharma follows the both of them. Ajitesh Sandhu at 12 under par with a lead of 5 shots over Jamal Hossain from Bangladesh, and Yuvraj Singh Sandhu at 6 under par.
entire round without a single bogey. For all the youngsters or even the club golfers, I know these days the league championships are a big thing and everybody's so competitive. It's one thing to be exuberant, but it's another thing to be consistent. You can win a tournament by just avoiding the mistakes. It's not about how well you hit it, it's about your bad shots.
Also, I think that, in a situation where you're coming into the final round, whether you're leading the tournament or whether you're 3 shots or 4 shots back, it's very important to have some sort of a strategy, some sort of an understanding as to how you want to go about your business on that day. At the same time, being open enough that the course might throw its own challenges to you, just like the wind today is. So while you have a plan and you have a strategy in mind, at the same time, you also have the openness for any changes that might happen during the round. A beautiful putt there by Ajitesh Sandhu.
We haven't spoken enough about his putting prowess. We've seen how good he is hitting the ball and how consistent his lines are when he's swinging the club. But one thing that often I think doesn't get talked enough is how good his speed control and his contact is on the putting green. We've seen his lag putting has been on point, and that's saved him a lot of stress as well. Like tap-ins for par a lot better than trying to make recurring 4-footers, 3-footers for par.
Absolutely. Ajitesh is a good putter. In fact, I remember a couple of years back, I was playing an amateur tournament with him, and when we started off the day, he would just whack the first putt by the hole by about a good 4, 5, 6 feet, and he would just whack the next one back into the hole too.
That's pretty much how Rashid putts. I don't know if you've... I read that book by Greg Norman. In fact, that's the first golf book I read, and that he spoke about the importance of having the confidence of ramming the second putt in. That actually allows you to be aggressive on your birdie putts. And players that more often than not make a lot of birdies are very good from putting within 4 to 5 feet. So that's another thing that I think a lot of players don't practice enough, amateurs and even junior golfers. And you being a golf coach, you know that much better than me, that is the range that is a make or break if you want to make birdies, because only then can you be assertive with your first putt.
Absolutely. Your 4-footers, should be absolutely at the back of your hand. You should know with closed eyes that you can make them. And when you have those 4-footers, in place, then you've got pretty much everything in control. M. Dharma, that ball is going to break a lot from the right to the left.
Looks like he has a penchant of making these long right-left putts, and this one should get there on its own. So I would give this an outside short head going in the hole.
Well, let's see if it's got the speed right. It's a curling putt, but I think it's curled from below the hole.
Yeah,
stayed below the hole.
Stayed below the hole. Not bad. Dharma M currently in 4th position.
Well, there we go, right? Like you've got to really hit them by the hole, unless if you want to make them birdies.
Yeah, but it's again you have to have the stomach for making those 5-footers, 4-footers, and accepting that you might miss one. But of course, if you go by the law of averages, you'll end up holding a few more. Like somebody like Rashid makes a lot of birdies, makes a few bogeys as well. But that's just the roll of the dice.
Having said that, I think Dharma is a phenomenal putter inside of 6 feet, and it's not every time that a player judges the speed absolutely correct. And that's also another thing for our viewers to note, that it's not that every putt the player is going to catch it perfectly and be able to hit the right speed and the right line on it. But majority of the times we've seen M. Dharma is very strong inside of, in fact, not even 6 feet, inside of that 10 feet area. As we take a look now at Jamal Hossain Mola. Jamal coming up on the same line as what Ajitesh came from. Jamal makes this birdie. It'll help him secure 2nd position this week after having that victory last week in Digboy at the Indian Oil Masters. So good 2 weeks for Jamal Hossain Mola, as long as he can close this day out with 3 positive holes, including this one, the 16th. The players from... and that'll be a par for Jamal Hossain Mola. The players from here move on to playing the Tata Steel Tour Championship at Jamshedpur just the week after. The prize purse for the Tata Steel Tour Championship is 3 crore rupees. 60 players get to play the Tour Championship, the top 60 players on the order of merit.
And I
They
believe
are the
a
same
few-
players who are also exempt for the next year.
For the next year. I believe you also get a few invites as well, but the players who do get invited, that money does not count for the order of merit if they are outside the top 60. There are a few international players who get an invite and so on and so forth.
Ajitesh Sandhu closing in for par here on the 16th.
Look at his putting grip also, really conventional. Everything about Ajitesh is very conventional, the way he plays golf.
Absolutely, and really that the patience that he has to do that is what really pays back to him.
M. Dharma would now clean up and Ajitesh would move on to hole number 17.
Dharma using a tennis wrap grip there on his putter. Lots of players tend to do that. It's just something of a feel factor that it adds to a lot of the players. You'll find them on a lot of putters on the tour, and a lot of them even in the clubs. But usually people in the clubs don't think that the pros are doing it, but the pros are doing it all the time.
Yuvraj now on hole number 17. Another good iron shot here. He's been really good with his irons today as Yuvraj.
This putt is a tough one. Good judgment of speed is required, but Yuvraj has done beautifully in terms of judgment of speed over here as well as line.
He's going to have that little bit of a knee knocker coming back 4 feet, maybe, and then some. Majority of the field has finished their round. Divyansh Dubey has come in with, is currently 1 under. And as we go further up on the leaderboard, the only other player is Sandeep Singh in 21st position, who has shot a 3 under par 69 and also made an eagle. Kapil Kumar, even par eagle on hole number 8. We've also seen a massive reduction in the number of eagles that players are able to make now.
I think in windy conditions, and also I also think that on this current golf course, the Delhi Golf Club, especially with the renovated greens and the layout, it is a lot more tougher on the par 5s to make eagles. You know, earlier on when the greens were a bit flatter, you could run up your 2 iron or your 3 iron as well as your 3 woods onto the greens. But now you cannot run anything up. The slopes will catch it and move it to the side. The ball's really not going to run up straight, so that makes it a lot tougher to make those eagles.
It's
in any case, players aren't hitting drivers off the tee here.
Yeah, it's made the game a lot more aerial. So if you want to try and make eagle, you'll really have to flirt with a lot of danger, to be honest.
Yep. So if you're ready to go off with tee shots of drivers on all the par 5s, I think that's the only way that you will be able to get yourself onto eagle opportunities, especially on hole number 1 and 8 with those dog legs. I think it's pretty tough to keep the driver in play. 14th and 18th, I would still think a lot of players would be able to take on the drivers just because of the nature of the design of the hole. Yuvraj Sandhu, look for that ball to break a little bit from the left to the right.
Oh, he needs to keep his composure at this point in time. He's done a lot of hard work and doesn't want to be giving away free shots to the golf course.
Unfortunately, that's an unforced error there for Yuvraj Singh Sandhu.
So he'd make 2 bogeys and he would slip to 2 under par for the day.
Taking Dharma with him into tied 3rd position.
Yeah, and would move to tie 3rd, and Jamal Hossain would find himself in 2nd position. And I think there's a lot to play for in terms of prize fund.
These last 2 holes almost looking like, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu put himself in a position to threaten the leader. But going on now almost looks like he's lost the steam.
Because obviously he's been reeling off one brilliant shot after another. Even that one on 16th was not that far off, and it's just the way there's a toss of the coin, to be honest with you. It's a fine margin between a birdie and a bogey, so he might be a little disappointed, especially with the start that he had. He thought he was hot on Ajitesh's tail, but to Ajitesh's credit, he's not flinched even once. So I think I would be very proud of the effort that Yuvraj has made. Maybe he just finished the round with a birdie, and that would be a stellar round of 3 under par for this young man from Chandigarh.
The leader, Ajitesh Sandhu, coming up on the 17th.
The ball striking machine, Ajitesh Sandhu.
Sandhu
The
pulls
first
that.
errant shot that we've seen the entire day.
That seemed like a bit of a pull from the get-go, but I think that would have found the bunker if I'm not wrong. If that ball is in the bunker, should be absolutely fine for Ajitesh. Looks like he's pulled out his lob wedge, which probably means that that ball has found the back bunker over there. It's a bit of a tough shot unless he finds that favorable lie to get it close and personal with that flag location. Jamal Hossain Maula now, who is now solo at second position at 7 under par. Jamal cannot lose the second position now unless and until he drops a shot, which is not very likely. Jamal Hossain also coming up on the right side. Looks like
that's a little bit of a mishit for him, but he likes to favor the right-left draw, so maybe the start lines.
The wind on the 17th can be really dodgy, one of the toughest winds to pick up on this course.
Yeah, because it's locked in this hole, it's surrounded by trees on either side, but isn't it a sight for sore eyes? This tree, this green, this entire setting is so majestic. And really, the heart goes out for all the members. Thank you so much for being so pliant and having this event. I know that the players really like to get their rounds in every day. So for them to support this event means a lot to the Professional Golf Tour of India and to each and every golfer who's here. And of course, without the support of Vishwa Samudra and Mr. Kapil Dev, this wouldn't have been possible. So we see finally a few errant shots on hole number 17. That can happen when the focus shifts away, when the heat of the battle is over. Maybe the mind switches off just a little bit, because till that time Jamal was pursuing, Ajitesh was still trying to be composed. It's the small little things like that can sort of creep in, but now they'll have their work cut out to try and make par.
All three players have got very tough shots here to be making up and down. The 17th, the entire leader group has missed the green, making things very interesting. So should be hopefully a nice short game clinic here on the 17th green. So if, ladies and gentlemen, if you're around and you want a short game clinic, head on over to the 17th green here at the DGC. A pulled shot, usually goes far, and that's what it looked like. What happened for Ajitesh? He seemed like he pulled that tee shot from the get-go, and usually a pulled shot would end up going left and long, as they say, because the club is sort of de-lofting on the ball and aiming leftwards, and that just leaves you over the green, and that's exactly what's happened with Ajitesh. Yes. A difficult place to be in, especially when the flag is already perched up at the back and you've already taken the yardage for that location.
Yeah, not the easiest shot for Ajitesh, depending on what kind of lie he's drawn. But he seems pretty nonchalant, so I don't think he's in too much of a spot of bother.
Well, Ajitesh definitely has nothing to bother about. He's got a 5-shot buffer. Once he gets into that bunker, he knows that he just needs to pop it back out. But yes, he would definitely be trying to hit the best shot possible to save his par.
I have one question. On hole number 18, now let's say he makes par and still has a 4 or a 5-shot hole. What would you recommend? Let's say if he goes, should he still hit a driver or be a little more conservative, maybe play it as a 3-shot hole?
I mean, Ajitesh would probably be going for this hole in 3 shots on the 18th. Today's spin location is 31 in and 7 from the right. You anyway have to be a really long hitter to be able to reach up to that flag location. So I think it would be prudent to go in with a 3-shot approach.
And what should he tee off with, an iron then, or just a rescue? Or
well, I think in that situation, one of the things that I think would be important is to go with the club that from your gut you feel like you can be very confident in swinging. I think I would go with that club. In fact, whether you hit a 4-iron or a 3-iron or a 5-wood or a 3-wood or the driver on that hole right now really is not as important
as the comfort that you have with that club?
On the right hand side, we can see hole number 18. That's Rahil Ganji. On left hand side, we can see Jamal Hossain.
Lots of players we see, tee off with a 3-iron or a 2-iron or a hybrid club. Basically, if you're about 200 to 220 off the tee on that 18th hole, you can have another 180-yard shot back into the fairway.
Oh, he hit a good shot that was threatening the pin. Now he'll have that 10-footer for par.
It's a pretty good shot there for Jamal. So once you've hit it about 220 yards off that tee box on the 18th, another 7-iron or a 6-iron down the fairway line, all you'll have is a wedge left to the flag, and that would pretty much be the ideal situation right now, working backwards.
Aditesh Sandhu now.
Let's see if Sandhu tries to hit a conservative shot over here, or does he actually go for the little drop dead kind of shot? What a brilliant golf shot there by Ajitesh Sandhu. He's played that shot brilliantly, giving himself a good look at par. We just saw Yuvraj Singh Sandhu putting from a similar location, 5 feet away for par. Superb shot.
Firmly in control of all his faculties and every facet of the game is Ajitesh Sandhu as he strides towards this momentous victory. It's going to be one that will be cherished by him, especially to have his wife as well following him. It's going to be something that he'll remember for years to come.
M. Dharma coming from the back of the green. He's got a tough shot here. If he pops this up onto the green, it's difficult to control the ball. And if he drops it short, there's too much rough there. The ball will get ruffled up in there itself. He's got to really be careful with pitching this ball up onto the green and not be very cute with this. M. Dharma seems like a lofted club in his hand. He will have to get that wedge head completely under the ball. And he's really leaning up forward. Seems like he's playing a bit of a bump and run over here. And seems like he has, but that ball had to get ruffled up into that rough, as you could tell much before he took that shot. The only shot that can work from there is a lofted shot. Well, I guess it's easier for us to say this now that the shot is done, but had it jumped up and gone on to the green, we could have had probably a different story to tell.
Absolutely. As they say, hindsight is 20/20 vision.
It's 6 by 6, my friend.
Well, let's just call it 20 by 20.
And you've just changed the number of parameters.
I think that's the military equivalent to 20 by 20.
All
We'll
right,
have
then.
to look that up. While we have a look, let me just Google, is it 20 by 20 or is it 20 by 20? Vision is a measure of visual acuity or the clarity of your eyesight at a distance of 20 feet, my friend.
But that's the thing, right?
Okay, for a moment, I had me doubting myself, but
that's exactly the point. At least 20 feet.
We're having a lot of fun here at the Vishwa Samudra Open. I'm your host Shaurya Singh, joined alongside by my co-host Rahul Bajaj. Both of us professional golfers and now trying to be wannabe professional commentators while we see this shot and it is threatening the hole. That was really good.
Great attempt there by M. Dharma, but he will have to settle for a 4 here on the 17th. This will take Dharma's score from 5 under par to 4 under par, where he will get tied alongside Rashid Khan at 4th position, leaving Yuvraj Singh Sandhu by himself at 3rd.
It's going to be a week of firsts, with first Vishwa Samudra Open 2024 and a new champion being christened here at the Delhi Golf Club.
And would be the first win for Ajitesh Sandhu here at this course, where he's actually done phenomenally well multiple times over. Incredible time to be doing that with the injuries that he was battling with his family here walking with him, it would be a terrific thing to watch. Nicely done there by Rahil Ganji, closing in on the 18th hole, and his campaign here comes to a close at the Vishwa Samudra Open 2024. Rahil would finish at a score of 2 over par for the tournament and a tie for 11th position. As we take a look now at Jamal Hossain, putting for par here, sandy par as they call it, coming from that front bunker, and drains that one in. Jamal Hossain Mola.
Great par by Jamal right there.
Striking his authority on that second position.
Now this is a similar putt to the one that Yuvraj had missed on the lower side, so shows you there is a little bit of break to it.
This ball does curve quite a bit from the left to the right. Probably have to play this one a touch outside of the hole for it to drain in.
Where you have to leave it outside the cup and just expect the slope to do the rest, and you have to get the speed in line. I think this is where Rashid really revels from this range in a left-right putt, because he keeps it inside the hole and hits them firm.
Yes, the thing is that currently with the speed of the greens, I don't think that going with a firm approach is a good one. But that's the challenge, to be at about 5 feet away and then be able to sort of trust that the ball is going to break from the outside of the hole, which clearly seems like Ajitesh is trusting, and that trust has done brilliantly for him.
Yeah, his trust has not been broken, and he moves to hole number 18.
Beautifully done. A lovely par here by Ajitesh Sandhu on the 17th. That's sandy par on the 17th hole from the back bunker. For this particular flag location, by no means is an easy bunker shot. For the players to trust that line to be coming from outside of the hole for such a short putt, that's the key. Once you do that, more than half of the job is done. M. Dharma coming for bogey here on the 17th. Knocks that one in. On the right side, we've got Udayan Mane on the 18th. Our leader group now moves on to the 18 tee box. Ajitesh Sandhu still leading the way at 12 under par, followed by Jamal Hossain at 7 under par. The third player in this leader group is M. Dharma, currently at 4 under par for the tournament.
Wonderful afternoon here at the Delhi Golf Club. The players really rally to get into that final event of the year, the Tour Championship, Tata Steel Tour Championship. We see Udayan Mane, Arjun Puri and Rahil Ganji.
Ajitesh Sandhu turned pro in 2008. In the first year, he posted 10 top 10s on the PGTI to finish 30th on the order of merit. His international wins in 2017, he won the Yangda Tournament Players Championship, which is an Asian Tour event. On the PGTI, he has won the DLF Masters in 2012 on the old course layout. We have him, he had a victory in Golconda, the Golconda Masters, which is held at Hyderabad at the Golconda Club in 2016, as well as in 17. I think he must have shot multiple number of 8 under pars, if I'm not wrong, in those years over there. Jeev Milkha Singh Invitational presented by Take in 2019. He's also won a Taiyo Club Challenge tournament in 2017, which is a Japan tour.
What a stellar shot by Honey there on hole number 18. That would have looked good in the air.
So with 2 international wins and 4 wins already on the Indian tour, Ajitesh Sandhu going to add the 5th one today here at the Delhi Golf Club, the inaugural Vishwa Samudra Open.
The 18th hole has been lengthened a little, I think almost close to 6-7 years ago. The tee has been pushed back by about 20 odd yards.
The 18th hole's fairway also has become a lot narrower with that new cart path on the right side. So the run-in towards the right rough has actually become a lot more accessible than it used to be. Earlier, the rough area would be a little bit larger, so the ball could stop.
Sandhu, this is impressive. Going with the driver here.
Seems like we've missed the swing there, but he seems to be happy about.
That shows you a lot about his mindset. There's really no backing off. He's gone with the driver.
And kind of like what we spoke about, what you're most comfortable with in this situation is what you must go with. Doesn't matter what the book says.
Yeah, but the fact is that the driver does have the highest dispersion, so it's really impressive that he's that much in control. That even in this situation where he's not required to take a long club, he could just tee off with a 3-iron and maybe hit a rescue and a wedge. But it's really impressive. Been most impressed by the way he's handled himself and the way he's executed each and every shot on this golf course.
I think a lot of that dispersion might be on your and my driver, but clearly on Ajitesh Sandhu's driver, that's not a problem.
And similarly, let's see if that's not a problem for Jamal as well, who's going off with the 3-wood. Maybe he can get there with 2 3-woods.
Yes, I think Jamal can get there with 2 3-woods, especially if he hits the first one really good, which he has.
Which he has. And now Dharma M going with a 2-iron oblique rescue. Dharma currently finds himself at 4 under par in 4th position. So Rashid and Dharma would share those world ranking points, which cap off at 5th position. Top 5 is a meaty sum in this tournament. I think second place position would be close to 20 odd lakhs. You can have a look and give us the exact numbers if possible, but even the top 5 would be double-digit lakhs. So it's really something a lot to play for these players. Dharma also happy with that shot, having taken the tee out. And so our final group gets underway, playing hole number 18 here at the Delhi Golf Club. Ajit.
रात में जो मजा है, मजा ये कुछ नया नया है कि मुझको आज क्या हुआ है, ये झूमता ही जा रहा है। हम कहाँ हैं, तुम कहाँ हो, दिल कहाँ पे होश।
Bisleri, drink it up.
Of course, as we go further down that list, the money keeps reducing as we go down. But yes, the winner makes 30 and the second position makes 20 lakh rupees in this tournament as we look at Rashid Khan. Currently 4 under par, trying to spin this one up. He manages to spin it, but it also releases by the hole. He will have about 20-25 feet coming back towards that hole now. Fortunately, it doesn't seem like a very reasonable birdie opportunity at this moment. As you can tell from this aerial view of the 18th green, the 18th and the 5th hole greens are joined together. What a lovely shot there by Hani Besoya, giving himself just a tap-in left there for birdie on the 18th. Currently at a score of 2 over par. This putt will jump Hani up into the top 10 position alongside Varun Parekh and Udayan Mane. Yuvraj Sandhu trying to make a birdie of his own here. close this round. Brilliant start by Yuvraj Singh Sandhu. Unfortunately, he hasn't been able to capitalize on it going into the back nine. Back nine's been a bit tough for him. It's 3 over par for the back nine. Front nine was at 5 under par.
There's definitely a tale of two nines for Yuvraj.
Rashid Khan putting for birdie here on the 18th hole.
See the change in the greens, what more difference it makes. That chip shot would never have rolled that far past if it were not for the design. Oh, Rashid Khan lipping out.
Rashid has one of the most brilliant putting strokes that one can view. One of the most confident strokes as well. Very assertive when it comes to his putting. Definitely tells that ball where to go rather than steer it. Or Yuvraj Singh Sandhu eyeing another birdie here on the 18th hole. This birdie could ease some of the pain that Yuvraj must have on this back nine.
Yeah, and it's always good to finish a round with the birdie. He'll have a good feeling about this. He's made so many birdies today.
Absolutely, I think this one's going to break a little bit from the left, but it doesn't break so much, if I remember correctly.
I have a feeling that he's going to make this putt.
Well, definitely to close in this tournament on a high, Yuvraj Singh Sandhu for birdie here on the 18th to take his score to 6 under par. It wouldn't change his position, but certainly would make him feel good.
Oh, that goals are begging.
Fortunately, he's hit that one a bit past the hole. He's going to have to contend with that next 4-footer now, this time going in slightly downhill. So this game is, right, starting off with a string of 4 birdies and then struggling to keep it up on that back nine. Just the nature of the game, isn't it? As we take a look at Rashid Khan, who has had his own trials and turbulences on the golf course, putting for par here on the 18th. No problem there for Rashid Khan, who would be closing in this tournament at a tie for 4th position at 4 under par alongside M. Dharma. Seems like most of the positions that have changed today have been mostly because of mistakes of people rather than really moving up from the players' side. The few players who've done exceedingly well on the course and jumped up positions was Sachin Besoya, who moved up due to his round of 5 under par. We have Varun Parekh, who shot 2 under par today. We also have Sandeep Singh, who shot 3 under par today. And
Yuvraj Sandhu finished his round, and I must say that it was a valiant effort. It gave us, the fans of the game, a lot to get excited about and made the tournament a whole lot interesting.
I couldn't agree more. In fact, through that front nine, it really did look that we had one more contender for the championship and would have been a fun showing on that back nine. Hopefully, Yuvraj will continue this kind of form as he goes into the Tata Steel Tour Championship just the week after. Jamal Hossain now for his 3rd shot here on the 18th hole. His 72nd hole at the Delhi Golf Club. playing the Vishwa Samudra Open presented by Kapil Dev. Brilliant shot there by Jamal Hossain, putting himself on the dance floor for birdie. Well struck shot, pin high. Ajitesh Sandhu has also laid up onto the fairway, should have a sand wedge in from there. As we first wait for M. Dharma to come from that right rough. Let's see if Dharma can put enough spin on that golf ball.
It's going to be difficult to put spin on it from that rough, depending on what kind of a lie he's drawn. M. Dharma currently finds himself at 4 under par, so can get away from Rashid Khan and be in solo fourth if he were to make birdie here.
Dharma seems to have taken a bit of a conservative approach over here and left himself just short off the middle of the green. And I think it's a pretty smart approach, come to think about it. If that ball can come out like a jumper from the rough, it can really go over the green where there's no chance to make up and down. Our leader, Ajitesh Sandhu, 12 under par.
Expect this to be close.
Seems like a nice solid swing there by Ajitesh. Superb shot.
Brilliant shot by Ajitesh. Expect nothing less.
Setting himself on a birdie opportunity on that final hole to close in style. A live leaderboard there on the screens for you, ladies and gentlemen. Ajitesh Sandhu, 12 under par, followed by Jamal Hossain Mola from Bangladesh at 7 under par. Yuvraj Sandhu at 5 under par and Rashid Khan at 4 under par, tied alongside M. Dharma, legendary SSB Chaurasia at 1 under par, finishing solo 6th. Tough conditions here at the Delhi Golf Club with the winds blowing really strong. The weather has been pretty phenomenal. The course condition really phenomenal, but the winds provided a bunch of challenge to the players.
Yeah, there was some mystery to it, especially when we got around the turn and Yuvraj was going all guns blazing with 6 birdies on that front 9 for a stellar 5 under front 9. I can't quite recall such a good front 9 in the recent past. And I think the thing that was the last straw on the camel's back was Ajitesh not really deterred by anything, so that would have caused Yuvraj to try even harder, and that obviously caused a few bogeys. I think he's put up a valiant show. He's finished 3rd, has a lot to play for, and obviously in 2 weeks' time they'll all be moving on to Jamshedpur for the Tata Steel Tour Championship. A lot of fortunes were resting on this week for the players to get in from the top 60. And even others who are outside the top 100 would want to get into the top 100 so that they don't need to play the pre-qualifying stage. They get straight to the final stage. Surveying that putt now, M. Dharma.
It's been an interesting 2 days over here at the Delhi Golf Club with all of the chatter that we've been able to have behind that 18th green, especially, speaking with Kapil Dev or speaking with, Mr. Uttam Singh Mundi, who's the current CEO of the PGTI, or the CEO designate Amandeep Johal. A lot of insightful comments there from them about golf in the country, as well as how they are going to be changing things or improving things as they move into 2025. So very interesting things happening in the world of golf as we take a look back on that 18th green at M. Dharma.
Yes, absolutely. I think this week is augurs well really for the future of Indian golf. I must say, for all the sports in our country, that golf holds the most amount of promise. We do have world beaters in our midst. We have so many good golfers who are plying their trade abroad. Unfortunately, could not come here and make it to this week. The likes of Shubhankar, Gaganjeet Bhullar. I'm sure I'm missing out a few other names. Jyoti Randhawa, who's doing well on the senior tours now. Jeev Milkha Singh. we always have a factory line of players who are able to take the name of our great nation and get it nationally more acclaimed.
Dharma putting for birdie here on the last hole.
And Dharma should go on to make par and remain in a tie for fourth. So he'll make a handsome check as well as collect a few world ranking points.
Good week here for Dharma, although I'm sure he would have liked to put in a better show on this final day. Today playing to even par for the round and 4 under par for the tournament. Next up, Jamal Hossain.
Finally, the cardigan comes off. I think
it's taken him 17 holes.
Yeah, it's about time.
That's the longest it's taken for a player to get warmed up.
It's about time. So, Jamal playing hole number 18 with a putt for birdie. Not a final round that he'd like to remember. It's 2 over par from the final day. He would have wanted to shoot at least 1 under par and put some pressure on Ajitesh. But I think the fact that Ajitesh was able to hold his own also made it difficult for these players to really make any inroads.
Yes, I think also like the way you go about your business on that final day is extremely important. Ajitesh is not the kind of player who will get rattled by anything or unfazed by it, and that's exactly what he showcased today. Really kept his head on his shoulders and gone about his business the way he wanted to go about it. So we take a look at Dharma. My apologies, that's Jamal Hossain coming up just a wee bit short.
Good effort by Jamal. He would shoot a 2 over par, and that would be good enough for a solo second. And
that would be a good read also for Ajitesh. Let's see if Ajitesh goes on to make another birdie to finish off in style, to finish at 13 under par for this week.
Valiant effort by Jamal as well.
Absolutely, waving out to the crowds. Very encouraging crowds here at the Delhi Golf Club.
Yeah, they do love their game. They're all connoisseurs of the game of golf and appreciate good golf. They've seen history being made on this very green. Senior members have been here and they've seen quite a few battles play out on this historic location. Rather, at this historic location, hole number 18. And in the annals of history on the Delhi Golf Club, this itself will be a glorious chapter as well, where Ajitesh Sandhu's name will be written with pride.
Ajitesh trying to stay clued into that putt. Will he be finishing off in style? He wouldn't, but good attempt there by Ajitesh hitting that one by the hole. He still has about 3 feet left to make his par on the 18th.
Yeah, gave that a good run. Wanted to make a birdie.
Dharma trying to close in for that par here on the 18th hole to finish off for a tie for 4th position for the week.
Dharma now with his par putt. He's had a pretty solid week as Dharma. 4 under par. And that's good putt for his par, and would finish in for a tie of 4th position alongside the illustrious Rashid Khan.
As we wait for...
The stage is clear.
The stage is clear. The stage has been clear for quite some time. We wait for Ajitesh to finish off this 3-footer on the last.
You think we'll finally see some emotion?
Well,
he's been able to bottle it up really well. He's been cool as ice, as Ajitesh, and going to win this tournament by a handsome number of shots.
Absolutely superb playing here by Ajitesh Sandhu today. A bogey-free 1 under par on the final day of the Vishwa Samudra Open 2024.
What a
superb
player.
victory for Ajitesh. Only player this week to have finished in double-digit under pars at 12 under par. There we go.
And there you have the customary dousing in water. Fantastic victory for Ajitesh Sandhu. What a player. 3 under par, 5 under par, 3 under par, and on final day 1 under par. All rounds under par. Mind you, shows you that this man means business. What a brilliant week for Ajitesh Sandhu, and that's what you like to see. Congratulated by Yuvraj Sandhu as well.
That hug with Surya just goes to show how difficult it has been for the player and the caddy. Just moving by the last 2 years, trying to find form.
And this is what golf is about. You see all his competitors congratulating him, and we saw Yuvraj as well come to the fore, and this is what golf is all about. And Mr. Uttam Singh Mundi congratulating the champion, and Mr. Amandeep Joel as well. So stellar week capped off in style by Ajitesh Sandhu. Really saving the best for last.
Yeah, there we go. It's the family waiting for him to finish off. Prabhakaran from Sri Lanka.
He's been cool as ice the entire time. There's not a single chink in his armor.
It's just the demeanor that he carries all the time. Very cool and collected player, Ajitesh Sandhu. Goes about his business in a very process-oriented fashion.
And not to forget Jamal, good effort by him. There you see his friends come up, Rahul Ganji. Now he can let his hair down, so as to speak. And for our viewers, we'd implore you, please stay with us, because we're going to get you some interesting interviews, and then we'll go on to the prize ceremony. We're also going to run you through the action of the day. So do stay with us.
As we go through the highlights of the day, those were the first 2 tee shots of our leaders going into this final day. Honey Besoya starting off, trying to start off his campaign from that first hole, try to get that kick from the coin, but that wasn't good enough. Take a look at Yuvraj Singh Sandhu, the man who started off with 4 birdies in a row to begin the day. Unfortunately couldn't quite close in the way that he would have liked, but he certainly made things a lot more interesting than what we would have expected at the start today. Arjun Puri had a tough outing on the golf course. Nonetheless, there are some positives out of it, just like that part. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu with that stellar bunker shot on the 3rd hole. Pulling that in just like an absolute champion that he is. That is Rahul Ganji trying to roll in that birdie putt there on the 4th hole, which he did. Sandhu had a bogey-free round of 1 under par today. Beautifully played with the lead that he had. Yuvraj Singh Sandhu flirting with the hole again from the bunker. Sounds like he's trying to make a habit of it. M. Dharma coming off the green, but couldn't quite get the bottom of the cup there. Jamal Hossain with his own few sad tales there on the course, expecting it to break one way but broke the other way. Just this nature of this game. Arjun Puri again, another putt and drains one in. Well, there are definitely some positives to take home. Unfortunately, Jamal Hossain seems to be finding only the lip outs. Arjun Puri with another good bunker shot here on the 12th. Hossain on the 14th making this birdie putt. Yam Dharma quite not reading that correctly. He knew it, but the ball was halfway. Sandhu with his lone birdie today on that scorecard on the 14th. Rolls that one in beautifully. Showcasing huge amount of control, Ajitesh Sandhu today to gain this victory. Bogey-free round of 1 under par on this windy final day here at one of the most treacherous tracks. Ajitesh Sandhu with that brilliant bunker shot on the 17th to seal a par. This putt would have done that deal for him. Beautifully done, coming in from the left of the hole from outside. And there we have Ajitesh's final shot onto the 72nd hole, coming up just about 15 feet left of the hole. Jamal Hossain first showing the way to Ajitesh. Ajitesh also walking in to close the deal in style. And that's our leader there, closing in on the tournament with a 5 on the final hole. A bogey-free round here for Ajitesh Sandhu to win the inaugural Vishwa Samudra Open 2024 presented by Kapil Dev at 12 under par. Ajitesh winning by 5 shots this week, showcasing immense amount of patience here on the final day. Really was a game of patience out there, at least for the day. And anyway, stroke play is very much a game of patience. It's like running a marathon. One got to stay steady for 4 days in a row. Shortly there will be a prize presentation here at the back of the 18th green. Please hold on while we slowly move back into that prize presentation area where Ajitesh Sandhu, the winner of this tournament, will be awarded by none other than Mr. Kapil Dev himself. We also look forward to some good conversations there at the back of the 18th green, just as we've had through the last 2 days. We are expecting to have a few nice words also now during the prize presentation, so do stay tuned.
It's been a fascinating week of golfing action at the beautiful Delhi Golf Club for the inaugural edition of this event. The final full-field event of the 2024 PGTI season before they moved to Jamshedpur for the season finale. We had some excellent performances, of course, by the likes of Jamal Hossain, Ajitesh Sandhu, Manish Thakran, M. Dharma, Yuvraj Sandhu, Rashid Khan and SSP Charasya. We also had a hole-in-one on round 1 by Manish Thakran. Well done, Manish, for that. And of course, our deserving champion, end-to-end. We've got Ajitesh Sandhu, who's been our deserving champion. We will have you up here in a few minutes. But before that, I'm first going to request Mr. Uttam Singh Mundi, CEO of PGTI, to join us up here. Sir, can we have you up here, please? Yes, he is. Joining him, could I request Mr. Shivdat Das, Executive Director of Vishwa Samudra Holdings, to come up here as well. Can you please have a round of applause for our sponsor and our host for this tournament, Mr. Shivdat Das. Thank you so much for being here this afternoon. Could I also request Mr. Vikram Seth, Captain Delhi Golf Club, to join us here. Thank you so much for having us here this week, sir. Along with him, I'm going to request Colonel Mohit Nasa, Chairman Golf Operations of the Delhi Golf Club, to please join us. And someone very, very important, without whom support this would not be possible, Mr. Amandeep Johal, wearing 2 hats this week, CEO Designate, PGTI, and of course, committee member of the Delhi Golf Club. I'm going to first request Mr. Uttam Singh Mundi to say a few words and welcome our gathering this afternoon.
Thanks, Ishan. Well, I think I'm going to ask my colleague, Mr. Amandeep Singh Johal, CEO Designate, with his sexy voice to address everyone and say a few words. But before that, I just want a minute to thank Vishwa Samudra for their partnership with the PGTI. It means a lot to the PGTI. The Golf Club, Delhi Golf Club, without whom I guess we can't do an event even if we have a sponsor in place. So I'd like to thank the President, Captain Sunasa, and the entire committee for allowing us to have this event this week. Beautiful host. Thank you very much. Over to Amandeep. Amandeep, please do address everyone. Thanks.
Members of Delhi Golf Club, a big thank you to all for allowing us, the PGTI and Vishwa Samudra Group, to have a tournament this week. I know the disruption that it has caused, but let me tell you, when the best professionals in the country come and endorse your golf club, your beautiful club with immaculate greens, I think we should hold our head up high, put our collars up and applaud. Thank you. Thank you all. I think it's a huge endorsement for all the hard work that has been put by the captain, Mr. Vikram Seth, and his entire team, the greenkeeping staff under Virender Kumar, and also thanks to Colonel Mohit Nasa for being such a huge support. And Uttam has said everything what we had to. I want to thank our host, Mr. Kapil Dev. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here for something which came up very urgently. There was a bereavement, so he had to leave. Thank you, Vishwa Samudra Group, Mr. Shashi Chintan. He has been a great support for golf. He's on a board of a PGTI and bringing such a huge event to Delhi Golf Club, to the membership and to the entire professional of India. A big thank you. I won't take too much time. My many congratulations to Ajitesh for winning over Jamal Hossain. Ajitesh, you have played fantastically like a true champion. You have your lucky charm with you. Teresa is here. I think she is the champion, and good luck for you. So hope to come back again next year and for years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Amandeep. I think along with Teresa, we had Alok uncle who's walked all 4 days. He's actually the lucky charm, Teresa's dad. He told me not to say it, but he's been here throughout. Okay, I'm going to request Mr. Shivdat Das to please come and say a few words and address our gathering this afternoon.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Vishwa Samudra is a very young brand, and we believe this is a game of youngsters. So golf is something which never lets you feel old or get old. That is one. And we have been seen as sponsors, but from our perspective, we see we are the investors into this game. And we are the investors to these players. And we are committed to stay invested. And thank you so much for having us. And as Amandeep also mentioned, that our chairman, Mr. Chinta Sasidhar, so he believes in this game, and our entire leadership is very unique, that if you get to know a little bit about this organization, this entire senior management team is a team of golfers. So we will be with you for a long term, and we all will stay young and keep playing well. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you so much, Shiv. Shiv has flown in from Bombay just for this, and he's flying back in about 2 hours from now. Thank you, Shiv, for coming and being here. Okay, finally, I'm going to request Mr. Vikram Seth to please say a few words, our captain of the Delhi Golf Club.
Good afternoon, everyone, members of the Delhi Golf Club, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a privilege to host a tournament held by PGTI and Vishwa Samudra. It had been decided much earlier before I took over, but nevertheless, it's been organized very well. And congratulations to Ajitesh, whom I've known since he was a child. And of course, Jamal and all the competitors over here. Congratulations to everyone, and we hope to have the PGTI here years to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Okay, before we go into the prize presentation ceremony, I'm going to request Mr. Mundi to please hand over a small token of our appreciation to Shiv Das, the Executive Director of the Vishwa Samudra Group, for supporting this event. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Okay. We had a lucky draw contest that happened through the week. We've got a lot of entries, so I'm going to request Colonel Mohit Nasa to please take out 2 names out of this hat. They need to be present here to be eligible to win that prize. I think it's a putter. What's the first name we've got? Kushi. Kushi? Is Kushi in the house? Kushi? Yes, Kushi is in the house? You can come collect your prize, Kushi. Come. You need to start playing now, yeah. Okay, one more. One more tailor-made putter.
That's my name.
He's called out his own name, Mohit Nasa. He's not lying, it's honest. He's an honest man. Okay, he's going to take it out. He's been very generous. You with 2 pars in a row, sir. Now let's see how many bogeys. Amit Luthra, is Mr. Amit Luthra here? Is Amit Luthra, he's not here? Okay. Now we've got bogeys coming your way, sir. You with 2 pars. You've equaled your handicap. It's okay. Lal Babu, is Lal Babu here? Lal Babu? No, okay. Okay, done. Last one. If it's not there, otherwise. Meet Kaur, is Meet Kaur here? Oh, they all both need to start playing golf. Well done. I know. Okay, we also had a Predict the Champion online contest. The winner of that, I believe, is from Jammu, Mr. Anil Slathia. He's not here today, but we will send him the prize. He predicted very, very rightly that Ajitesh Sandhu is going to be our champion. So we will be sending him the prize. I think if you're tuning in on Eurosport or ABP Live, sir, we will be sending you this prize to your house. Okay, now I'm going to request Mr. Uttam Singh Mundi to give out the hole-in-one prize to Mr. Manish Thakran. He had it on the 12th hole on round 1. He earned a check of $20,000 rupees from the PGTI for his effort. Well done, Manish.
Well done, buddy.
Get in the middle, well done. Okay, now getting into the flag end. This is what we played for. First up, I'm going to request our captain of the DGC to give out this prize. This is for the second place. a professional with scores of 67, 73, 67 and 74, Mr. Jamal Hossain from Bangladesh. A total score of 281, 7 under. Let's get you in the middle, Jamal. Well played. He receives a check of 20 lakh rupees. Well done. I think he deserves a huge round of applause. Played some exceptional golf. I believe he won last week in Bangladesh as well. In Digboy he won last week as well. So, well done. Okay. Now I'm going to request Mr. Shivdat Das to give out this prize. This is for the winner of the inaugural edition of the Vishwa Samudra Open 2024. Scores of 69, 67, 69 and 71. Can we request Ajitesh Sandhu to please come up here? A prize check of 30 lakh rupees and of course that trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, you can make a little bit more noise for Ajitesh Sandhu, please. Yeah, that's more like it.
Finally winning at the DGC.
After?
Won at the DGC finally. He's been close to winning.
I've been told you've been very close to winning at the Delhi Golf Club before and you finally got that cat off your back. Well done, Ajitesh. The check, that's most important, Ajitesh. Ajitesh, I'm going to request you to please address the audience. We need to hear it from you.
I apologize, it's been a while since I've done this, so if I forget someone or if there's any misgivings, please forgive me. But first and foremost, I'd like to start out by thanking the most important people for this tournament, without which we wouldn't be here. So a big thank you to Vishwa Samudra for supporting us this week, to Delhi Golf Club. I think this is the venue for Indian golf to come back to. So thank you so much for hosting us. To Kapil Dev for presenting this tournament. All of our tour partners who make this happen every week. Big thank you, and of course the PGTI. This is an amazing tour to hone your skills on, and I hope it goes from strength to strength every year. There's also a lot more people I'd like to thank.
Take your time.
Yeah. Thank you. Jesse sir, Jesse Grewal, my coach, Gurbazman, Bazo, they've been my backbone and my strength for many years. Thank you so much for still believing in me. I've had a very tough year on the golf course, but they've stood right behind me, and I really appreciate the support. To Surya, sir, we've been together a while, and we have not been able to make this happen, but this is honestly, truly special. Thank you so much for being by my side. You're my absolute rock on and off the golf course. I apologize for behaving how I've done this year, but I'm sure I'll be better next year. To my family, to my mom and my dad, my uncle here, Alok mom and Ritu dad. Sorry, Alok dad and Ritu mom. To my whole family. They're also my backbone, and I lean on them throughout, through the highs and the lows. Thank you so much for always being there. And last, but definitely not the least, my beautiful wife, Teresa. You're an absolute inspiration to me. Thank you for pushing me when I've been so low. Thank you for just being by my side and listening to me when I've had to vent. I couldn't have done this, or I couldn't have been this strong without you. Thank you so much. Also, a big thank you to everyone who came and watched today. Playing in front of galleries at DGC is always a dream. I have not been able to pull this off, a win at Delhi Golf Club, but this is a venue which is extremely special to my heart, and I'm glad I'm standing here today as the winner. Thank you so much.
Well done, Ajitesh.
Well done, Ajitesh. We still have one more segment to finish. That's the jacket, the blazer from the Vishwa Samudra group. Sir, we request you to please put it on to our winner. This is... Well done, fits perfectly. Yep. Okay, thank you so much to our dignitaries. Thank you, Ajitesh. Outstanding golf. Our title sponsors, the Vishwa Samudra Group, thank you for supporting this event. Our tournament host, Mr. Kapil Dev. Our host venue, Delhi Golf Club. Of course, all the committee members of the club. All our players, our referees, thank you so much for all the support, and officials. Mr. Loya and his operations team. Mr. Virendra and his entire greens maintenance team. Mr. Ajay and his entire housekeeping team. And of course, my team at Branded Management Services. Thank you for all the support. And we will see you back next year, bigger and better. Thank you so much for being here this afternoon and for being a part of this inaugural edition. Thank you so much, everybody.
Before we wrap up, one last thank you to PGTI's tour partners, Rolex, Tata Steel, Nissan, Bisleri, Amrutanjan Electro Plus, Golf Plus Monthly, Athletic Drive and Golf Design India. And thank you to ABP Live and Eurosport for the outstanding live telecast of the event. Thank you.